It just looks magnificent. We're about to start our first race, which will go off at 8 o'clock, and that's the men's para single scull. We have 3 rowers in this event, and there are handicaps. Over in lane 1, representing the Community Rowing Club, is Sam Shaloub, coached by Anne Craig, Liam James and Barbara Ramjam. In lane 5, we have Kevin Wall from Shoal Harbour City, and in lane 6 from the Community Rowing Club, James Johnson, also coached by Anne, Liam and Barbara. James goes off go, so that's the closest to the grandstand. Kevin is off 26 seconds and Sam is off 23 seconds. For the upcoming Australian Masters Rowing Championships, I understand that Kevin Wall will once again be representing New South Wales in the interstate row-off.
That's correct. So he's become a seasoned campaigner at state level now, hasn't he? But in the women's, representative, I think from a couple of years ago, last year was Julia Story, I believe, and Julia is off to Europe to race at the Virtus Global Games, and which is fantastic. She'll be heading off with her coach Kathleen Hextall and the rest of the team to compete in Paris. So she's not available, and our other PR3 single sculler of note, Lisa Greisel, has been for the last 2 years aspiring to break into the Australian senior para team, and she's made it, which is awesome. She has been selected into the squad for the PR3 mixed coxed 4. So she'll be heading off to Italy, again to Europe. She'll be having a training camp over there with the PR3 squad, or the para squad, and then she'll be competing at the Gavirate Para International Regatta. So she's not available either. So that means that today turns into the selection race for those who might want to put their cap in the ring for representing New South Wales at the upcoming National Masters Championships.
And that women's para single race is at 8:55, so less than an hour. I know Mika Kelly from Glebe, it was suggested that she might not want to try this the second race in here, which is the women's F single.
Right.
So that she can put all her effort into the selection race, but she said, oh no, I'd use it as a warm-up.
Yeah, good on her. Excellent, good woman. So as Mark said, racing will begin at 8 a.m, so that's probably about now. And we're just looking down this course on the most beautiful morning here in sunny but slightly chilly Penrith.
So we can see on the screen the starters just getting the rowers into alignment. And fantastic that we have our volunteer boat holders out there. As the sun hits them, I'm sure they're warming up, but they'll certainly be feeling it with these temperatures at this time of the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, it does seem there was a bit of a delay while they're aligning these three men's para singles at the start line, but they do look like they're ready to go. I can't quite see if see the lights.
And of course, it's different. Looks very different today. We've got a 1,000 metre course because that is the distance that Masters race, both here in Australia and internationally. But we're racing on an Olympic-size course, which is 2,000 metres long. So that means that the start is in a clear area that has no fixed pontoon. So there's been a lot of hard work by Rowing New South Wales to get these stake boats aligned, and also to construct a tower that has been towed, a pontoon that's been towed into the middle of the course, and a tower that has been constructed so that the boat race officials are sitting above the line of above the water line and can see the crews, and they can hear the umpire really clearly. They've done a really good job, so congratulations to Rowing New South Wales. Absolutely fantastic that they've got, every lane has got a starting block in it, and this of course is the precursor to us hosting the National Masters Championships in a couple of weeks' time. Is it 2 weeks, Mark, or 3 weeks?
It's the first weekend in June, just at the end of the month, really.
And I know that we have some New Zealand competitors coming across, so we're looking forward to welcoming them. And an old friend of mine, Rebecca Carrow, who rows with North Shore Rowing Club in Auckland, will be joining us in the commentary team, which will be fantastic.
Is she the lady that does the Fastest
Masters? That's the one, yeah.
And runs the Masters web Facebook page.
Correct. Yeah. So she might know a thing or two about Masters.
Is she racing?
She's racing as well, yes. But that does make me think that if you are tuning into this live stream or watching it a bit later and you're visiting and you do commentary in your hometown, please do get in contact with us via Rowing New South Wales and let us know if you'd like to come and do a stint on the commentary. You'd be most welcome. The Rowing New South Wales webpage is www.rowingnsw.asn.au, and the volunteer manager there is Alico Tunney. So please do get in contact if you'd like to come and join us.
And racing is underway. So who didn't have it? So James Johnson has gone. He's got well ahead with his with the handicap against both Kevin Wall and Sam Shalhoub. Now we wait to see who's going to catch who.
Right, and then I suppose the other thing of note is that we do have Sam across in lane 1, whereas Kevin and James are in lanes 5 and 6, and the reason for that is that Sam has a visual impairment and therefore is entitled to have a guide following him down the course. So we see that we have what looks like 2 umpires launches, but the one in lane 1 following Sam is actually has somebody there that can guide him if needed, if a correction needs to be made to his steering.
And just from up here, Lizzie, you've got the binoculars, but it does look like Sam and Kevin are pretty rapidly reeling James in.
Yes, it does indeed.
What fantastic conditions.
Absolutely beautiful. They really are. I think you can probably hear the hooters going off, but I think that is just our officials testing the finish hooters and making sure everything's working okay.
It may well be that we have some new volunteers on.
Yes, which is great.
And learning how to do it, because as ever, if ever you have some time to spare, we're always short of volunteers helping out, timing, boat holding, even up here with the commentary. So if you feel you have some time to spare, let Alico at Rowing New South Wales know of your availability. So as they've come through the 500 metre mark, it does look like Kevin Wall has taken the lead. He's just overtaken James, who had to give him a 26-second handicap. So that's James Johnson, with closest to the grandstand. And over on the far side, Sam Shaloub is putting in a very strong effort as well. Probably rating a little bit higher than the others. Kevin's looking very comfortable. And although the hooter is going, that doesn't mean they're at the finish yet. We're not quite sure what's happening, but there's some practice. Oh, okay. We're not quite sure why the hooter keeps going, but hopefully it'll go correctly as they hit the finish line. But they're just coming into the last 300 metres now, and Kevin Wall's given himself a very healthy lead. So he came from 26 seconds behind James Johnson, who's closest to the grandstand, who's rowing very strongly as well. Over on the far side, Sam Shaloub is, you can see a little bit of the vision impairment because he was weaving a little bit, but he's got some real power going in now as he's coming up to the last 250 metres there. Kevin has just taken up his rating to make sure he's putting on a star finish. So Kevin will be the New South Wales representative at the interstate para-interstate race at the Australian Masters Rowing Championships, and showing his skill and finesse here. Absolutely perfect conditions. So very nice finish by Kevin Wall, just crossing the line about now. And the race is on between second and third. It's whether James Johnson can hold off Sam Shaloub over the far side. But James has found a bit of extra there, and he's pushing hard through to the finish. So in second place, James Johnson. And across on the far side, Sam Shaloub. The winning time there, I think it flashed up as 4 minutes 32. So on the start line now we have the women's F single. This is heat 1. So, and it will be the first 4 through. On the far side in lane 1 from Glebe is Mika Kelly. In lane 2 from Lake Macquarie, Marie Brown. In lane 3, Marie's in lane 3. Mika is actually visually impaired and she's racing this, so they've probably given her a little bit of space on the far side. She'll be followed by a guide boat. In lane 4, Julia Wood from Exeter. In lane 5, Pamela Nash from Black Mountain. In lane 6, Diana Trescott from Endeavour. And in lane 7, Mary Walsh from North Shore. So this is the women's F single scull heat 1, the first 4 through to the final. So there are 2 heats in this race, or in this event. It does look like the starter has a pretty nice line there.
Visitors here from ACT, and I think we've got a few from Victoria as well, so I guess it'll be people just
who will be challenging some of us in the men's masters.
Is that the royal us?
Not royal. I think they're rowing royalty. Some of them that are coming have come from Essendon.
People like, for example, I believe Mary Walsh, who's in lane 7 here, representing North Shore in the women's F single scull, will have learnt to row probably as a result of her son Devlin, who's the president of Sydney Uni, rowing at school, and then mixing it with people who might have rowed at international level during their younger years. So you've got that real mix of levels of past experience and current performance, which I always think is wonderful.
And we're doing a medal presentation. Kevin got himself onto the pontoon very quickly. Oh, we're waiting for the other place getters.
So we move to the presentation of our first medals, the medals for the men's para single scull. The medals are being presented by CEO of Rowing New South Wales, Melissa Ashton-Garrard. In second place, and silver medalist representing Community Rowing Club, James Johnson. Gold medalist and para-single champion for 2023, representing Shellharbour City, Kevin Wall. Congratulations to both and the best of luck for Kevin in defending his title in the interstate para-single at the upcoming national championships.
So as a reminder, gold, silver and bronze medals will be presented for championship events. When there are 2 or more entries, there'll be gold medals only. With 3 or more entries, so for events with 3 entries, gold and silver medals only, and with 4 or more entries, then we get the gold, silver and bronze. So this is why in this event there was no bronze medal awarded. And racing's underway for the women's F single scull, the first division. So it's just the first 4 through. Those faster ladies are probably just sitting in front, holding off well, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this race, so you only have to beat 2.
Which is important.
Which is important to get
where
through.
This,
that's where the real. Oh,
yes,
sorry, I was going to say that's where the real racing usually happens, is for that those qualifying places.
I was just going to say this is where this regatta is different to some of the regattas that we have live streamed, because it's a championship, and that means that there are heats. And people go through from the heats to the finals, and sometimes there's a pathway through a semi-final to a final or a repechage to a final, but it's not a straight division with medals for every division. So it's slightly different to what you may have seen during the course of the year with other Masters regattas.
So it does look like it's Julia Wood out in the lead at the moment from Exeter over in lane 4, and right behind her is Pamela Nash in lane 5. They've just come through the 500 metre mark. Yeah, so from up here in the tower we can see Julia Wood has a fairly comfortable lead. She's not having to push too hard because the rest of the field are behind her. She's followed by Pamela Nash over in lane 5 from Black Mountain, and then Mary Walsh, closest to us in lane 7 from North Shore, is currently holding 3rd place. The real battle is going to be for the qualifying position, and that will be between Diana Trescott from Endeavour in lane 6, and across the other side Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie, and they do look to be pretty much neck and neck at the moment. Mika Kelly over the far side is not too far behind, so very interesting bit of racing here, but we can see the 3 that are in front are just cruising because they know they don't have to work too hard to get themselves into the final.
So Mark, this I've just been trying to find where Exeter Rowing Club is, and Julia Wood in lane 4 is from Exeter Rowing Club in Devon in England.
Oh,
so
fantastic.
obviously on a bit of a rowing tour over here. Great to see her over here. Come properly attired for the weather.
Yes.
And having good race against Pamela Nash from the ACT as she crosses the line now to take out the first heat in the women's F age category single scull.
So that was Julia Wood, Pamela Nash, then Mary Walsh from North Shore, and they'll be followed through by Diana Trescott from Endeavour. So those will be the first 4 through to the final. Over on the far side, Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie's just crossed the line, and then Mika Kelly is nearly there, putting in a good effort there as well.
Excellent. Our para rower, and again visually impaired, so she has a following launch. Yeah. So confirming the results of race 2, which is the first heat of the women's F age category single scull. A win for Julia Wood of Exeter Rowing Club of Great Britain. Second, Pamela Nash of Black Mountain, the ACT. Third, Diana Trescott from Endeavour Rowing Club, New South Wales. Sorry, Mary Walsh from North Shore Rowing Club, New South Wales, and fourth, Diana Trescott from Endeavour Rowing Club, New South Wales. Those 4 scullers progress through to the final. Fifth, Marie Brown from Lake Macquarie, and sixth, Mika Kelly from Glebe Rowing Club are now eliminated from the event. Our next race is the second heat of the women's F age category single scull, and again the first 4 will progress through to the final. In lane 2, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Rowena Stewart. In lane 3, representing Glebe Rowing Club, Catherine Maxwell. In lane 4, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Karen Knowles, coached by John Governet. In lane 5, representing Mossman Rowing Club, M. Barak. In lane 6, representing Endeavour Rowing Club, Diane McShane, coached by Peter Bond. And in lane 7, from Lake Macquarie, Louise Termine. So M. Barak, a member of the New South Wales Women's Masters Quad that represented in the Interstate Regatta at last year's National Championships, and this year M is in the Women's 8 representing New South Wales.
I'm just looking at Julia Wood is certainly, well, she comfortably won that heat, and she is doing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 events. So she's come out to certainly show us how it's done.
Yeah, so I've just been looking at their Exeter Rowing Club's website, and certainly they've got a group of masters there who travel. Of course, if you live in Britain, it's a lot easier to travel. You just hop on a ferry or a plane and you can be in several countries in the time it takes us to get out of New South Wales. But certainly they have competed at all of the European Masters and the World Rowing Masters, which was in Europe last year. So great to see competitors coming over and visiting New South Wales. I think the attraction of a national championships here in a few weeks' time, if you've retired and you can actually spend some time, it would be wonderful. Why wouldn't you visit New South Wales?
Well, exactly, and I can thoroughly recommend retirement.
I'll make note of that, having just started a new job.
As the second heat of the women's F single scull race is coming down the course, it does look like they've sorted themselves out fairly well. I think over the far side, Rowena Stewart is a pretty good place to place person to put your money on. Then closest to us in lane 6, Diane McShane from Endeavour. And then in lane 7, Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie. It looked to be the first 3, although a bit hard to tell. M. Barak from Mossman is holding her own. I think this one we could see a real battle for who is going to miss out on qualifying through to the final. There should be 6 boats in, but I can only count 5, so it seems we may have a scratching or somebody who didn't quite make it. Yeah, so that's M. Barak out in front then. Well, it took me about 12 years ago, so we do come to it late in life, and can actually make a little bit of a mark out there.
Exactly, and have a lot of fun and travel.
Yes.
So in the lead at the moment, Barak from Mossman Rowing Club in our second heat of the women's A single scull. Currently sitting in second place, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne, who's across on the far side of the course in lane 2. And then it's back to Louise Termine of Lake Macquarie in lane 7. And as you said, a good battle going on between Catherine Maxwell of Glebe and Karen Knowles of North Shore for the final qualifying position to progress through to the final. And we appear to be missing Diane McShane from Endeavour Rowing Club.
And look, with no bias, of course, but Catherine Maxwell from Glebe is putting in a fantastic effort here. She's only just started racing single. She learnt to row probably about 8 or 10 years ago with us at Glebe, and she's nervously ventured out into a single scull, and here she is today, really holding her own. I think she should be very proud of this row.
100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely terrifying if you haven't single sculled before, isn't it? So good for her. Always good to challenge yourself with something new. An outstanding win here for Barak of Mossman Rowing Club as she takes out the second place in the women's F single scull.
And over on the far side there, Rowena Stewart knows she doesn't have to work very hard. I don't even know if she's doing 20, no, I think she's just dropped back to about 18 strokes a minute there. Saving herself, no doubt, for, I expect she has many races today, knowing Rowena. So she's crossing the line in second place. Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie is third place getter, and over there from North Shore, Karen Knowles. So those will be the fourth qualifier, the 4 to go through to the finals, and Catherine Maxwell has just crossed the line in 5th place. So the final for that one's going to be very interesting. Now we head into race 4, which is the men's AB coxless 4. So this is a straight final. In lane 2 from North Shore, we have Kwan Yeun, Andy Jeffries, Kiran Shekhar and Tom Payton. In lane 3, we have a Black Mountain Composite, so from Canberra, Jose Maria Segurola Aragui from Mossman, Andrew Hourigan from Mossman, Paul Williams from Black Mountain, and Stephen McGlynn from Black Mountain. That sounds like quite a fast crew to me. In lane 4 from Glebe, we have Brad Smith, Andrew Perrich, Tony Rogers and Balaz Hansel. In lane 5 from Leichhardt Composite, Jason Waddell from Nepean, Alistair Isherwood from Melbourne University Boat Club, Charles Buzzacott from Leichhardt and David Raymond from Leichhardt. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe, and in lane 7 from St George, Stephen Harrison, Benedict Bearhader, James Hunt and Tom Masterton. I think this will be a pretty good, strong race, and they're underway at the moment. You can see them starting to come down the course. It is a fairly straight line right across the course. I think we're going to see a very exciting finish. At the moment, it does seem to me that the University of New South Wales crew in lane 6 may have a slight lead. They're followed by the Leichhardt Composite with, no, I dare say Jason Waddell's probably stroking that boat. Some fairly big names in the Masters rowing here, and here in St George, closest to us as well, are holding their own. Glebe putting up a really good fight out in the middle. I can imagine the yelling that's going on in that boat. And the Black Mountain Composite, not quite in it at this stage, I don't think, but we'll see as they get closer to us.
So I'm curious, Mark, you would know, we've got here a mix of A and B. on the title, but we've actually got B, C and D racing. Did they all go off the start at the same time? We don't seem to have time handicaps like we'll have in the other races.
As there's no A cruise, it's basically a B race.
Right.
So the others have all thought, okay, we'll give it a go against these young'uns.
Okay.
So you can always race down, you can't race up, obviously.
Right.
So very exciting finish coming up here. The University of New South Wales crew is in the lead, but they're being pushed very hard by the Leichhardt composite crew. And it's in the last 250 metres now. Whether they'll be able to hold them off is going to be the question.
It's a fantastic race, and you are absolutely right. Jason Waddell is in the stroke seat of the Leichhardt composite, so he's in the blue colours of Nepean Rowing Club. Jason has been racing lightweight this year, and he represented in the open interstate team in the lightweight men's 4, and he's really driving his crew hard now. They're sitting up, but rowing at about half slide now to try and get the rate up and squeeze past University of New South Wales, but the strategy is not working. University of New South Wales maintaining full length and rowing beautifully.
Looking very good, very good.
It's a 3/4 of a length lead there to take out the race in the men's A, B, coxless 4, an excellent race, Leichhardt composite against the University of New South Wales. And third across the line, a great row there also for St George Rowing Club in a battle against both Glebe and Black Mountain. And then our final competitors from North Shore will cross in 6th place. So that's a straight final in the men's, what ended up being B, coxless 4. So we invite University of New South Wales, who were first, Leichhardt Composite, who were second, and St George, who were third, to come across and collect their medals.
And the winning time there was 3 minutes 12 seconds. That's pretty fast for Masters. 3 minutes 12:38 with a margin of 1.57 back to Leichhardt Composite. Then quite a margin back to the St George crew of 10 seconds.
Gosh, it didn't look that much, did it? So
no.
Amazing.
So the next race is now barreling round down the course. This is the Women's Masters H and the Women's Masters I to M. Doubles. So there's 2 races in one, but the I to M crew, so I is 75 to 80 years old. We're off go, so they have been handicapped. Over in lane 1 from Manning River, we have Kay Pullen and Kay Smith. They go off 18 seconds. In lane 2 from Drummoyne, Lydia Milodonovic and Alex Warner. They're also off 18 seconds. In lane 5 from North Shore, Susan Walter and Susan Wannon, also off 18 seconds. In lane 6 from Mossman, Ann Taylor and Margaret Small. And in lane 7, the I crew of Jenny Corey and Gillian College. It does look a little bit like in this race with the Manning River ladies and the North Shore ladies, they've sought out rowing mates of the same name. So we have the Kays and the Susans. And at the moment, they're just coming up to the 500 metre mark, and the I crew, closest to the to the grandstand, Jenny Corey and Gillian College from Canberra are still holding their own with their 18-second handicap, but it does look that, like, as they've just come through the 500, the other crews have actually caught them, starting to overtake them, and it does seem to me to be the battle's going to be between the Manning River crew over on the far side of Kay Pullen, or the 2 Ks, shall we say, and the 2 Susans here in lane 5 from North Shore. So pretty exciting bit of racing going here. The field is quite tightly bunched up still. Ann Taylor and Margaret Smith, Small from Mossman, are not too far behind, and they are trying to give the ladies, the older ladies from Canberra, Gillian College and Jan Corrie, a good push, who are really holding their own. They looked like the rest of the field had caught up to them on their 18-second handicap, but I think they might have given a push, and I think they're just starting to drop back now. But great effort out there. So the the real battle here, as I said, is from the K's over in Manning River and the Susans from North Shore, so over in lane 1 and lane 5 in the middle. Then it does look like they'll be followed through by Anne Taylor and Margaret Small from Mossman.
So a straight final, and they're on the hunt now for the medals. And as you say, it looks as though the battle for the gold medal is between Susan Walter and Sue Wannon of North Shore in the middle of the course, lane 5. That's the yellow bow number. And then across on the far side, really challenging them and possibly just getting their bows in front. Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe from Manning River. And now firmly in bronze medal position, Mossman Rowing Club, Annie Taylor and Marg Small. Congratulations to Marg. Her granddaughter is off to the Junior World Championships.
So interesting.
Great
North
finish
Shore
from Manning River.
Well, North Shore just had a bit of a hiccup there, so they were pushing really hard in that last 250 metres. And I think they might have overdone it, and they just had to take a little breather, and as they did so, they just caught a crab, but still managed to hold their second place. So that was Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe from Manning River in first place. Susan Walter and Susan Wannon from North Shore in second, and Anne Taylor and Margaret Small in third place from Mossman Rowing Club.
The provisional winning time 4 minutes 52.48, and the margins 2.36, 1.64, and these are just being corrected now, and 2.31. So official time now 4 minutes 50.65. So we invite the Manning River crew, the North Shore crew, and the Mossman crew across to the medal pontoon to accept their medals in the women's Masters H and I to M categories, double scull.
So just to round that out, Jenny Corrin and Gillian College, who had the 18-second advantage over the rest of the field, came in fourth place, and they were followed across the line by Lydia Miladonovich and Alex Warner from Drummoyne.
Race number 6 on our programme is the men's I single scull, so that's the age category 75 to 80 years. In lane 3, representing Canberra Rowing Club, we have Warner Hyatt. In lane 4, representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Craig Butler. In lane 5, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Michael Peedham. In lane 6, representing North Shore, Len Walter, and unfortunately David Baker from Port Macquarie, who was to be in lane 7, has had to withdraw.
And just watching them come down the course here, Lizzie, you know, usually once you see the older rowers like this, the rating drops down, but they still have fantastic technique and really get some boat run, but these guys look like they're rating relatively high, I would think, for over 75-year-olds.
I find it really fascinating. It's something that's come in over the last, I'd say, 4 years, where generally the rating in rowing has gone up, and there's a lot of discussion at the moment about moving a boat more quickly by rating higher. What I would say is it's all very well, but if you rate high and you've got poor technique, you're not going to go anywhere very fast. So the technique, as you say, is still really important, and applying power to the blade. So, but I find the discussion about it really fascinating, especially because I coach these days both para and juniors, where technique is incredibly important to make sure you're not injuring yourself and going to stop yourself enjoying your rowing later on.
I did watch a very interesting interview, I think it was, with Eric Murray, where he talked about taking the rating up just a point or two.
Yes. Because
it's actually slightly less effort.
Yes. Yes.
So you can go the same speed, but you're putting in, even though you're moving faster, these are young, fit people, obviously. But it just takes that little bit of load off as you're going down the course. So
and certainly, you know, as you pointed out, that's what we're seeing here, a livelier rate of striking, just keeping that boat up and running. Provided you've got good technique and you can manage it, then it's it might well be of benefit.
So as they've come into the last, they're about 150 metres out now, and it is Warner Hyatt from Canberra has a fairly comfortable lead over Len Walter, closest to us from the North Shore. They're followed by Michael Pedham from Canberra. And further back is Craig Butler from Newcastle. So Warner Hyatt from Canberra, very nice finish here as he's about to cross the line, across there in lane 3. He'll be followed across by Len Walter from North Shore, who's only 79. And putting in a last effort there to make sure he gets across the line and at a good pace is Michael Pedham from Canberra, also aged 79. And further back we have Craig Butler still coming down the course. He will have to get a move on because the next race is roaring down the course, which is the even older men, the men's J to M single scull.
So that's ages 80 right through to 89.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, John James just turned 86, or he's 86 during this calendar year.
Right.
Over 80, the categories go down to 3 years apart.
Right.
So he's gained an extra 21 seconds, and that's why some of us have had a bit, been a bit hard catching him this season.
Congratulations, by the way, to Craig Butler from Newcastle, who's very happy indeed to have completed this single scull race over 1,000 metres in the men's I age category single scull.
So the J to M single scull coming down the course now. Closest to us in lane 6 is John James from North Shore. Then further in from Canberra, John Simpson in lane 5. From Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp in lane 4, and Michael College from Canberra in lane 3. And John James has got himself a very healthy lead there. John was a silver medalist at the 1964 Tokyo Olympics in the British men's 4. So, and I understand he hasn't stopped rowing since. So, fantastic effort there. So John James, having turned 86 or is turning 86 this calendar year, got an extra 22 seconds handicap, moving from K to L. So he was off go. John Simpson, who is a K from Canberra, was off 22 seconds. Then Bruce Sharp, who's a J, was off 38 seconds, as was Michael College, who's a J, off 38 seconds. So these gentlemen are all in their 80s. It harbiges well for all of us if we can still, well, if I'm still alive, I hope to still be out there rowing and competing. But John's looking very comfortable. He knows he's got this once again. He must have an enormous trophy cabinet at home. And over on the far side, Bruce Sharp from Lake Macquarie has managed to overtake John Simpson. So there was a 16-second handicap difference there. So John James has just crossed the line in first place. Over on the far side, Bruce Sharp from Lake Macquarie in second. In third place, John Simpson from Canberra. And coming down the course, just to finish it, round it out, is Michael College.
We move now to the presentation of medals in the men's coxless 4 in the C age category under the B event. The medals are being presented by Melissa Ashton-Garrard, the CEO of Rowing New South Wales. So our champions in the state championships here in New South Wales, University of New South Wales. Nicholas Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, and Andrew McEnroe. Congratulations, University of New South Wales.
Lizzie, I think we had quite a few Lazarus in a boat together at the Tricket, was it? The grade championships. There were three brothers.
There were three of them, yes.
So
yeah, that's absolutely right. So obviously a very strong rowing family.
yes.
On the course now, we have, coming onto the start line, the Women's E age category coxless 4. Current title holders are North Shore, and they have 3 boats in this race, where we have 7 lanes competing. The first of their crews is in lane 2, and that's the crew of Virginia Fabro, Jane O'Hanlon, Rachel Lash and Nicola Kennedy, who are coached by Kim Rudder. Next to them in lane 3, Mossman Rowing Club, Christine Foxton, Tiffany Hutchison, Emma Rack and Sarah Hill. In lane 4, representing North Shore, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Christina McCulloch and Elizabeth Buzo, coached by Justin Peters. In lane 5 from North Shore, Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 6 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Fiona Webb, Margaret Churton, Gillian Weatherall and Kim Stedman, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Sky Smith, Yasmin Finnegan, Esther Tucker and Colleen Chapman. And in lane 8, a composite crew of Chris McCready from St George, Jenny Wilson from Mossman Rowing Club, Renata Iepma from Balmain and Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne Rowing Club, all of whom have represented New South Wales in the Women's Masters Coxless Quad in the past, and Jenny Wilson is in that crew again this year. Now we move to the presentation of medals for the men's I age category single scull. Second and silver medalist representing North Shore Rowing Club, Len Walter. Gold medalist and state champion for 2023 representing Canberra Rowing Club, Warner Hyatt. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's I single scull. So it looks as though one of our crews for this Women's E Coxless 4 is just a little late to the start, so a little bit of a delay in getting going, but wow, aren't the conditions beautiful? So lucky.
And they are all lined up. It does look like they'll be ready to start shortly, but we'll go to medal presentation now.
So presenting the medals in the men's J to M single scull category, where our gold medalist and champion for 2023 representing North Shore is John James. Congratulations, John.
And racing is underway for the Women's E Coxless 4. A full field, well, not quite full field, but 8 boats in this race. And as Lizzie said earlier, some former state representatives. We have some tough competition out there, so we'll wait and see what happens as they come down the course. They do look to be coming in a fairly straight line at this stage as they come up past the 250 metre mark. But no, if we see on the screens, we can see a couple of boats have actually managed to get ahead. So it does look like the North Shore crew of Helen Byrne and Louise McCoach, Peg McBride and Nikki Blackwell have taken a handy lead to start with. And not over on this side, as expected, the Drummoyne Composite crew of Christy McCready, Jenny Wilson, Renate Ipma and Kathleen Hextall is possibly the ones to watch, and they do look like they have a lead at this stage. So that's the crew closest to the grandstand in lane 8. They look to be followed fairly closely by their other Drummoyne crew of Sky Smith, Yasmin Finnegan, Esther Tucker and Colleen Chaplin in lane 7. But out in the middle of the field there in lane 5, it's the North Shore crew of Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell trying to catch this Drummoyne Composite that's closest to us. Then across on the other side, the Mossman crew are putting in a really strong effort of Christine Foxton, Tiffany Hutchison, M. Barrack and Sarah Hill. Well, they must have turned around straight out of her single scull and jumped in the, this is the 4 to go out there, so changing styles as well along the way. I think we're going to see a very close race here for the place holders, the 2nd and 3rd positions. But it does look to be that North Shore crew of Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell currently sitting in 2nd place. The push-off for them is going to come from Christine Foxton, Tiffany Hutchison, M. Barrack and Sarah Hill from Mossman. But over closest to us, the Drummoyne Composite crew, as expected, are holding a reasonably comfortable lead at this stage, as they just come up to the last 300 metres. Yes, the field does seem to be, as they get closer, we've got a much clearer picture, but can this Drummoyne Composite hold off the challenge from North Shore out there in the middle, and can North Shore hold off the challenge from Mossman? I think we're about to see a fairly exciting finish. But it is the Drummoyne Composite crew here closest to the grandstand that I think will hold their... Oh no, North Shore put in a bit of a push. They're gaining on them. But no, this composite crew is managing to hold them off, looking very comfortable, stroked by Kathleen Hextall. In lane 8, so that's the Drummoyne composite crew in first position, a length back to the North Shore crew and further back to the St George crew over the far side, the Mossman crew over the far side. They'll be followed across by the North Shore crew in the far side, then Drummoyne closer to us and the other North Shore crew. And rounding it out will be Endeavour. Endeavour is actually coxed, so that's probably slowing them down. And just from up here, the cox doesn't look like the slightest of people either. So we'll put that down as the reason that they're just clearing out the field there.
Actually, I was talking to somebody who I used to work with when coaching at Sydney University Women's Rowing Club back in the day, and they were saying that their crew is not super confident of going coxless, and so they have opted for having a cox, which I think is a great idea, because at the end of the day, winning isn't everything. Having an enjoyable race and achieving your goals is probably enables you to leave here feeling far more satisfied than a poor race.
Oh, absolutely. But we do like to win.
Indeed. I have noticed, Mark Tejan, I have noticed that you in particular like to win. So that was the Women's E Coxless 4, and again the winners were the composite from Drummoyne, Balmain, Mossman and St George, crossing in a time of 3 minutes 48.66. The silver medalists, North Shore, the crew stroked by Nikki Blackwell. The margin was 3.25, and the bronze medalists, Mossman Rowing Club, the crew stroked by Sarah Hill. The margin there was 3.02, and then sitting in fourth position, North Shore, the crew stroked by Nikki Kennedy. In fifth, the Drummoyne crew, and in sixth, the North Shore crew that was stroked by Elizabeth Buzo.
So down on the line we have the women's para single scull. And this is the selection race for the interstate women's para sculls at the upcoming Australian Masters Rowing Championships. So we expect to see some real exciting racing here, hopefully. We have a range of rowers here. From Glebe we have Mika Kelly, who's actually an F rower. She's off go. On the far side in lane 1. In lane 2 from ANU we have Sue Donahue, also off go. In lane 3 lane 7, so closer to us, is quite a gap from the others in terms of where they're placed on the field, is Julia Story. She's off 20 seconds from Drummoyne. In lane 8 from the Community Rowing Club, Fiona Jackson, and she's also off 20 seconds. And then closest to us will be Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne, off 22 seconds, who's an A classification. Fiona and Julia are B classifications, and Sue and Mika over on the far side are F classifications.
We were talking earlier about the fact that the para single scull in the women's category for our interstate team is now up for grabs. The current title holder is Lisa Greisel from Lake Macquarie, and Lisa has had the call up to the national team, national para team. So we're looking forward to seeing her compete in her first international regatta in the next couple of months. But in the meantime, that does leave a vacant slot in our interstate team, and this race is one of the pieces of data that the selectors will be looking at. So from New South Wales, competing for the possibility of representing will be Mika Kelly from Glebe and Fiona Jackson from Community, because I believe Stephanie is too young, I think, possibly not.
27? No, it says here she's 27, so
she's all
Masters starts at 27.
And Julia would love to do it and has done it in the past, but is off to Europe to again represent Australia at national level in our Virtus Global Games.
And Virtus is a intellectual handicap.
That's right, intellectual impairments. Yes, that's right. So we have great success at that level. And Kathleen Hextall, who's about to receive a gold medal, is one of our treasured coaches in that team, and also Julia Story's personal coach. So we'll move to the presentation of medals now for the Women's E coxless 4. Just missing our bronze medalists, Mossman Rowing Club. No sign of them?
No.
Okay, so we're going to present the silver and the gold medals in the Women's E coxless 4. So our silver medalists are North Shore Rowing Club, represented by Helen Byrne, Louise McCoach, Peggy McBride, and Nikki Blackwell. The crew is coached by Kim Rudder. Gold medalists and champions in the Women's E coxless 4 for 2023, a composite with Chris McCready from St George Rowing Club, Jenny Wilson from Mossman Rowing Club, Renata Ipmer from Balmain Rowing Club, and Kathleen Hextell from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's E coxless 4.
And an exciting race with the women's para-single scull coming down the course. Julia Story has taken the lead from Drummoyne, and she gave 20 seconds to the two boats over on the far side, which is Sue Donahue a bit closer to us from ANU, and Mika Kelly over in lane 1. Then closest to us, Stephanie Walker, also the youngster of the lot, from Drummoyne in lane 9, who is probably trying very hard. She started off with the biggest handicap of 22 seconds, but she'll be trying to catch Sue Donahue and Mika Kelly over on the far side. But Julia looking very comfortable here. I think we have our interstate representative.
That's right. It's just a shame she can't represent us this year, isn't it? But we are so proud of her for making yet another Australian team. This is the 10th year she's been representing Australia. So her first international competition or World Championships was in 2003 in Milan. I was there. Sorry, that's 20 years ago, not 10 years. So I was there watching her. When she took, I think it was the gold medal in the para-coxed 4. And I think the other 3 people that were in the crew are no longer rowing, but Julia still is, and Susie Edwards, the cox, is still coxing.
And look, Sue Donahue over on the far side is making Julia work to get that placing. We may have called this too soon.
So Sue, who has an acquired impairment as opposed to one that she's had all her life. So Sue has an ankle impairment. Great race between the two of them, but it will be Julia Story from New South Wales who will take out the women's para-single scull just ahead of Sue Donahue from ANU and the ACT. A great row coming from Mika Kelly across on the far side from Glebe, and Stephanie Walker, new to Masters Rowing, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club. I think this will be her first ever New South Wales State Masters Championships, and she's doing a great job there. So Mika Kelly will take the bronze medal. Stephanie Walker from Drummoyne will be 4th. And then again, an acquired impairment, Fiona Jackson from Community Rowing Club, who was an able-bodied rower at Nepean and then had an awful bike accident. But it is so good to see her this season back on the water racing, having joined a great community of rowers there at Community Rowing Club, and getting brave enough to get back out and compete in the single scull. So really admire her for that. She will place 5th in our women's para-single scull event. So the provisional winning time for Julia Story was 4 minutes 50.78, and it was just a length between her and Sue Donahue, 3.12 seconds.
And we have an 8s race roaring down the course at the moment. So the women's G and women's 8 to M8 race. So in this race there are 3 G crews who have all had to give 11 seconds to the H crew, which is the Sydney University Composite, closest to the grandstand of Kathy Finlay from Canberra, Gillian College from Canberra, Susan Lineker from Canberra, Anne Tout from Sydney University Boat Club, Amanda Bryan from Canberra, Margaret Small from Mossman, Lisa Cotty from Sydney University Boat Club, and Kerry Bigsworth. They're coxed by Susie Edwards. Over in lane 4 from Abbotsford, we have Judith McDonald, Lillian Hayes, Rosemary Hancock, Judy Mann, Susan Carew, Catherine Naito, Petra McCaskill, Adriana Guthrie, and they're coxed by Mika Naito. In lane 5 from Manning River Composite of Sue Edwards from Manning River, Elaine Bissiker from ANU, Katrina Whiteley from Endeavour, Anne Campbell from Lake Macquarie, Amanda Cavill from Manning River, Prudence Deacon from Manning River, Gay Pullen, Genevieve Dobbs, all from Manning River, and they're coxed by Jackie Peel. And from North Shore in lane 6, we have Karen Summit, Julie Wass, Sally Edwards, Karen Knowles, Wendy Zammit, Susan Wannon, Susan Walter, Janet Pendleton, and Jane, they're coxed by Jane Kavanagh. And the North Shore crew does look to have the lead at the moment. They've made up their 11-second handicap and caught the Sydney University Composite H crew, closest to us in lane H. Now it's going to be whether that crew can hold off the Manning River Composite crew out in the middle. So 11 seconds handicap, that's a reasonable amount in an 8.
And we've seen Sue Wannon and Sue Walter, who were in that North Shore crew in the double a little bit earlier, and I'm pretty sure we saw Karen Knowles in the single, so they're well warmed up. And then jumping in with those other ladies from North Shore, and now as they come into the last 250 metres, they have drawn out a 1-length lead over the Sydney University, Mossman and Canberra Composite. The young imposters.
Yes.
That G age category.
Well, it's going. As I say, the excitement's going to be whether the composite crew closest to us is going to be able to. The H crew is going to be able to hold off the youngsters, the Gs.
So that Manning River crew actually does have at least one person who used to work at Sydney University. So that's Prudence Deacon, who's now at Manning River. Spoke to her the other day. It sounds like they've got a great group of ladies there. So we'll be seeing them feature a few times in the regatta today. But it's all North Shore in the women's G8, taking out that win there. With clear water over the composite from Sydney University, Mossman and Canberra, and who have managed to hold off a fast finishing Manning River, Lake Macquarie, Endeavour, ANU and St George composite. And then fourth placed will be another G age category crew from Abbotsford. Provisional time for North Shore, 4 minutes 14.34. That's an excellent race there, and the excitement of Masters rowing as you all catch each other up. So for those who are watching Masters rowing,
as we see jumping out of one boat and into the
another
next
as well. Yes. So the way that Masters rowing is worked out is that the idea is that everybody finishes at the same time, no matter what their age. So we have our single scullers from the Women's Para Single Scull waiting patiently to receive their medals. So the presentation of medals for the Women's Para Single Scull. Our silver medalist representing ANU and the ACT, Sue Donoghue. Our gold medalist and champion for 2023 in the Para Single Scull representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julia Story. Julia's coached by Kathleen Hextell. Congratulations to our Para Single Sculls. Our next race is race number 11 on the programme. It's the men's F age category quad scull. In lane 3, representing Mossman Rowing Club, we have Harry Fine, James Aroney, Lawrence Nethery and Michael Rees-Evans. In lane 4, a composite between Glebe Rowing Club and St George Rowing Club of Paul Wilkinson and Glenn Shooter and Lewis Crooks from St George Rowing Club and Brad Smith from Glebe Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 5, from Manning River, Colin Bruce, Roy Halliday, Murray Doust and Nick Johnston. In lane 6, from Canberra Rowing Club, Kim Fisher, Hilton Taylor, Chris Raymond and Bernie Lodwick. They are coached by Kim Fisher. And in lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Richard Jones, John Langford, Douglas Stewart and Andrew Patterson.
Going to be a very interesting race, this one, because a lot of those, the rowers in those boats are some of my compatriots, and I've been in with a few of those crews, so I know what it's like, and they do look to be very close as they're coming up to the 500 metre mark. It does look to be the Manning River crew out in the middle and the Glebe and St George Composite who are probably working their way into the lead. Close to us, Richard, the Drummoyne crew, stroked by Andrew Patterson, is fighting it out as well. But yes, I think we have our clear leaders here. The Manning River crew, understandably, in this level of Masters rowing, a little bit rowing royalty, I would say. I rowed with most of that crew at the Adelaide Australian Masters, and we had a very comfortable lead as a G crew, so some very nice rowing there. So Manning River are managing to hold off the St George and Glebe crew. In fact, they're starting to pull away from them slightly. Or is it the St George crew's dropped off a bit? I don't think so. I think Manning River are just showing their finesse as they look very comfortable as they holding off the St George and Glebe crew by a good boat length. Just in the last 50 metres or so. Looking very comfortable as they're about to cross the line. They'll be followed across by the Glebe St George crew, and then the third place will be the Drummoyne crew. The bowman there thought he might have already been there, but never mind. And then the Canberra crew will cross in 4th place, and Mossman in 5th over on the far side. So the winners in that race were Manning River, Colin Bruce, Roy Halliday, Murray Doust and Nick Johnston. Second place was the Glebe Composite with Paul Wilkinson, Glenn Tudor, Lewis Crooks from St George and Brad Smith from Glebe. And third place was the Drummoyne crew of Richard Jones, John Langford, Doug Stewart and Andrew Patterson. They were followed across the line by the Canberra crew and then the Mossman crew.
We move now to the presentation of medals for the Women's H double scull, where the winners were Manning River, represented by Kay Pullen and Kay Smythe.
So the winning time in that men's F quad scull was 3 minutes 28 with a margin of 4.25, then 5.37. And down on the start line, we have the men's H coxless 4, which is, again, is a fairly full field. We have the North Shore crew, one of the North Shore crews is pulled out, so we have six boats. On the far side, ANU Composite, Rod Stewart, Brian Ware, Mark Williams and Peter McCartney. Goodness me, that'll be a fast boat. In lane 3 from Glebe Composite of Bruce Sharp, Robert Wallace, Peter Armstrong and Tim Bland. In lane 4 from Abbotsford, Terry Barella, Dennis Healy, Neil McCormick and Michael Haynes. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, David Ross, Graham Reid, Tim Clare and Tim Tyndale. In lane 6 from the University of New South Wales, Chris Grundy, William Moyes, Warwick Fisher and John Briggs. And in lane 8 from St George, David Hill, Ian Toll, Clement Lewis and Lance Reeve.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's G8. And our winners in the women's G8 were North Shore, and our silver medalists, who are here on the pontoon in front of us, the Sydney University, Mossman and Canberra Composite. The crew of Kathy Finley from Canberra Rowing Club.
So just while we're waiting for that medal presentation, and out on the course we've got a very interesting race going on where the Glebe Composite crew over on the far side is taking the scenic route. They're having difficulty trying to find the middle of the lane, and they're weaving back and forth across the field. However, over on the far side, the ANU Composite crew does look to have a lead over the University of New South Wales crew out here in lane 6. The Glebe Composite crew, although they've having some trouble with their steering, they are holding, it looks like it's going to be possibly second or third position as they come up to the finish line. If they can keep it straight now, they're coming into the last 300 metres, they may well have a chance. So it's going to be over on the far side, the ANU Composite crew of Rodney Stewart, Brian Ware, Mark Williams and Peter McCartney. I would have put my money on them before the start. Fairly distinguished rowers in that crew. Then the Glebe crew does look like they've got themselves going, sorry, the Glebe Composite crew, it's mostly Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp, Robert Wallace, Peter Armstrong and Tim Bland. Have got themselves in a straight line now, and hopefully they'll hold that until they actually cross the finish line. And then closest to us from the University of New South Wales, Chris Grundy, William Moyes, Warwick Fisher and John Briggs should be able to hold their third place as they come across the line. They'll be followed across by the Leichhardt crew of David Ross, Graham Reid, Tim Clare and Tim Tyndale. That'll be rounded out by the St George crew closest to us in lane 8, and over there in lane 4 the Abbotsford crew.
So just a reminder that if you are in an event that's got more than 3 boats, there are gold, silver and bronze medals, so we'd love it if you would come to the medal pontoon as soon as possible after your event so we can present you with your medals. In the men's H, coxless 4, confirming the results, it was a win for the ANU Mossman Melbourne Composite. Second, the Glebe Lake Macquarie Composite. Third, the University of New South Wales crew, and we invite you to come to the medal pontoon. Fourth, Leichhardt. Fifth, St George. Sixth, Abbotsford. And we move now to the presentation of medals for the men's F age category quad scull. In the bronze medal position, the crew from Des Moines Rowing Club. Richard Jones, John Langford, Douglas Stewart, and Andrew Patterson. And our gold medalists and champions for 2023, Manning River Rowing Club. Colin Bruce, Roy Halliday, Murray Doust. And Nick Johnston. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's F quad.
And on the course, we have the men's E-double scull just coming into the last 250 metres. It does look like Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson have a lead over the rest of the field, but the Lake Macquarie composite here, closest to us, Mark Partridge and Sean Ryan, are pushing hard. And over on the far side, we have Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd. So the real battle here is going to be for second place. Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson from St George in lane 4 seem to have a fairly healthy lead. They're being pushed hard now by Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie on the far side. Then closest to us we have Mark Partridge and Sean Ryan in lane 6, who will take that third position. Over on the far side we have Oliver Radich and Mark Whitaker from Shoalhaven in 4th. Closest to us, the Drummoyne composite of Chris Turner and Morris Sizzy. That confused me. I thought it was Shoalhaven with Chris Turner in it, and the same colours, and then they'll be followed across the line by the Lake Macquarie, by Jared Corrin and Matthew Patton from Endeavour Rowing Club. So the winners in that race were the St George crew of Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alec Robertson. They were followed across the line by Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie, and the silver medal will go to Mark Partridge and Sean Ryan, Mark being from Black Mountain Rowing Club and Sean from Lake Macquarie.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of the medal for the women's para single scull, where our winner representing Glebe Rowing Club was Mika Kelly. And Mika is coached by my co-commentator, Mark Tejan. Congratulations, Mika. Oops.
Okay, coming down the course we have the women's A double sculls. Again, a straight final over in lane 2 from Glebe, Elizabeth Dorian and Julie Vichkovskaya. In lane 3 from Glebe, Sarah Jones and Gemma Bassett. In lane 4 from North Shore, Zita Briones and Olivia Tong. In lane 5 from Newcastle Uni, Christy Hinton and Chantal Lindsay. In lane 6 from Leichhardt, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes. In lane 7 from Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose and Catherine McKeever. And in lane 8 from Leichhardt, Holly Wardlaw and Rhiannon Sandow. So full field, they're coming down the course in a fairly straight line. We're just going to go to a medal presentation.
And that will be the presentation of medals for the men's H coxless 4. The medals will be presented by Melissa Ashton-Garrard, Chief Executive Officer of Rowing New South Wales. In third place and bronze medalists, the University of New South Wales. Chris Grundy. Bill Moyes. Warwick Fisher. John Briggs. In second place, and silver medalists, the composite of Glebe Rowing Club and Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Bruce Sharp, Robert Wallace, Peter Armstrong, and Tim Bland. Gold medalists and state champions for 2023, the composite of ANU, Mossman and Melbourne. Rod Stewart from Melbourne Rowing Club. Brian Weir from Mossman Rowing Club. Mark Williams from Mossman Rowing Club. Peter McCartney from ANU. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's H coxless 4.
And we have the finish coming up of the women's A double scull, and the Leichhardt crew of Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes have a very handy lead over the rest of the field, but could be well end up with a photo finish for the second and third place getters. It's very close as they come up in the last 150 metres here. Crossing lane 5, it does look like the Newcastle Uni are holding off just the North Shore crew of Zita Brenes and Olivia Tong. We've just had the Leichhardt crew cross the line. There's about 3 or 4 boat lengths back to the Christy Hinton and Chantal Lindsay. And then the North Shore crew of Zita Briones, Olivia Tong. They're followed across by Holly Wardlaw and Rhiannon Sandow. Over on the far side, Sarah Jones, no it's not, it's Elizabeth Dorian and Julie Vichkovskaya. They're followed across by the Shoalhaven crew of Mary Ambrose and Catherine McKeever, and rounded out by Sarah Jones and Gemma Bassett from Glebe. So the winners there were Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Innes from Leichhardt with a very comfortable win. They were followed across by Christy Hinton and Chantal Lindsay from Newcastle Uni, and then Zita Briones and Olivia Tong from North Shore. The winning time there, 3 minutes 53.4 with a margin of 9.56. Then a further margin of 1.78. But coming down the course now, we have the women's B double scull. The Mossman crew, composite crew is scratched. So in lane 2 from Endeavour, we have Sarah Barnes and Rosalie Furness. In lane 3 from North Shore, Angela Hudson and Peter Blundell. Shell Harbour City crew scratched. In lane 5 from Glebe, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindahl. In lane 6 from Glebe, Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris. In lane 7, the Leichhardt crew is scratched, and in lane 8 from Shoalhaven, Rebecca Cook and Georgina Owens. And I would be cheeky enough to say the scratchings are because the other ladies saw our Glebe crews out there, who both are battling it out now in first and second position. There's quite a bit of rivalry goes on between these crews. It does look to be Liz Lester and Heidi Lindahl are in the lead over Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris. Not to discount over the far side there, Angela Hudson and Peter Blundell from North Shore. But I think the Glebe girls have a fairly handy lead over the rest of the field. Bit hard to call for who will be in fourth position, but I think it's going to be Rebecca Cook and Georgina Owens closest to us in lane 8. And on the far side there, the Endeavour crew of Sarah Barnes and Rosalie Furness. But Heidi Lindahl and Liz Lester now pulling away from the others in this last 150 metres or so, looking very tidy, very clean. They'll be followed across by Belindy Rowe and Jacqueline Harris from Glebe. So 2 Glebe crews, 1 and 2. Over on the far side, Angela Hudson and Peter Blundell will come through in third position, so those will be the medal winners. They'll be followed across by Sarah Barnes and Rosalie Furness from Endeavour. Oh, and there's a last charge going on down here from Rebecca Cook and Georgina Owens from Shoalhaven, but I don't think they're quite going to catch them. But some great effort being put in there, looking round to see, have we got them? Unfortunately not.
So confirming the results of the Women's B double scull, a win for Glebe Rowing Clubs Leicester and Lindell. In second place, Glebe Rowing Clubs Rowe and Harris. And in third, North Shore, Hudson and Blundell. We invite them to come and collect their medals. In fourth position, Endeavour Rowing Club, Barnes and Furness, and in fifth from Shoalhaven, Cook and Owens. Winning time, 3 minutes 55.12. We move to the presentation of medals for the Men's E double scull, where the third position and bronze medalists are Mark Partridge from Black Mountain and Sean Ryan from Lake Macquarie. Our silver medalists were Lake Macquarie's Jeremy Smith and Stuart Boyd, and joining us on the pontoon to collect their gold medals, 2023 champions St George Rowing Club, Ayrton Granger Ramos and Alan Robertson. This double was coached by Bruce Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Men's E double scull.
So just while that's happening, we have the men's C single scull lining up at the start. This is going to be a pretty good race, I would think. Over in lane 1 from North Shore, we have Samuel Hay. In lane 2 from Melbourne University, Alistair Isherwood. In lane 3 from Glebe, Andy Wiggin. In lane 4 from Glebe, Brad Smith. In lane 5 from Manning River, Rhett Patterson. In lane 6 from Drummoyne, Nicholas Brown. In lane 7 from Black Mountain, Ian Mongan. And in lane 8 from Glebe, Anthony Colley. And it does look like the starter has a line there. But I would suggest, just given the way they're sitting, probably still on the yellow light, it does look like probably ready to go.
The presentation of medals for the Women's A double scull. In third position and bronze medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, Zita Briones and Olivia Tong. The crew was coached by Kim Rudder. Second and silver medalists, Newcastle University, Christy Hinton and Chantel Lindsay. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti and Taryn Inns. The crew was coached by Steve Sherry. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's A double scull.
I was busy giving a running commentary, ladies and gentlemen, and forgot to have my microphone turned on, so we'll start that one again. The men's C single scull race is roaring down the field now. They've just come through, coming through the 500 metre mark. And it does seem to be that the Black Mountain rower, Ian Mongan, has a lead over the rest of the field. He was followed through by Rhett Patterson, and then Alistair Isherwood, only 0.27 second behind, and then Andy Wiggin from Glebe, just 1 second behind. then a split of only 0.39 of a second back to Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne and Anthony Colley from Glebe. So the margins as they came through the 500 metres are fairly close right across the field. It is, as they're coming up to the, they're probably about 300 metres out now, and it does seem to be Ian Mongan is holding his lead. He's been pushed very hard by Rhett Patterson. Rhett is has quite a few titles to his name. And over on the far side, is that, so Andy Wigan pushing very hard as well. In between Rhett and Ian is Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne, coached by Robin Mackney, who's also in the mix there. Then over on the far side, it's Alistair Isherwood from Melbourne University as well, pushing very hard. So I think it could be very close to see who is going to be, yes, in the fourth position. So Ian Mongan from Black Mountain looks about twice the size of everybody else in the field. He will take the win. Could be very close for second place. We could even have a photo finish between Andy Wigan and Rhett Patterson, but Rhett is just going to pip Andy by about half a boat length. They'll be followed across by Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne. Over on the far side, we have Alistair Isherwood from Melbourne University. Going to be very close for the next placing. No, over on the far side, Samuel Hay from North Shore. Then Brad Smith, Anthony Colley and Brad Smith, both from Glebe. So great bit of racing there. The winning time there, 3 minutes 45 by Ian Mongan from Black Mountain. Then a margin of 5.36 back to Rhett Patterson from Manning River. Then a margin of only 0.92 of a second back to Andy Wigan from Glebe. And I think we're about to go to another medal presentation, are we?
I believe we are, and this will be the presentation of medals for the Women's B double scull. A very tight finish there, a hotly contested event, and we can see the Glebe Rowing Club girls all congratulating each other. So we normally see Jackie Harris and Heidi Lindell doubling up together in crews, and today they raced against each other with the slightly younger crew of Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindell taking the title over Belindy Rowe and Jackie Harris, and our bronze medalists joining them now North Shore. So, ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's B Double Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third position and bronze medalists, North Shore Rowing Club, Angela Hudson and Peter Blundell. The crew is coached by Kim Rudder. Second and silver medalists, Glebe Rowing Club, Belindy Rowe and Jackie Harris. And gold medalists and New South Wales state champions for 2023, Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester and Heidi Lindell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our medalists in the Women's B double scull. So our next race, we've got a bit of a gap before our next race, and we'll make the presentation of medals for the men's C single scull that just finished. But in the meantime, let's run through the crews that will be competing in the women's C quad scull. It's a straight final. And in lane 1, we'll have a crew from Lake Macquarie of Emma Davey, Rayleigh Ison, Nerida Clinton, and Jeanne Jancy de Jong. In lane 2, we'll have a crew, a composite between Leichhardt Rowing Club and Lake Macquarie of Trudy MacDonald, Judith Ice, Jennifer Zongor, and Daniela Bourget. That crew is coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 3, a crew from Canberra Rowing Club of Felicity Antill, Jane Marburg, Emily Kerslake, and Joanna Roy. In lane 4, a composite between Newcastle University and Endeavour Rowing Club of Kerry Blatchley, Natalie Williamson, Jules Bosco, and Teresa Chadwick. In lane 5, a composite between Mossman Rowing Club and ANU of Sarah Hill, Carissa Kleiman, Zoe Lynham, and Amy Clay. In lane 6, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Joni Panagopoulos, Marcella Cox, Rebecca Giles, and Amy Greenlees. In lane 7, from Canberra Rowing Club, Debbie Verkovitz, Jane Bond, Sue Ann O'Rourke, and Jane Sutherland. In lane 8, from Black Mountain of the ACT, Kathy Nash, Jane Reynolds, Jane Robinson, and Jenny Simmons. And in lane 9, from Shoalhaven and Shell Harbour, a composite of Sharon Farrell, Georgina Graham, Sandra Brigden, and Alyssa Calderwood, who are coached by David Eddington. So let's move now to the presentation of medals for the Men's C Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. In third place and bronze medalist, Glebe Rowing Club's Andy Wigan. In second place and silver medalist, Manning Rivers' Rhett Patterson. And gold medalist and New South Wales state champion for 2023, representing Black Mountain, Ian Mongan. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our medalists in the men's C age category single scull.
And a pretty exciting little medal presentation there with Andy Wigan was, as he was watching the women ahead, his wife Heidi Lindell was picking up her gold medal, so all in the family. Exciting times, go Glebe.
Indeed, and I remember so clearly when they both started sculling.
Yes,
so it's really lovely to see
row.
them. Exactly, and so wonderful to see them winning medals. So it's a great journey, a great community, a great sport. So if you've not yet tried it, but you're watching some friends on the live screen or here at the grounds, then we really encourage you to join your local rowing club and have a go.
Well, and Andy will be representing New South Wales in the interstate quad at the upcoming Australian Masters Rowing Championships.
He will indeed, yes. Now we have a few, talking of successful people, we have a few people here now racing who have a bit of a who's who in rowing. What is always really wonderful to see is that after a period of time of consolidating their careers and raising their families, seeing our international rowers come back to rowing and join in. So we've got a couple of crews here where we have Olympians. In lane 5 we have Amy Clay and Zoe Lynham, who was Zoe Uphill, racing with Sarah Hill and Carissa Kleiman in the Mossman ANU composite. Amy and Zoe both represented Australia in sculling at Olympic level, as did Jane Robinson, who is in the crew for Black Mountain in lane 8. And Amy Clay has been selected into the Women's Masters quad for the upcoming interstate regatta. And we were just saying Andy Wigan is in the men's as well. So the Women's Masters quad, have we got any of them racing here? We have. Trudy MacDonald is in that New South Wales crew, and she's in the bow seat of the crew over there representing Lake Macquarie in lane 2, that is currently battling it out with the crew in the red boat in, I would imagine, lane 5. Yep, in lane 5, which is the racing against her fellow quad member, Amy Clay.
So I think the battle here, Lizzie, is going to be who takes second and third. Oh,
yes.
Third place, I think. It's so third and fourth. So it does look like the crew over there of the Newcastle. Is that Canberra?
Well, from where I'm sitting, the Shoalhaven Composite.
The Drummoyne crew.
Oh, Drummoyne crew, yes. So Jodie Panagopoulos, Marcella Cox, Rebecca Giles and Amy Greenlees. Rebecca, who's in the Drummoyne Opens squad, coached by Sarah Ellis, and a bit like Stephanie Walker making her debut in Masters rowing at this state championships. So coming across the line now, taking out the title in the women's C age category quad, it was Amy Clay, Zoe Lynham, Carissa Kleiman and Sarah Hill, and followed very closely by Daniela Bourget and Trudy McDonald of the New South Wales state team, and Judith Oys and Jennifer Zonga joining them in that composite. Drummoyne taking third and bronze medal. So it looks as though fourth is the Shoalhaven Shell Harbour composite in lane 6, and then across to lane 1's Lake Macquarie for the 5th position. 6th Black Mountain Nagambie, that would be Jane Robinson in lane 8. 7th our crew from Canberra that was in lane 7, and 8th our Newcastle Endeavour composite from lane 4. 9th our crew from Canberra. No, I've got that the wrong way around. Sorry, the crew from Canberra that's in lane 7. So the Canberra crew that placed 7th is the crew from lane 3. So just recapping then the positions in the Women's C Quad Scull. A win for Mossman ANU. 2nd, Leichhardt Lake Macquarie. 3rd, Drummoyne. We invite those crews to come across to the medal rostrum. In 4th, Shoalhaven Shell Harbour. In 5th, Lake Macquarie. In lane 6th, Black Mountain Nagambie. 7th, Canberra Rowing Club. 8th, Newcastle Uni Endeavour. And 9th, Canberra, the crew stroked by Jane Sutherland. Winning time 3 minutes 34.55. The margins 2.86 and 12.91.
And race night 18 is now underway, which is the final of the women's F single scull. Over in lane 1, we have from North Shore, Karen Knowles. In lane 2, Mary Walsh from North Shore. In lane 3, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne. In lane 4, Julia Wood, the import from the UK, from Exeter. In lane 5, M. Barrack from Mossman. In lane 6, Pamela Nash from Black Mountain. In lane 7, Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie, and in lane 8, Diana Trescott from Endeavour. So this is the final of the women's F single scull, a full field of 8 crews. And if you're watching on video, some great footage there of M. Barrack from Mossman being followed by one of the boats, the umpire boats. It's swung around to Julia Wood from Exeter, who does look to have a lead at the moment, but very hard to say. Then we're watching Rowena Stewart there as they coming up to the 500 metre mark. So it does seem to be the Heats did determine the places they would have in the final, because it does look to be a fairly good chevron V coming down the course, with Julia Wood from Exeter leading in lane 4. Followed very closely and battling it out with M. Barrack. I don't think M's going to let her get away, and nor is Pamela Nash here in lane 6. So the 3 crews closest to us, but not discounting across the other side, Rowena Stewart, who we know is a very strong sculler as well. So be very interesting as they come up a bit closer to the line. It does seem to be, I think M. Barrack from Mossman has just overtaken Julia Wood from Exeter, and also Rowena Stewart looks to be coming through as well. It does look like Julia Wood from Exeter had the lead at the beginning, but she's starting to drop back now. Then over on this side from Black Mountain, Pamela Nash, with the red oars flashing as she takes the catch, is working very hard to catch up. But yes, it is M. Barrack from Mossman has taken a very comfortable lead, and I think Rowena Stewart, if she can keep pushing, she may well take second position. But she has Pamela Nash over here in Black Mountain pushing very hard as well. Julia Wood from Exeter trying to keep up there. We may even see a photo finish for the 2nd, 3rd and 4th places here as they come to the finish line. They're in about the last 200 metres now. M. Barrack's opened up a very healthy lead over the rest of the field. She's probably a good boat length or more ahead of Pamela Nash from Black Mountain, closer to us in lane 6. Then she's going to be followed across by Julia Wood from Exeter. Further back to Rowena Stewart, but some great racing there from this women's F single scull. So that was M. Barrack from Mossman with a couple of lengths over Pamela Nash from Black Mountain, followed through by Julia Wood from Exeter, then Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne. Over on the far side, Mary Walsh from North Shore. She'll be followed across the line by Louise Termine from Lake Macquarie. Diana Trescott just pipping Karen Knowles over in the far side. So the finish there was M. Barrack from Mossman in a time of 4 minutes 28. Pamela Nash from Black Mountain and Julia Wood from Exeter are the place getters.
We move now to the presentation of medals for the Women's C age category quad scull. The second place and silver medalists, the Leichhardt Lake Macquarie composite. Trudy MacDonald from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Amanda Berend from St George Rowing Club. Jennifer Zongor from Leichhardt Rowing Club. And Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt Rowing Club. The crew is coached by Steve Sherry. Gold medalists and champions for 2023, Mossman Rowing Club and ANU. Sarah Hill from Mossman Rowing Club. Carissa Kleiman from Mossman Rowing Club. Zoe Lynham from ANU. And Amy Clay from Mossman Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's C Quad Scull.
And roaring down the course, we have the men's D8. There are 4 boats in this race. So we have across the far side, the Sydney crew of Ken Rickard Bell, Jeffrey Raymond, Stuart Cowup, Carl Quitzow, Mark Binder, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade and Robert McNeil, coxed by Dhruv Kumar. In lane 4 who appear to have the lead is the Mossman composite of Paul Bartels, Mike Wenzel, Timothy Worth, Brenton Yates, Robert Giblin, Jose Maria Sigurilla Erigui, Lachlan Edwards, Andrew Hurrigan, coxed by Ruth Kelly. Further back is the St George crew in lane 5 of James Hunt, Tom Masterson, Benedict Bayhada, Rob Henderson, Glenn Shooter, Paul Wilkinson, Lewis Crooks and Steve Harrison, coxed by Jackie Peel. And closest to us is the North Shore crew of Nick O'Brien, Andy Jeffries, Mark Worrell, Joe Daly, Richard Lawson, Jeffrey Bear, George Loiterton, Tom Payton, coxed by Jane Kavanagh. But the lead seems to be, well, they've got a healthy lead, is the Mossman composite. I'm not sure if this is the state crew that's, no, we don't have the state crew racing today, it seems, but Mossman are holding off the Sydney crew by about half a boat length. So most of the interstate crews are in the race, but in different boats. So Mossman composite has just won over the Sydney composite. Oh, very close finish with third and fourth place, but it was taken out by St George over only a canvas over North Shore Rowing Club. So the winning time there was 3 minutes 09.09. That was to the Mossman composite crew, struck by Andrew Hurrigan. They were followed across by a margin of 3.29 to the Sydney crew, with the stroked by Rob McNeil, and then the St George crew a further 12 seconds back, stroked by Steve Harrison, and they're followed across by North Shore. So yes, quite a few representatives who will be rowing in the Interstate 8 in a couple of weeks' time for the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. Rob McNeil and the Sydney Rowing Club boat. I don't know if Charles Buzzacott was in. David Greenslade, Sydney Rowing Club. Rob Giblin was in the Mossman boat. Jose Maria Sigurala Erigui was in the Mossman boat, and yeah, there are a few others who weren't out there racing, so a bit of a mixed bunch there.
And I think what we should explain for those who are new to this form of rowing, Masters rowing, is that here in Australia, interstate competition for Masters requires the crew to have an average age 50, so essentially the D age category. So that might well mean, certainly in the case of the women's Masters quad scull that I'm coaching, it means we've got some people a little bit older and a few that are quite a bit younger. We're going to move to the presentation of medals for the Women's F single scull, where our silver medalist in second position representing Black Mountain was Pamela Nash. And our gold medalist representing Mossman Rowing Club was Emberack.
And coming down the course, we have the first of the mixed races. So there'll be mixed races at the end of every session usually. This is the mixed AC double scull over on the far side from Lake Macquarie. We have Luke Walker and Rayleigh Ison, who have given a 4-second handicap. In lane 2, Anna Paula Guimaras and Kawan Guimaras from Leichhardt, also off 4 seconds. In lane 3, Joseph Basher and Catherine McKeever from Shoalhaven, off go. In lane 4, Stuart Boyd and Kirsten Berry from Lake Macquarie, off go. In lane 5, Candace Day and Henry Bridgewater, Black Mountain Composite, they were off go. In lane 6, Harry Davis and Katrina Davis, off go from Shoalhaven. In lane 7, Phoebe Sanders and John Olsen from Newcastle also off go. In lane 8, Odin McIntosh and Christy Hinton from Newcastle Uni off 5 seconds. And in lane 9, Rowan Hislop and Chantel Lindsay also off 5 seconds. So if those handicaps are right, they should all hit the line together, but it does look like the crew, the Newcastle Uni crew in lanes 8, who went off 5 seconds of Odin McIntosh and Christy Hinton, probably has a lead, but a bit hard to tell. Over on the far side there, the Guimaras, Mr. and Mrs. Guimaras, putting in a very strong effort as expected, and here in the centre of the course, Harry Davis and Katrina Davis also holding on to putting a good push through. It does look like it's going to be Odin McIntosh and Christy Hinton from Newcastle Uni will cross the line in first place. The battle is on for second. Can the Guimaras hold off the... Oh, I think that's a photo finish. I would just give it to the Leichhardt crew, but that's only my guess. We'll have to wait for the official to come through, and they were followed across by the Shoalhaven crew of Harry and Katrina Davis. Very close race there. We have an unofficial margin of 0.29 of a second. We'll just wait for the officials to finalise it. So that was Odin McIntosh and Christy Hinton came in from behind off their 5-second handicap. Looking very strong as they crossed the line, representing Newcastle Uni. Anna Paula and Cowan Guimaras, I think highlighted in the recent Rowing New South Wales newsletter or Rowing Australia newsletter. I saw an article about them. So it is as called. Odin McIntosh and Christy Hinton in first place. The Guimara, Mr. and Mrs. Guimaras managed to hold off the, from Leichhardt, managed to hold off the Shoalhaven crew by 0.13 of a second. So some great racing there in the mixed doubles.
Okay, we'll move to the presentation of medals for the men's D8, but this comes with an apology. We know some substitutions have been made, but we haven't got the names of the substitutions, so we'll read out the original crews and apologise for those who are going to be named wrongly. So, in the men's D8, our medalists were, in third, bronze medalists, St George Rowing Club. James Hunt. Tom Masterson. Benedict Bear Hayder. Robert Henderson. Glenn Shooter. Paul Wilkinson. Lewis Crooks. Stephen Harrison, and their cox, Jackie Peel. Second place and silver medalists, Sydney Rowing Club. Ken Rickard Bell. Jeff Raymond. Stuart Cowap. Carl Quitzow. Mark Bindner. Stephen Graham. David Greenslade. Rob McNeil. And their cox, Dhruv Kumar. Gold medalists and champions of New South Wales for 2023, Mossman Rowing Club. Paul Bartels. Michael Wenzel. Tim Worth. Brenton Yates. Rob Giblin. Jose Maria Segurola Aragui. Lachlan Evans. Andrew Hurrigan, and their cox, Ruth Kelly. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's D8. And we wish all of those rowers who are in the New South Wales state crews all the very best in their preparations leading up to the interstate competition.
And there will now be a break. Racing will resume at 10:40, but please return bow numbers. Any bow numbers lying around your trailer, pick them up, send them back. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move to the presentation of medals for the mixed AC double scull. We have in first place from the gold medalists and state champions from Newcastle Uni, Odin McIntosh and Christy Hinton. I ask you to please put your hands together for the new New South Wales state champions of the mixed AC double scull.
So, welcome back everybody to racing in our second session of our first day at the New South Wales State Championships 2023. I'm joined in the commentary box now by Rob Glendenning from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Hello, Rob.
Hello, Lizzie.
So, what have we got next, Rob?
Well, we've got lined up the start, or just about to get underway, is the women's D quad scull. In lane 1, North Shore, Sasha Stukowski, Mary McCulley, Bryony Short, Emma Nichols, and Coach John James. In lane 3, Mossman, Christine Foxton, M. Barrack, Lucy Stackpole Moore, and Carissa Kleinman. In lane 4, Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Linda Eddington, Simone Jones, Catherine McKeever, and Coach Dave Eddington. Endeavour in lane 5, Natalie Williamson, Fiona Webb, Margaret Churton, Sarah Barnes. In lane 6, Leichhardt 2, Kim Lloyd-Jones, Carmel Taylor, Carolina Kosa, Anna Paula Guimeras. And in lane 7 for Drummoyne, Jodie Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart, Wendy Roncolato, and Marcella Cox.
And on the big screen there, or on your small screen if you're watching on your smartphone, you can see a beautiful view from the umpire's launch. Very quickly out of the blocks was the crew in lane 4 from Shoalhaven of Mary Ambrose, Linda Eddington, Simone Jones and Catherine McKeever. And also the crew from Drummoyne of Jodie Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart, Wendy Roncolato and Marcella Cox. On the screen now you can see the pink blades of Endeavour Rowing Club, the crew of Natalie Williamson, Fiona Webb, Margaret Churton and Sarah Barnes, who are coached of course by Peter Bond. Good panning across there, you can see the flags at the end of the course, a beautiful view there of our fantastic course here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, where we are looking forward to welcoming rowers from across Australia and overseas to the Australian Masters Rowing Championships. So zooming ahead now, the crew from Leichhardt, which is Kim Lloyd-Jones, Carmel Taylor, Carolina Kosier and Anna Paula Guimeras, coached by David Ross. It looks to me as though Mossman over in lane 3, Christiane Foxton, M. Barak, Lucy Stackpool-Moore and Carissa Kleiman are just moving ahead there. So this is a D quad scull, average age 50, and it's the first heat of 2, with the first 4 crews to progress through to the final, and the remaining crews will get knocked out of the event. So it's a tough battle. Mossman, as we cross the halfway mark, in the lead by only 1 second over that crew from Endeavour. Then it's back to Drummoyne and Leichhardt, and there's pretty much nothing in it, is there, Rob?
No, nothing at all at the top of the field there, with the first 4 places within about a second and a half, 2 seconds. So it's very close as they coming down through the 500. It's very fair conditions today, Lizzie.
They're beautiful conditions, you're absolutely right. There's a little bit of a breeze that's picked up, but it's blowing across the course and not enough to make any of the lanes more favourable than others. Been very lucky. But it is, we get beautiful weather at this time of year. It's just in a few weeks' time. Let's hope the winds don't pick up. So they're coming up towards the 250 metre mark now, and Mossman Rowing Club continue to lead over Shoalhaven, Endeavour and Leichhardt. That crew from Drummoyne in lane 7 still progressing very well indeed, looking strong and confident, which is good to see. So my reckoning is that Mossman are in the lead. The crew from Shoalhaven in lane 4 is currently in 2nd position, Drummoyne in 3rd position, and then a battle for that all-important final qualifying space is going on between Leichhardt in lane 6 and Endeavour in lane 5, and then it's across to North Shore in lane 2. Inside the red buoys now, the last 100 metres of the course, and Mossman Rowing Club have extended their lead over Shoalhaven. They're now leading by 1 length. Shoalhaven in turn have a lead over Drummoyne, but Drummoyne looking very strong indeed in this last 100 metres of the course. They're going to secure a place in the final of the women's D quad scull. Mossman will be first, Shoalhaven second, Drummoyne third, and the final qualifying space will go to Leichhardt Rowing Club. Just missing out on the final endeavour, but a great race for them and the crew from North Shore. Provisional time for Mossman in that first heat of the women's D quad scull, 4 minutes 1.51 seconds. They did have a full length lead over Shoalhaven, 3.45 seconds. Then it was a further approximately 1 length, 2.74 seconds back to Drummoyne, and another length, 2.89 back to Leichhardt.
And out on the course now, and about a couple of 100 metres gone into the race, we have heat 2 of the women's D scull. In lane 3, the Leichhardt composite of Diane Williams, Amanda Berent, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgert. Coach Steve Sherry. In lane 4, North Shore, Zita Briones, Louise McCouch, Ruth Gibson, Olivia Tong with coach Kim Rudder. Lane 5, Mossman, Edith DeBoer, Tiffany Hutchinson, Sarah Ahern and Christine Bat-Tamir. And in lane 7, Sydney University composite, Jodie Cathcart, Jane Boland, Anya Weaver, Emma Smith, coach Kirsten Littlequist and Phil Titterton. So at this point, it looks like the crew from North Shore of Zita Briones, Louise McCouch, Ruth Gibson and Olivia Tong has taken a pretty handy lead and looks to have it covered. Of course, with only 4 crews in this race, only 3 will should progress to the final. So it's going to be tough getting the that last position. At the moment, it's certainly fairly clear. North Shore going through the 500 metre mark with about a 4-second lead over the Leichhardt St George composite, with the Sydney Uni Balmain crew coming through about 6 seconds after, and Mossman following through about 3.5 seconds after that. So the rating is up in most crews, so they're pushing very hard, and it's a tough in a 4-boat race when only one misses out. So a lot of work going in from particularly the composite crews and Leichhardt composite, Mossman and Sydney University to ensure that not in that 4th position, so missing out on the final. So at the moment, the North Shore crew has a very handy lead, looking really comfortable, rowing really well, timing's great. It looks like the St George composite over the other side, it's just got the rating down a little bit, feeling like they're got this their position covered. They've probably got a little bit left in the tank they can bring up at the end. A bit of a challenge now coming through from the Mossman crew on the Sydney Uni composite, so it's going to be very, very tight for that 4th position at the moment. But out in front, the North Shore crew have now brought their rating right down, and they're just looking for a comfortable row and prepare themselves for the final of this event. So as we're coming down to the final 100 metres into the red buoys, and it's a very tight. It looks like Mossman might have just pulled up beside the composite crew over here on lane 7. It's a very, very tight finish as they're both pushing really hard, but North Shore will go across the line with a very comfortable lead over the Leichhardt St George composite crew, and it's very tight coming in the line, and the pushing on this side, a little bit of a mishap in the Sydney Uni composite. It looks like the Mossman crew will just edge out the Sydney Uni composite, so getting home North Shore in first place, Leichhardt composite in second, Mossman in third, and the Sydney Uni Balmain composite in 4th.
And the provisional time was 4 minutes 6.2 seconds, so a little bit slower than the previous race. The margins 8.55, no, that has been changed to, yep, 8.55 and 6.3, and then just 0.45 between Mossman and Sydney Uni composite. So what a shame for Sydney Uni, but never mind, I'm sure they're in plenty of other events, and we'll look forward to the final of the women's D quad scull a little bit later. Our next race will be the first heat of the women's C age category double scull. The first heat of 2, with again the first 4 crews to progress through to the final and the remainder being eliminated from the event. In lane 2, representing Shoalhaven, we have Sharon Farrell and Alyssa Calderwood, coached by David Eddington. In lane 3, from Abbotsford Rowing Centre, Catherine Nato and Adriana Guthrie, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. In lane 4, from Glebe Rowing Club, Kate Wareham and Anne Skilton. In lane 5, from Newcastle, Phoebe Sanders and Candice Day. In lane 6, from Mossman Rowing Club, Sarah Hill and Amy Clay. And in lane 7, from Lake Macquarie, Kirsten Berry and Trudy MacDonald, who are coached by Odin McIntosh. So we were talking earlier about the fact that the national championships are coming up, which includes our national interstate regatta. And in this event, we have 2 of the members of the New South Wales women's quadruple scull, Amy Clay, representing Mossman, and Trudy MacDonald, yes, who's representing Lake Macquarie. And I noticed that Rowing New South Wales have put them in lanes beside each other. There could be blood on the water.
Yes, no doubt there will be competition between those 2 crews. But it's a fairly even start at this point in time, and the crews over on the from lanes 4, 5 and 6 look to 4, 5, 6, 7 look to have a little bit of a lead over the crews over in the 1 and 2 at least, coming through the first couple of 250 metres. So it looks a very close race at this moment. With the Glebe, Newcastle, Mossman and Lake Macquarie crews, although over on lane 1, the Shoalhaven crew has got that boat moving, or lane 2, that Shoalhaven crew's got that boat moving very well as well. They're just a little bit detached from the other crews, so once they get up abreast of them and can look across, they will get much more of a feeling about where they're running. So they've actually just gone to the slight lead, and against the Lake Macquarie crew over on lane 7. So we've got them going through the 500 metre mark. So a little bit missed. We've missed a few crews. So the Lake Macquarie crew has indeed gone through in first place for the 500 with a handy lead over the Mossman crew, about 3.5 seconds.
What?
Newcastle, Glebe, Shoalhaven and Abbotsford following them through the 500 metre mark. So there on the screen we have a good look from the umpire's boat at in the thick of the racing here of our top 2 crews, top couple of crews.
Yeah, and it's been really interesting to see Kirsten Berry and Trudy MacDonald, how much they've progressed over the last few years. They've certainly found a really great combination here. Both of them spend so much time rowing, which is fantastic. But coming from Lake Macquarie to Sydney quite a lot recently for the State Masters Quad, Kirsten been helping us out when we've needed people. And there we see, looking across to Kate Wareham and Anne Skilton of Glebe, Phoebe Sanders and Candice Day of Newcastle. Phoebe, who does a lot of coaching, doesn't she? I think she's involved with Invictus Games and the para rowers who have come out of having impairments as a result of serving with the Defence Forces, so doing a great job there. And then we have across on the far side, it's Shoalhaven, I think, isn't it, who are just creeping through there. Sharon Farrell and Alyssa Calderwood having a great row in the second half of the race. But it seems to be Lake Macquarie really stamping their authority on this race, sending a very clear message about their intentions for this women's C double scull. They're going to safely progress through the first heat to the final. Maybe the Mossman Rowing Club are just playing their tactics and conserving their energy. But certainly Phoebe Sanders and Anne Skilton in the blue, red and white of Newcastle Rowing Club, them also making sure of a place in the final by coming in third position. So it'll be Lake Macquarie first, Mossman Rowing Club second, Newcastle Rowing Club third, and as I said, a great second half for Glebe Rowing Club and Shoalhaven battling it out for the final qualifying position. But it looks to me as though last couple of strokes it will be Kate Wareham and Dan Skilton of Glebe Rowing Club who'll progress through. Shoalhaven just missing out, but a great row for them, congratulations. And then our field is completed with Abbotsford crossing the line in 6th place. The time of the previous heat was 4:06.2. The provisional time for this heat 4:10.48, but a similar margin, 8.34 seconds, and in the previous heat it was 8.55. So looks like we're on for a great race in the final of the Women's C double scull. Right, I was talking rubbish there. I was comparing their times with the times of the quad in the previous heat. Let's have a look at the next heat of the Women's C double scull. It's about to start with another crew from Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3. The crew of Hailey Lindell and Jackie Harris. In lane 2, a composite between Jane Clues of Black Mountain and Katrina Davis of Shoalhaven. In lane 5, from Newcastle University, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick. In lane 6 from Black Mountain, Jane Robinson and Jenny Simmons. And in lane 7 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Caroline Vernon and Rebecca Giles. So, Rob, this is a new combination, Caroline Vernon and Rebecca Giles. And I feel I should take some either pride or responsibility, I'm not sure which, for Rebecca Giles competing in Masters Rowing, because I asked her to sub in a seat race the other day for the Masters Quads, and then found out how old she was and said to her, you actually could do Masters Rowing. And here she is, competing at her first State Masters event.
Yes, Rebecca Giles is an interesting someone who came into rowing through indoor rowing, and actually competed in the World Indoor Championships and got in the top 5 or 3rd or 5th in her division in the World Championships only a couple of months ago. So she's very strong, and we're working into doing a lot of work with her to smooth out her technique. But yes, it's she loves to race, so I think she'd race to the opening of a letter. So Rebecca is certainly enjoying her rowing, and which is great to see, and coming in at the younger end of the Masters group.
That's right. So racing here in the C double scull with Caroline Vernon, who we all know and love because she's been around rowing for quite some time now, her and her partner Gary. It looks to me as though Rebecca and Caroline are having great fun in their double scull, and it's so wonderful to see. So they are on the near side, so nearest the camera as we're looking at them now, and Drummoyne colours of their blades are, what would you call it, gold? Are you gold and green?
It's gold, canary yellow or gold.
Canary yellow, right, we are. And next to them, the red of Black Mountain, where we have Jane Robinson and Jenny Simmons. And then across we had Newcastle Uni in the Newcastle in the previous race, Newcastle University here, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick. We've got the composite of Katrina Davis, who I've got to know through the trialling process for the State Masters Women's Quad, a fierce competitor again. Can you imagine if you had Katrina and Rebecca in the same crew? So fierce competitor, chiropractor by trade, and a very strong physique, and rapidly improving technique the longer she spends in the sport. It's a fine balance in rowing, isn't it, between the power and the fitness you need and the skill of the technical side of things, and then of course the tactical side too.
Absolutely, and we're seeing the technique and being able to apply that technique to a great effect out with the Glebe crew, a very well practiced crew, and have rowed together for a number of years, and very competitive crew in Heidi Lindell and Jackie Harris. And then got the crew beside them with Katrina Davis and Jane Clues, and they are real, as Lizzie said, they are real racers. So it's going to be a ding-dong event. They look to have just pulled a little bit ahead of the other crews at this point in time, but they've still got a fair way to go as they come up to the 500-metre mark. So Glebe have just gone through the 500 metre mark with a good time of 2:03 and just 4 seconds boat length in front of the Shoalhaven Black Mountain crew, with the Drummoyne just behind them in 4 seconds, behind Newcastle Uni, back a little bit at 6 seconds, and very close to Black Mountain, who are just behind them. So we're now getting into the business end of this race, and remember, this of course is the second heat of that. So the first 4 going through to the final. So they'll be looking to consolidate their positions at the front and make sure that they've got a little bit left for the final. So I'd imagine that Jackie and Heidi, they're still pushing along at the moment, though. I think this is a bit of a we'll show you type event out here at the moment, but Katrina and Jane are not going to let up. So it's going to be a real push to the finish for these top 3 crews, but it's often better to consolidate your place rather than leave it to chance at the end.
Wise words. So great performance from the Drummoyne Rowing Club there. They look like they're having a really good row. I see they've put Rebecca in the stroke seat now, which is good.
So Heidi Lindell and Jackie Harris from Glebe still got the rating up quite high for a heat and the lead that they've established. Probably even just still pulling away a little bit from the crew of Jane Clues and Katrina Davis, and over on this side here in lane 7, the Drummoyne crew of Rebecca Giles and Carolyn Vernon, or Verno as we affectionately know her. Really still pushing all the way to the line. They look like they're rowing a fairly controlled race as well. So the Glebe crew just crossing the line now, followed closely by Katrina Davis and Jane Clues in the Shoalhaven and Black Mountain, I think it was, crew, and followed closely by Drummoyne. And just coming down to the line now for the last for that last position, the Black Mountain crew of Jane Robertson and Jenny Simmons, just scraping in front of the crew of Newcastle Uni, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick, who are actually an age division over the others. So it's a great result by all crews.
Is indeed. So just confirming the results of the second heat of the Women's C double scull. First was Glebe Rowing Club, Lindell and Harris. Second, Shoalhaven Black Mountain, Clues and Davis. Third, Drummoyne, Vernon and Giles. And fourth, Black Mountain, Robinson and Simmons. They will progress through to the final. And fifth, Newcastle University, Bosco and Chadwick. Winning time, 4 minutes, 10.9 seconds. The margins 5.69, 3.19 and 14.53. And now I will do the comparison between the 2 heats. And so this one was 4:10.9 and the previous one was 4:10.48. So we are on for a really good race in the final of the Women's C double scull. In the meantime, our next race is the Men's C coxless 4. Again, racing over 1,000 metres, which is the distance for Masters rowing. We've got 4 crews racing. In lane 3, North Shore. In lane 4, Black Mountain. In lane 5, North Shore. And in lane 6, Leichhardt. The crew in lane 3 is a C age category crew. The crew members are George Lauterton, Nick O'Brien, Mark Worrell and Tom Paynton, coached by Glenn Fraser. The Black Mountain crew is actually an age category older, a D age category. Mark Partridge, Ian Mongan, Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. In lane 5, the North Shore crew of Quan Nguyen, Andy Jeffries, Kieran Shekhar and Joe Daly, coached by John Governay. And in lane 6 from Leichhardt, Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar, David Raymond and Charles Buzzacott, a few of whom are in our New South Wales Men's Masters 8. Charles certainly is, David is, Rob is, and Rob Gilmore is not. Good crew though. So on our live stream, we've got a great picture there of the crews lined up on the start. The crew from Leichhardt closest to us, or closest to the camera, I should say.
And we have a start in the men's C grade coxless 4. This is a final, so it's it'll be frantic from the start. And look, the Black Mountain crew has got out to a flyer of a start, really putting the hammer down early in the race, trying to get that little bit of a break over the other crews as they wind up to their race pace. So it's a very good start of their crew of Mark Partridge, Ian Mongan, Paul Williams and Steve McGlynn. So it looks at this stage from the camera position on top of the new tower at the 1,000-metre mark that the Black Mountain crew has still got out to a bit of a lead, but now that Leichhardt and North Shore have started gaining a bit of momentum and making it a little bit more of a race than it appeared off the first few strokes. So as we're coming down there, about 250-metre mark, they've just come through, and it's a bit of a clear lead over the second North Shore crew over in lane 5. Just dropped back a little bit at this point in time. So it's pretty clear that the race at this point in time looks like it's going to be between Black Mountain and the Leichhardt crew over in lane 6. It's look, the Leichhardt crew is now just coming up to the 500-metre mark and has gone through in a very quick time of 1:37 with a bit of a lead over the Black Mountain crew, who had that early lead after 10 or 15 strokes, followed closely by the North Shore crew over in lane 3.
Do you think that there might be a bit of interstate rivalry going on between Black Mountain and Leichhardt? It looks a bit aggressive to me. What do you reckon?
I got to be thinking that's probably the case. Never hurts to have a bit of rivalry out there and to get the adrenaline up a bit. But certainly at the moment, the Leichhardt crew has got the upper hand in that little battle. But nevertheless, the Black Mountain crew pushing on. The rating is right up in both crews, so leaving nothing out on the track. Conditions absolutely amazing out there, so the rowing conditions are extremely fair, and this is a cracker of a race.
Oh, there we go.
So the Leichhardt crew just coming into the coming up towards the Red Boys at this time, and have got a very handy lead over the Black Mountain crew now. It's a very dominant performance by this Leichhardt crew, looking extremely smooth. Look like they've got it all in control. Black Mountain still pushing hard, trying to bridge that gap, but at this point in time, it's not going to quite get there. It's the Leichhardt crew across the line in first place. Black Mountain coming to the line now. We'll go across. Followed up with the two North Shore crews, the crew in lane 3 will come across in third place, and the crew in lane 5 just a little way to go yet, just a bit out of the frantic front runners, but still holding it all the way to the finish. They've got about another 4 or 5 strokes to go, and they'll come across the line in 4th place.
I think Leichhardt will be very happy with the result. Their time of 3 minutes 20.57 unofficially, but the margin 8.62. So they certainly did the job of making sure that the ACT was sent a warning now about interstate rivalry. Our next race will be the women's AB8. The current title holders are Glebe, and they are in lane 3. We've got also Leichhardt in lane 4, a Mossman A&U composite in lane 5, and a crew from Canberra in lane 6. That race is at 11:20, so in 10 minutes time, and we'll bring you the line-up a bit closer to kick-off time. So we are now presenting medals to the men's C coxless fours. The gold medalists in the men's C coxless four were Leichhardt Rowing Club, the crew of Rob Gilmore, Rob Koskar, David Raymond and Charles Buzzacott. And our silver medalists were representatives from Black Mountain Rowing Club. Mark Partridge, Ian Mongan, Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. Congratulations to all our medalists in the men's C coxless four. So I'm joined now in the commentary tower by Mike McRae, and a big thank you to Mark Tejan and Rob Glendenning for this morning. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Lizzie.
Good to see you. You're far too young to race at this regatta, so
Well,
and I'm far too decrepit, so they're stuck with us for this session.
a fantastic day for competition nonetheless, and we're underway in race 26, the women's AB8. It's the current title holders are Glebe Rowing Club. So in lane 3 is the incumbent crew, Gemma Bassett, Louise Zaininger, Sarah Jones, Isabella Bain, Elizabeth Dorian, Julia Vitsko-Skyer, Brianna Wade, Ella Barnard, Catherine Maxwell is their cox, and Kim Mackney is their coach. In lane 4, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, is Diane Williams, Carmel Taylor, Belinda Brigham, Rhiannon Sando, Susan Huggett, Taryn Innes, Nikki Lepresti, India Evans. Their cox is Wendy Miller, and their coach is Steve Sherry. In lane 5 is a composite crew of Mossman and ANU. Alexandra Walding, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Zoe Lynham, Christina Larson, Kelly Ross, Amy Clay, Kim Lowry, and Carissa Kleiman. Their cox is Chloe Giuretta, and their coach is James Taylor. And finally in lane 6, representing Canberra Rowing Club, Debbie Berkovics, Jane Bond, Jane Marburg, Felicity Antill, Sue Ann O'Rourke, Emily Kerslake, Jane Sutherland, Joanna Roy. Their cox is John Cousins. And just on the live stream now, seeing some fantastic vision of that Leichhardt Rowing Club crew in lane 4. Can't quite make out who is in that stroke seat. I think it might be India Evans in the stroke. So I haven't got my glasses on, but I think it might be the Mossman composite crew who's in the lead at the moment in lane 5. Of course, that's the crew comprising ANU and Mossman oarswomen. So as the crews approach the final 250 metres of this race, I think it's Glebe Rowing Club who are in second place, but only by a small margin ahead of the Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4. Canberra Rowing Club in lane 6, a little bit off of the pace, but certainly ANU Mossman making it look relatively easy. You can see those horizontal stripes of the red and white for Mossman and the blue and white of the ANU. Just a singular representative from the ANU, Zoe Lynham, who is in 3 seat of that 8. And they are looking very good indeed as they come towards the final 25 metres or so of this race.
Do you know their cox has just been selected into the Australian Junior Coxed 4?
Is that so?
It is so. So great to see her out there and winning this race with Mossman. A taste of coxing some
she
quality
might be,
crew.
Yes.
Yeah, Queenwood.
Queenwood, I was going to say,
Yeah.
yes. Glebe crossing the line in second place, followed by Leichhardt Rowing Club, who claims third.
That was close.
And the Canberra Rowing Club in lane 6 to complete this race.
So confirming the results of the women's AB8 final, a win for the Mossman ANU Composite, second Glebe Rowing Club, third Leichhardt Rowing Club, and fourth Canberra Rowing Club. We invite Mossman ANU and Leichhardt to come and collect their medals. The winning time was 3 minutes, 26.44. The margin in the end, 13.75, and then a further 3.69. And the next race on our programme is the men's AB pair, coxless pair. raced again over 1,000 metres. We have the University of New South Wales in lane 3, represented by Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. We have Newcastle University in lane 4, represented by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop, the coaches union there. In lane 5 from St George Rowing Club, Tom Masterson and James Hunt, who are coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 6, Glebe Rowing Club, Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa, coached by Kim Mackney. And in lane 7 from Melbourne University and Nepean Rowing Clubs, Jason Waddell and Al Isherwood. So we have a couple of age ranges here. In lanes 6 and 7, B age category, so they will start on the hooter, and then waiting just 1 second before they start the remaining 3 crews, which are A age category.
Well, what an interesting race this is going to be, Lizzie. It's we've got the incumbent champions in lane 5 from St George. That's Tom Masterson and James Hunt, coached by Mark Featherstone. And so there's plenty of experience in that boat. And that, of course, they're an A grade crew, I should say. Lanes 3, 4 and 5. We've also got Jason Waddell in lane 7. Penrith Cup representative for New South Wales in the Open New South Wales state team this year. So plenty of talent, plenty of experience in this AB pair race. Of course.
And he's doubled up with Al Isherwood from Melbourne University Boat Club, but also from the company called Perfect Balance Rowing. So it's so good to see him back in the boat and racing. He jumped in something at the Nationals. It was great to see him there.
So through the 500 metre mark in this men's AB pair race, it's the Melbourne University Nepean Rowing Club combination of Jason Waddell and Alistair Isherwood who are in the lead, and they're enjoying a narrow lead ahead of Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop of Newcastle Uni, who themselves are being pursued by Masterson and Hunt from St George. And so those top 3 positions are all pretty tight, but just looking out across the course, Lizzie, that Melbourne University Nepean crew in lane 7 have really got their rate of striking through the roof. I assume Jason Waddell in the stroke seat still got it, that's right. And a really aggressive stroke, and you can just see on your screen now that Glebe Rowing Club combination, Rogers and Nagapa in lane 6. Coming towards the line, it does look as though that Melbourne University composite crew are making the best of things with 100 metres to row, give or take. Hunt and Masterson, the incumbents, just a little bit back. Have they got anything left to knock Nepean Melbourne Uni off of their lead? But here come Newcastle Uni, McIntosh and Hislop in the final 100 metres, giving it a real tilt towards the line. It's going to be really close, but I think Melbourne University and Nepean Rowing Club have done just enough to hold on to the title this year. So the win goes to the Melbourne University composite crew. Second place to Newcastle University. Third to St George Rowing Club. Fourth goes the way of the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns and Michael Pickford. Fifth place is going to go to the Glebe Rowing Club's Tony Rogers and Ben Nagapa. What a good race, Lizzie.
What a fantastic race, yes indeed. Really, really great to see those two great coaches, Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh, out there. They've been fabulous with the Pathways kids, the school age kids. They've had a really, really great season, and I think it's lovely to see them out there plying their trade and showing the kids how to do it. So I hope you're all watching on the live stream, and all you youngsters. Now, before we move to the next race, which is the men's I to M coxless 4, and I'm tipping won't be super quick, we will do the presentation for the women's A and B 8s. In third place and bronze medalists, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Diane Williams, Carmel Taylor, Belinda Brigham, Rhiannon Sandow, Susan Huggett, Taryn Inns, Nikki Lepresti, and India Evans. Their cox was Wendy Miller and their coach Steve Sherry. Second and silver medalists, Glebe Rowing Club. Gemma Bassett, Louisa Zaininger, Sarah Jones, Isabella Bain, Elizabeth Dorian, Julia Vichkovskaya, Brianna Wade, Ella Barnard, and their cox, Catherine Maxwell. The crew is coached by Kim Mackney. Gold medalists and New South Wales state champions, Mossman Rowing Club and ANU Boat Club. Alexandra Walding from Mossman Rowing Club. Lucy Stackpool-Moore. Zoe Lynham from ANU. Christina Larson. Kelly Ross. Amy Clay. Carissa Kleiman. I'm sorry, I've missed out Kim Laurie. Carissa Kleiman was the stroke, and their cox, Chloe Giuretta. The crew is coached by James Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the women's AB 8.
So in the final stages now, Lizzie, is race 28, the men's IM coxless 4. So in lane 4, it's the crew, it's a Mossman crew, John Struick, John May, John Hardy and Philip Titterton, and their coach is Steve Gordon. And in lane 5 from North Shore, Len Walter, David Kay, Jeff Wannon and John James. That North Shore crew started off go and they gave 15 seconds to Mossman, but Mossman have eaten up that lead and have taken the win. In lane 4, in an unofficial time of 4 minutes 15 seconds, 3-5. North Shore will have to settle for second.
wonderful to see. So thank you. We've seen Len Walter up already, so good to see everybody racing, and John James. So they've had a few medals already today. They'll just have to let Mossman have a few. Those youngsters from Mossman.
Couple of more medals to come from those gentlemen, no doubt, later on in this weekend's programs, I should say. But for the moment, race 29 is underway, the men's G quad scull. The current title holders are Manning River Rowing Club.
And they've been busy winning absolutely everything and are not in this particular race, which is, again, giving a chance to the others. In lane 3, we have a composite between Essendon and Mossman of Tim Jezefowitz, Mark Williams, Stuart Alsop and Bill Nugent. In lane 4, a composite between Drummoyne and Penrith of Steve Hill, Richard Jones, Stephen Schinagle and Gabriel Haythornthwaite. In lane 5, St George Rowing Club, Glenn Shooter, Rob Henderson, Lance Reeve and Paul Wilkinson. And in lane 6, a composite between Lake Macquarie and Manning River of Colin Bruce, Murray Doust, Roy Halliday and Rob Wallace. And I'm reading those names and I'm thinking that's really a Manning River Rowing Club crew out to defend their title. All of these crews are G age category.
That's right, so no handicaps here. By the looks of things, it's that Essendon composite crew who are in the lead, Lizzie, and maybe that's an ambitious thing to say so early on, but it looks as though the crews on the extremities of the course are a little bit ahead. That's Essendon in lane 3 and then Lake Macquarie composite in lane 6. So as you say, that is largely a Manning River boat with Robert Wallace from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club wheeled out for the occasion. That Essendon crew does have a relatively high rate of striking. So they look as though they're making the best of things at this stage, coming through the 1750 mark, or the 750 metre mark, I should say, or racing over 1,000 metres today. 34 strokes per minute is the rate of striking by that Essendon composite crew. And the same for that Manning River composite crew. So crews are going head to head. Yeah, I do think it's that Essendon crew who have got a small advantage now coming into the final 100 metres or so of this race, and they're looking pretty comfortable. We don't really see Essendon Rowing Club's colours up here that often, do we, Lizzie? But pretty distinctive.
Yeah, they certainly are. Yes, there's a few of them that have been here today, which is great to see, or this weekend, I should say.
So it's a win for Essendon Composite. Second place goes to the Lake Macquarie Composite. Third place is going to be really tight indeed between Drummoyne and St George. Drummoyne just snatched that third place by a very narrow margin indeed, ahead of St George Rowing Club.
So we move to the presentation of medals for the men's A-B pair. In third place and bronze medalists, St George Rowing Club, Tom Masterson and James Hunt. The crew is coached by Mark Featherstone. Second place and silver medalists, Newcastle University Boat Club, Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop. And gold medalists, state champions for 2023, Melbourne University Boat Club and Nepean Rowing Club, James Waddell from Nepean and Al Isherwood from Melbourne University Boat Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's A-B pair. On the course now, we have the straight final in the women's E age category coxless pair. In lane 3, a composite between Renata Iepma of Balmain and Kathleen Hextall of Drummoyne Rowing Club. In lane 4, a composite of Chris McCready from St George with Jenny Wilson from Mossman. In lane 5, from North Shore, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. And in lane 6, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman. We can move now to the presentation of medals for the men's I to M age category, coxless 4. Our gold medalists and state champions in this 4, Mossman Rowing Club. John Struick, John May, John Hardy, and Philip, let's call him John, Titterton. The crew is coached by Steve Rocky Gordon. Congratulations, Mossman Rowing Club.
Well, an exciting race materialising on the course, Lizzie, in the women's E pair. It's the straight final, as you mentioned, race 30 on your programs. It's a pretty tight race by the looks of things. Drummoyne composite Renata Iepma and Kathleen Hextall in lane 3. They're looking as though they have a very narrow lead ahead of McCready and Wilson from that, it's a Mossman composite crew, St George and Mossman. And the all North Shore crew, McBride and Blackwell, they're the current champions in this, the incumbent champions, I should say. They're in 3rd place at the moment, and a little bit back to Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman of Drummoyne Rowing Club. But certainly plenty of experience being packed into those 3 top crews, Lizzie. Some multiple New South Wales representatives in that the top 3, I suppose. And coming towards the line now, Iepma and Hextall looking the goods.
Yeah, Kathleen Hextall, Renata Iepma, very seasoned campaigners and constant names on our list of interstate crews. But this year, Kathleen very nobly has taken on a role as a selector of our state masters team, and she's done I must say she's done a fabulous job along with Phil Titterton, who was in that Mossman crew that just won a medal. It's just so wonderful when people come back and put back into the sport in a try something different, and we've really appreciated all her wisdom and guidance throughout the season, and it's great to see her take out that women's E pair with Renata. Second, Chris McCready and Jenny Wilson, both of whom are constant names also in our State Masters crew, and Jenny's in the quad this year. And then in 3rd, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, also well known to our interstate crews and coached by Kim Rudder. The St George crew coached by Bruce Williams. Both of them constant names also in our state crew.
That's right.
Hotly contested race, and then from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman completing our field in the women's E pair. We move to the presentation of medals for the men's G age category quadruple scull. Third place and bronze medalists, a composite between Drummoyne and Penrith Rowing Clubs. Steve Hill from Penrith Rowing Club. Richard Jones from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Stephen Schneigel from Drummoyne Rowing Club and Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Second place and silver medalists, the composite between Lake Macquarie and Manning River. Colin Bruce from Manning River. Murray Doust, also of Manning River. Roy Halliday, Manning River, and Robert Wallace, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. Gold medalists and state champions for 2023, the composite between Essendon and Mossman rowing clubs. Tim Jozefowicz from Essendon. Mark Williams from Mossman Rowing Club. Stuart Alsop from Essendon. And Bill Nugent, also from Essendon. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's G quad scull.
Thank you, Lizzie, and we are underway in race 31, the women's G single scull final. The current title holder is Chris Brennan from Endeavour Rowing Club. In lane 2, representing Nepean Rowing Club, Paulmina Grady, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 3, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Kerry Thorne, coached by Frank Thorne. In lane 4, from Endeavour Rowing Club, Chris Brennan, the incumbent champion. In lane 5, representing Black Mountain Rowing Club, Mary Bonney. In lane 6, from Newcastle, is Sue Brown. And finally in lane 7, representing Abbotsford Rowing Club, Rosemary Hancock, coached by Charles Lloyd Jones. This early stage of the race, it would appear that Paulmina Grady of the Nepean Rowing Club over there in lane 2 is making the best of things. Whereas the rest of the scullers in this race are relatively bunched together. Second place at this stage, I would say, is Chris Brennan from the Endeavour Rowing Club, followed by Mary Bonney, Sue Brown and Rosemary Hancock on the grandstand side of the course. You can just see Mary Bonney of the Black Mountain Rowing Club on your screen there. Very distinctive red colours. It's all going the way of Paulmina Grady of the Nepean Rowing Club at this stage. And it looks to be relatively unchallenged for the title in 2023. Paulmina Grady taking her final several strokes, and she's going to be the winner barring disaster in this race. Second place is going to be close, but it's going to go between Endeavour's Chris Brennan and lane 7 Abbotsford. Oh, we've got a capsize on the course. Second place looks as though it's going to go the way of Endeavour Rowing Club. Third place will be claimed by Sue Brown from Newcastle. Fourth place will go to Black Mountain in lane 5, Mary Bonney. And fifth place to Kerry Thorne from Leichhardt Rowing Club. Unfortunately, Abbotsford will have to finish the race. Looks as though on the back of the launch. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals in the women's E-pair. So in third place and recipients of bronze medals, North Shore Rowing Club, Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell. North Shore coached by Kim Rudder. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Mossman and St George Rowing Clubs. Christine McCready and Jenny Wilson. In first place, recipients of the gold medal and champions in 2023, Drummoyne and Balmain Rowing Clubs. Renata Ipma. And Kathleen Hextall. Won't you congratulate your champions and medalists in the women's E-Pair? So lining up on the start line is race 32. It's the women's F age category coxless 4. The incumbent champions are North Shore Rowing Club. So that while they're getting underway, I'll do a quick roll call. In lane 4, representing North Shore, Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Janet Pendleton and Karen Knowles, coached by John Gouvenet. In lane 5, representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Anna Foley, Virginia Van Uwijk, Deanna Fekete and Kathy Usich, coached by Steve Sherry. And finally in lane 6, it's a Manning River ANU composite. They are represented by Kay Pullen from Manning River, Elaine Bissiker from the ANU, Amanda Cavill and Prudence Deacon, both of those oarswomen from Manning River Rowing Club.
So we've got a very sensible crew here that even though it's a coxless 4 event, have decided to bring a cox along with them just so that they have an enjoyable race and can stay within the lanes, and that's the crew from Manning River. So well done to them, because it's about having fun and it's such beautiful weather and it's not often they get to come and row on the course, so great to see them doing that. So coming down the course now with cox Susie Edwards of Sydney University Boat Club.
And you can just see that Manning River composite crew on the Bont rowing live stream, and they're looking really good with their coxswain in tow. Just the vision that we're seeing on the live stream, just demonstrating what a fantastic day it is for racing out here at the Regatta Centre.
100%, yeah. Susie, a very experienced cox, so she'll be, they'll be having a great row, I reckon.
Looks to be North Shore Rowing Club in lane 4, who are in the lead at this stage. That's Walsh, Edwards, Pendleton and Knowles. A little bit of a distance back to Leichhardt Rowing Club's Foley, Van Uwijk, Fekete and Usich. Crew's past the halfway point in this race, and North Shore have about a length ahead of Leichhardt Rowing Club.
So coming into the last 100 metres of the racecourse now, our leaders, North Shore Rowing Club, the crew of Mary Walsh, Sally Edwards, Jeanette Pendleton and Karen Knowles, coached by John Governay. They have clear water now over the crew from Leichhardt of Anna Foley, Virginia Van Ook, Diana Fecketer and Kathy Usyk. They're having a great row there, very neat technique. Very proud to see them there, and a great row for Manning River. They're pushing hard against that Leichhardt crew in the closing stages of the race. They have an overlap, and in fact they are increasing that overlap every single stroke, so really pushing Leichhardt hard right through to the finish. What a fantastic race. Thank you, Manning River. That was awesome. Great rowing, and congratulations to North Shore, our winners in the women's F, coxless and coxed 4.
Well, isn't that great to see? They didn't let them have it in the final 100 metres.
Fantastic. Let's move to the presentation of medals now for the Women's G Single Scull State Championships of New South Wales. Third and bronze medalist representing Newcastle Rowing Club, Sue Brown. Second and silver medalist representing Endeavour Rowing Club, Chris Brennan. First and gold medalist, state champion representing Nepean Rowing Club, Palmina Grady. POW is coached by Daniel Waddell. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's G Single Scull.
And race 33 is on the course, Lizzie. It's the men's E8. The current title holders are the University of New South Wales and Sydney Rowing Club composite crew. And this really is a stacked race. So I'll just run through the crews. In lane 2, a Mossman composite. Lane 3, St George composite. Lane 4, North Shore composite. Lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 6, Leichhardt Rowing Club. Lane 7, the University of New South Wales, and in lane 8, North Shore.
And you're absolutely right, a bit of a who's who in the Mossman crew. We've got Mark Luorn, Michael Wenzel, Richard Parry, John Myberg, Paul Bartels, Jose Maria Segurola Agrué, and Lachlan Evans. Andrew Hurrigan in the stroke seat, and Wendy Miller back in the cox's seat for Mossman. Good to see her back. In lane 3, that St George composite is Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie, Nick Johnston from Manning River, Rhett Patterson from Manning River, Stuart Boyd from Lake Macquarie, Ayrton Granger Ramos from St George, Brad Smith from Glebe, Alan Robertson from St George, and Steve Harrison in the stroke seat from St George, with Jackie Peel of St George in the cox's seat. They've just dropped back a little now, but in lane 4, the North Shore and University of New South Wales composite is Peter Richards, John Fabro, Maximilian Ott, Matthew Bayfield, Tim Sargent, Mel Gillespie, Mark Elliott, Nick Stevens and Sasha Graham coxing them. In lane 5, the crew from Sydney Rowing Club is Michael Wood, Ken Ambler, Stuart Cowap, Ken Rickard Bell, Mark Bintner, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade and Rob McNeil, coxed by Dhruv Kumar. The crew from Leichhardt in lane 6 is Rob Tiley, Timothy Tyndale, Dean Patterson, Andrew McCallum, Martin Emery, Andrew Mackenzie, Rob Koskar and Rob Gilmore, coxed by Ruth Kelly. The University of New South Wales crew, which is fighting for third place at the moment, is Bill Moyes, Warwick Fisher, John Briggs, Nick Lazarou, George Lazarou, Ben Whalen, Andrew McEnroe, James Halliday and their cox Angela Zeng. And the North Shore crew is Kimberly Ballingall, Jeffrey Beer, Simon Van Ryswick, Stefan Kerr, Richard Lawson, Alistair Smith, Eric Luck and Tom Payton, coxed by Jane Kavanagh.
Well, thank you, Lizzie, and we are in the dying stages of this race, and it's an absolute humdinger. I couldn't quite tell you who's quite in the lead, but if I were to hazard a guess, it's that St George composite crew in lane 3, and they are being pressed all the way by the Mossman composite crew in lane 2. In lane 7 as well, the University of New South Wales really pushing hard against those top two. Leichhardt currently in 4th place. It's going to be a win for St George composite. 2nd place will go the way of Mossman. 3rd place to the University of New South Wales. 4th place to Leichhardt. 5th place is going to go to Sydney Rowing Club. 7th place will be close, but it'll go the way of St George. North Shore, I should say. And finally, 7th place goes to the North Shore and University of New South Wales composite crew.
What a race, and I know
Yeah.
we've got a few people in that race who are going to be representing New South Wales in the Masters 8 at the Interstate Regatta. So great hit out for them, a
Yeah.
bit of a lung buster before lunch. Good job we haven't got a reunion bar up
That's
here.
right.
We'll move to the presentation of medals for the Women's F Coxless 4, where the winners are the magnificent North Shore Rowing Club, Mary Walsh in the bow seat, Sally Edwards in the 2 seat, Jeanette Pendleton in the 3 seat, and Karen Knowles in the stroke seat. Their coach, John Governay. Congratulations to our Women's F state champions in the Coxless 4. How very rude of us. We've missed out our silver medalists, and we really should congratulate them for a great race. Leichhardt Rowing Club. And that was the crew of Anna Foley in the bow seat, Virginia Van Ook, Diana Fekete, and Kathy Usich. And this crew was coached by Steve Sherry. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's F Coxless 4.
Thank you, Lizzie. And moving right along, the men's D single scull final is on the course. The incumbent champion is Alan Robertson from St George Rowing Club. And the race is well underway. So just to run through their names quickly, in lane 1 from Lake Macquarie, Shane Trotter. Lane 2 from Balmain, Michael Kemp. Lane 3 from Manning River, Glenn Herbert. Lane 4 from Glebe is Brad Smith. Lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club is Christopher Niche. In lane 7 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway, my apologies. In lane 8 from Mossman, Alexander Doige. And in lane 9 from Drummoyne, Nicholas Brown.
And of course, we're missing Alan Robertson to defend his title because he just was busy winning the men's E8 and he's about to come in and collect his medal. So a serial offender in the medal stakes, clearly.
We've also got scratchings from Trevor Shields of Lake Macquarie, who was to be in lane 5, and also Brad Smith of Glebe.
Oh, right. Okie dokie. And what we do have here is Nick Brown is the reserve for the men's interstate quad. I'm just wondering who else have we got here. Oh, Alan Robertson is, and Alexander Doige is in this, in our New South Wales quad as well. So great to see them all out here racing each other.
Speaking of Alexander Doige, in the lead, in lane 8, in the colours of Mossman Rowing Club, looking really quite calm out in the lead. He's got Nicholas Brown from Drummoyne Rowing Club just to his left, who is probably in the second or the silver medal position at this stage. He's being pursued by Richard Medway of Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 7, who is a fierce competitor, to which I can personally attest. But those are your top 3, ladies and gentlemen. It'll be a win for Mossman Rowing Club and Alexander Doige. Second to Nick Brown from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Third to Leichhardt Rowing Club and Richard Medway, who will come across the line in a moment. A battle going on for 4th place between lane 2, Michael Kemp from Balmain and Shane Trotter of the Lake Macquarie Rowing Club in lane 1, and it's going to be really tight. Lake Macquarie putting in a late surge, and I think he's going to snatch, Trotter will snatch the 4th medal, well, 4th place gloating rights off of Michael Kemp.
Ah, fantastic race between those two.
So 5th place to Balmain. 6th place goes to Glebe. That's Christopher Niche. 7th place, lane 3, Manning River's Glenn Herbert. And the final 2 are scratching, so that completes that race.
It does indeed, and the winning time there for Alexander Doige of Mossman Rowing Club in the men's D single scull was 3:47.33. The margins between him and Nick Brown, 4.68, and between Nick and Richard Medway, 6.84. So we now have a final that was reached through 2 heats. That's the women's D quad scull, average age 50, and they are racing for the trophy of the New South Wales Union of Oars Women. In lane 1, Leichhardt. In lane 2, Mossman. In lane 3, Shoalhaven. In lane 4, North Shore, defending their title. In lane 6, Leichhardt Composite with St George. In lane 7, Drummoyne. And in lane 8, Composite of Sydney University and Balmain. The Leichhardt crew in lane 1 is Kim Lloyd-Jones, Carmel Taylor, Carolina Cossier and Ana Paula Guimares, coached by David Ross. In lane 2, the crew from Mossman of Edith de Boer, Tiffany Hutchison, Sarah Ahern and Kristin Batemere. In lane 3, from Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Linda Eddington, Simone Jones and Catherine McKeever, coached by David Eddington. In lane 4, North Shore is Zita Briones, Louise McCoach, Ruth Gibson and Liv Tong, coached by Kim Rudder. The crew from Mossman in lane 5 is Christine Foxton, Em Barak, Lucy Stackpool-Moore and Carissa Kleiman. The Leichhardt St George composite is Diane Williams, Amanda Berend, Jennifer Zongor and Daniela Borget, coached by Steve Sherry. The Drummoyne Rowing Club crew is Joni Panagopoulos, Rowena Stewart, Wendy Roncolato and Marcella Cox, coached by Andrew Patterson. And the Sydney University Balmain composite, Jodie Cathcart, Jane Boland, Anya Weaver and Emma Smith, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Phil Titterton.
Thank you, Lizzie. And I have to say, somewhat unsurprisingly, it's that Leichhardt Rowing Club composite crew in the lead. A very, very well-accomplished crew and individual athletes, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Borgert, often seen tearing down this regatta course in first place. And they make up what I assume is the stern pair of that Leichhardt composite crew, Diane Williams and Amanda Brent from Leichhardt and St George, respectively, joining them in that boat. And they are looking the goods out ahead of this field. Second place is hard to say, but it might be that North Shore crew in lane 4. That's Briones, McCoach, Gibson and Tong. Very, very distinctive red boat in the middle. That's Mossman, Foxton, Barrack, Stackpool-Moore and Kleiman. Those are your top 3 by the looks of things. Mossman in lane 5 are being pushed hard by Shoalhaven in lane 3. Be fantastic to see them up on the podium, but they're going to have to work for it. But for the moment, Leichhardt Rowing Club and St George Rowing Club looking really strong. They're coming into the final couple of strokes and they're going to claim the win in the women's D quad scull and also the New South Wales Union of Oars Women Trophy for 2023. Second place goes to North Shore. Third place to Mossman. Fourth place is going to be tight. It's going to be claimed by Shoalhaven. Fifth place to Drummoyne in lane 7. Sixth place looks to go the way of Mossman in lane 2. Seventh place to Leichhardt in lane 1. And finally, the Sydney University Balmain Rowing Club composite in lane 8 to finalise this field in 8th place.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move to the presentation of medals for the men's E8 State Championships of New South Wales. In third place and bronze medalists representing the University of New South Wales, Bill Moyes, Warwick Fisher, John Briggs, Nick Lazarou. George Lazarou. Ben Whalen. Andrew McEnroe. James Halliday and their cox, Angela Zeng. In second place, and silver medalists, the Mossman Composite. Mark Luorn. Michael Wenzel. Richard Parry. John Myberg. Paul Bartels. Jose Maria Segurola Aragui. Lachlan Evans. Andrew Hurrigan and their cox, Wendy Miller. Unable to be with us, but gold medals and state champions, the St. George, Glebe, Lake Wacorrie and Manning River Composite. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the men's E8.
The women's C grade double scull final is on the course now, and in its closing stages, it's between Shoalhaven Composite in lane 6, Jane Clues and Katrina Davis, and Glebe Rowing Club's Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris, and they are going stroke for stroke towards the line. Shoalhaven Composite really pressing to get their bow ball in front. I think they've done enough just to snatch the lead off of Glebe Rowing Club. It's a win for Shoalhaven Composite, second place to Glebe Rowing Club. Third place is going to go the way of Lake Macquarie's Kirsten Berry and Trudy McDonald. Fourth place will go to Amy Clay and Sarah Hill from Mossman Rowing Club. Fifth place to Newcastle Rowing Club's Phoebe Sanders and Candice Day. Sixth place to Lane 2, Drummoyne, Caroline Vernon and Rebecca Giles. Seventh place is going to be Glebe Rowing Club's Kate Warham and Anne Skilton. And finally, from Black Mountain in lane 8, Jane Robinson and Jenny Simmons claim 8th place.
The presentation of medals for the men's D age category single scull. In third place and bronze medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway. Richard is coached by Steve Sherry. In second place and silver medalist representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Nick Brown, who is coached by Robin Mackney. And in first place, our state champion for 2023, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Alexander Deutsch. Please congratulate our medalists in the men's D single scull.
Thank you, Lizzie. And leaving the commentary team no time to breathe, we're going to move right along to race 37, the men's F double scull final. The incumbent champions are Johnson and Walsh of the North Shore Rowing Club. So in lane 1, the incumbents, Johnson and Walsh, Nick Johnson and Chris Walsh, that is. From North Shore, in lane 2, from Glebe, Mark Tejan and Kenneth Major. In lane 3, from St George Rowing Club, Paul Wilkinson and Lewis Crooks, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 4, from Glebe Rowing Club, is Richard Rebillard and Robert Fendel. In lane 5, from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Simon Glascott and Jeffrey Canning. In lane 6, from Drummoyne, Douglas Stewart and Andrew Patterson. In lane 7, it's a composite crew from Penrith and Sydney Rowing Clubs, Carl Quitzow from Sydney Rowing Club and Hugh McDonald from Penrith. And finally, in lane 8, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Harry Fine and Lawrence Nethery.
So it looks as though our co-commentator Mark Tejan has grabbed himself a ride with Kenny Major for her going up in the world.
Absolutely. well, look at those numbers coming through the 500-meter mark. It is really, really close. Certainly between the top 2 places, but then for that 3rd place, there's nothing in it between North Shore, Drummoyne and Glebe. So we're looking forward to a really, really tight conclusion to this race. But yep, certainly Tejan and Major of the Glebe Rowing Club, both very accomplished Masters scullers, looking the goods so far.
And this is the F age category double scull, so every crew is F age category, or has the average that's required for the F age category. Fantastic race coming down. A really strong showing in the second half of the race from Carl Quitzow and Hugh McDonald. You can see the blue oars there, blue painted spoons, hurtling down towards the finish line. And they are safely across here in lane 7, out of the way of that fierce battle that's going on between Glebe Rowing Club and the incumbent, or the title holders, North Shore Rowing Clubs Johnston and Walsh on the far side. And then right in the middle of the field, we have the other Glebe Rowing Club crew of Richard Robilliard and Robert Fendel plugging their way down the course. They've just been rowed through by our Drummoyne crew of Stewart and Patterson.
So it's going to be a pretty tight finish to this race. I think that Penrith and the Sydney Rowing Club composite have really, really stretched out, and I'm not quite sure have they done enough to snatch the lead off of Glebe Rowing Club. We're going to come down into the final couple of strokes. I think they have.
Oh my goodness!
It's too tight to tell, but I think they might have just snatched it. Certainly.
Oh, it's a photo finish.
A photo finish. So Penrith Rowing Club, Glebe, North Shore probably in 3rd place, 4th place to Drummoyne, 5th place to Glebe in lane 4. 6th place to lane 5, Drummoyne. 7th place to Mossman in lane 8.
And 8th place to St George Rowing Club.
Right.
So we do have a photo finish, so we will wait to see which claimed the gold medal, but certainly the first 3 across the line, Penrith, Sydney Composite, North Shore and Glebe, the Tejan Major crew. We invite them to come across to the medal rostrum to collect their medals. And whilst we are waiting for the judges to determine who it was that won, we'll move to the presentation of medals for the women's D quad scull. Sorry, the women's C double scull. Let's get it the right way round. Third and bronze medalists, Mossman Rowing Club. Christine Foxton. Barak. Lucy Stackpool Moore and Carissa Kleiman. And I should apologise, the medals are being presented by Sue Carew from the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Our silver medalists representing North Shore, Zita Briones, Louise McCoach, Ruth Gibson and Olivia Tong. The crew is coached by Kim Rudder. Gold medalists and state champions for 2023 from Leichhardt and St George, Diane Williams, Amanda Berend, Jennifer Zongor, and Daniela Bourget. The crew is coached by Steve Sherry, and Sue Carew has just presented the Leichhardt Composite crew with the trophy of the New South Wales Union of Oarswomen. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate all our medalists in the Women's D Quad Scull. the presentation of medals for the Women's C Double Scull State Championships. Second and silver medalists representing Glebe Rowing Club, Heidi Lindell and Jackie Harris. Gold medalists and state champions for 2023, Shoalhaven and Black Mountain, Jane Clues and Katrina Davis. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's C Double Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Men's F Double Scull.
Jackie, I'll give you a hint. You don't go very fast that way. When you're going backwards, you don't go very fast. Well done, ladies. Well done.
The presentation of medals for the Men's F age category Double Scull. Third and bronze medalists, North Shore Rowing Club. Nick Johnston, Chris Walsh. Second and silver medalists, Glebe Rowing Club. Mark Tejan, Kenneth Major. Gold medalists and state champions, Penrith Rowing Club and Sydney Rowing Club. Carl Quitzow. Hugh MacDonald. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Men's F category Double Scull.
Thank you, Lizzie, and race 38 is well underway. It's the mixed AEC quad scull, so one of the more exciting events on today's program. In lane 2, from Newcastle Uni, Christy Hinton, Odin McIntosh, Rowan Hislop and Chantel Lindsay. In lane 3, from Glebe, Elizabeth Lester, Andy Wigan, Ben Nagappa and Ella Barnard. In lane 4, from Lake Macquarie, Michelle Duzel, Rayleigh Ison, Beau Fleming and Luke Walker. In lane 5, from Glebe, Gemma Bassett, Callum Steele, Tony Rogers and Elizabeth Dorian. In lane 6, from Shoalhaven, Rebecca Cook, Georgina Owens, Harry Davis and Joseph Basher. And finally in lane 7, from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Bill Schneider, Sean Ryan, Emma Davey and Zane Yancey de Jong.
And of course, we've got 3 age categories in one race, so we've got people setting off at different times. The crews on the near side, closest to the camera, and the grandstand, Lake Macquarie and Shoalhaven, went off go because they are C age category and older competitors. Then the Glebe and Lake Macquarie Rowing Club crews had to wait for 4 seconds because they are B age category, and Glebe and Newcastle Uni on the far side, the younger competitors, had to wait a further second. As they come through to the last 100 metres, it looks as though it's the Glebe Rowing Club crew having a great battle with Newcastle Uni. I was going to say they're in the lead, but the Newcastle Uni crew appear to be going through them. And then the one of the older crews from Lake Macquarie on the near side have led most of the way down the course.
Well, Glebe and Newcastle Uni really going stroke for stroke here. It's going to come right down to the line by the looks of things. Have Glebe done enough? Newcastle Uni been coming back really strongly. It's going to be very close. I couldn't say
another photo
perhaps Glebe by the narrowest of margins, but really, really fantastic race between those two. Certainly third place will go to Lake Macquarie in lane 7, who enjoyed a handicap for that race. Fourth place is going to go the way of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 5. That's Bassett, Steele, Rogers and Dorian.
Oh,
Fifth place is
like
going to be
photo
tight
finish.
again between Shoalhaven and Lake Macquarie. Shoalhaven claims the win ahead of Lake Macquarie, who settles for 6th place. So we'll just await confirmation, but unofficially we have Glebe Rowing Club ahead of Newcastle Uni to claim the mixed AC quad scull title for 2023, but we'll of course wait to hear from our judges.
So we've got a great view there from our camera. Thank you, John Meekings, Mr. Cameraman, for all this wonderful footage through our live stream and on the big screen down there beside the grandstand. We're looking now at the camera, seeing the last of the crews in the mixed G to M, but in fact they're all G, come onto the line. So we've got a couple of divisions in this category. This first division, they are all age-ranged G. And in our second race, which will take place in 5 minutes' time, a mixture of H, I and J age categories. So in the G age category, we've got Drummoyne in lane 1, represented by Rowena Stewart and Richard Jones. We have Canberra in lane 2, represented by Tony Wilkes and Judith Dahl-Taylor. In lane 3, representing Drummoyne Rowing Club, Lydia Miladinovic and Morris Sizzy. In lane 4, representing Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Peter Armstrong and Anne Campbell. In lane 5, a composite between Julia Wood of Exeter Rowing Club of Great Britain and Rod Stewart of Melbourne Rowing Club, but who also resides in Great Britain. In lane 6, from ANU, Sue Donoghue and Pete McCartney. In lane 7, from Shoalhaven Rowing Club, Astrid Quinn and Rick McAllister. And in lane 8, from Manning River Rowing Club, Sue Edwards and Phil Mulkenton.
So just confirming in race 38, the win was claimed by 0.1 by Glebe Rowing Club in lane 3 ahead of Newcastle Uni in lane 2. So congratulations to Glebe Rowing Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the mixed AC quadruple scull, where our winners and state champions are Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester, Andy Wigan, Ben Nagapa, and Ella Barnard. Please congratulate our new state champions in the mixed AC quad scull. So, Michael, I mentioned that Julia Wood and Rod Stewart hail from Great Britain. Julia has been over and raced at the National Masters Championships before, so I presume she's back here to do the same again this year. Great to see her here at the State Championships. Rod Stewart, who she's in this double scull with now, just won a 4 a bit earlier on today. He's racing as Melbourne Rowing Club here, but he does hail also from the Exeter area where he rows for the Dart Totnes Rowing Club. He is a prolific medal winner in Masters rowing across the world, including the head of the Charles. And he is an Australian by birth, and he was an Australian national representative in lightweight rowing, where he won a bronze medal in the 1977 at the World Rowing Championships. So also good to see him back. He's here quite often, racing here in Australia. So great to see him back for the Australian National Championships and getting here early enough to race the state champs and doubling up with Julia Wood. But I'm very fearful that they're going to try and take one of our state titles.
Well, absolutely, and it's great to see another famous Rod Stewart coming down the course today.
Yep.
And yeah, it looks like that could well be the case. They're the Melbourne composite technically on our draws, ladies and gentlemen. They're in lane 5, Wood and Stewart.
Leading by
yeah,
length,
and they're in the
I would
lead.
say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second place is probably at the moment ANU in lane 6, perhaps, who have got a small advantage ahead of Rowena Stewart and Richard Jones in lane 1.
And then it looks as though it's probably that Lake Macquarie crew of Peter Armstrong and Anne Campbell. Then it's back to Lydia Mladenovic and Morris Sizzy of Drummoyne Rowing Club. And we've got a great battle going on the lane closest to the grandstand between Manning Rivers, Sue Edwards and Phil Monkentin, and Shoalhaven's Astrid Quinn and Rick McAllister. They're having a great ding-dong between them. But no doubt about the winners.
Melbourne Composite, congratulations to Julia Wood and Rodney Stewart. Second place goes to Sue Donahue and Peter McCartney of the Australian National University Boat Club. Third place is going to go to Drummoyne Rowing Club's Rowena Stewart and Richard Jones over there in lane 1. Fourth place looks as though it's going to go to Lake Macquarie's Peter Armstrong and Anne Campbell. Fifth place is a little bit of a distance back, but it's Drummoyne Rowing Club's Lydia Mladenovic, I should say, and Morris Sizzy. Now sixth, that's a bit of a tighter proposition. It's going to be between Manning River over here in lane 8 and also between Canberra Rowing Club, Wilkes and Judith Dahl-Taylor, and it's really tight, to be honest with you. I think lane 2, Canberra, have just seized it, but by a very small margin indeed. 7th probably to Manning River and 8th to Shoalhaven. So pressing on with our mixed boat classes for the moment. Race 40 is just getting underway as we speak at the moment. So I'll run through the roll call while we wait. In lane 1, Newcastle Rowing Club are represented by Lyndon Ely Smith and David Laird. These are all H age category rowers. In lane 2, from Abbotsford, Lillian Hayes and Michael Hayes. In lane 3 from another crew from Newcastle, Richard Goninen and Sue Brown. In lane 4 from Shell Harbour City is Magda Peters and Howard Hilton. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie is Bruce Sharp and Nerida Clinton. In lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club is Warner Hyatt and Kathy Finlay. In lane 7 is a Canberra composite crew from the CRC and Black Mountain Rowing Club. That's Mary Bonney and Daryl Ninham. In lane 8, this is an I grade crew, I age category crew I should say, is Raymond Beaton and Gay Pullen. And finally in lane 9 is a J crew, representing the Canberra Rowing Club, Janie Corrie and John Simpson.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of trophies to the winners of the mixed G to M double scull. And we're delighted to congratulate our new champions from Melbourne Rowing Club and Exeter Rowing Club, Great Britain, Julia Wood and Rod Stewart.
So Division 2 of the mixed GM double scull race 40 is well underway. It's hard to say at this point, but looks as though lane 5, Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Nerida Clinton are in the lead. But also doing very well is Canberra Rowing Club in lane 9. Janie Corrie and John Simpson. Of course, they enjoyed a relatively handsome handicap, 18 seconds ahead of Manning River.
Yeah, so they are J age category, so that's average age 80 years or more. So doing pretty well though, managing to stay ahead of all these young whippersnappers in the H age category, which is a whole decade younger. And then in the lead, our Lake Macquarie crew of Bruce Sharp and Nerida Clinton. Bruce is 81 and Nerida is 62, so between the two of them, they can average it out to 70 years.
And looking pretty good at the front of the pack is that Lake Macquarie crew. Now looking poised now to take out the second division of the mixed GM double scull.
A good strategic move by Lake Macquarie to mix the youngsters with the oldsters.
I would say so.
Yeah, it's paid off handsomely. And second across the line will be our J age category crew of Janie Corrie and John Simpson. And it looks as though our bronze medalists will be our Newcastle crew of Richard Gonanan and Sue Brown. Fourth, Canberra Rowing Club's Warner Hyatt and Kathy Finley. Fifth, from Shell Harbour City, Magda Peters and Howard Hilton. Sixth, in Lane 8, the Manning River crew of Raymond Beaton and Gay Pullen. Seventh, the Canberra Black Mountain Composite of Mary Bonney and Daryl Ninham. Then it'll be across to our Newcastle crew of Lyndon Ely Smith and David Laird. And ninth will be from Abbotsford, Lillian Hayes and Michael Hayes. And that completes our full field of 9 crews in the mixed G to M double scull division 2. So we invite the Lake Macquarie crew, the Canberra crew of Corrie and Simpson, and the Newcastle crew to come across and receive their trophies.
Pots. So pressing along with the mixed program, race 41 is underway. It's the first division of the mixed DF quad scull. So in lane 3, it's a Drummoyne composite crew. Joanne McPhellamy from Manning River, Nick Johnson from Manning River, Rhett Patterson from Manning River, and Sally Webeck from Drummoyne Rowing Club. That's a D age crew. In lane 4 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Tony Chadwick, Matthew Patton, Rosalie Furness, and Natalie Williamson. Their coach is Peter Bond. In lane 5 from Lake Macquarie is Kirsten Berry, Trudy McDonald, Stuart Boyd, and Jeremy Smith. That's a D crew. We've got a scratching from Capital Lakes Rowing Club in lane 6. So in lane 7, representing Canberra Rowing Club is Judy Schneider, Ruth Martin, Bruce Cooper, and Pat Davern.
So our winners in the mixed G to M double scull in that previous race have just received their pots. Congratulations to Lake Macquarie, Bruce Sharp and Nerida Clinton, state champions in the mixed H double scull.
So the first division of the mixed DF quad scull. Coming into the final 200 metres or so, and I have to say it's pretty tight between the Drummoyne Manning River composite and Lake Macquarie, who are putting in a pretty fierce resistance to that Drummoyne Manning River crew, but I think they've still got an advantage. That's Joanne McPhellamy, Nick Johnson, Rhett Patterson and Sally Webeck.
They're looking very sprightly, aren't they? There's a quite lively rate of striking going on here in the Manning River and Drummoyne composite. 34.5 strokes a minute as they literally sprint towards the line. Lake Macquarie sitting up now, raising their rate of striking. 35, 36. But they've left it a little late. A 1-length lead for the Drummoyne Manning River composite on the far side over the Lake Macquarie crew.
Third place looks as though it's going to go the way of Endeavour Rowing Club, Tony Chadwick, Matthew Patton, Rosalie Furness and Natalie Williamson. Fourth place is going to go to Canberra Rowing Club, Judy Schneider, Ruth Martin, Bruce Cooper and Pat Davern.
Now we have a second division in this event, the mixed D to F quad scull. That previous race was the Ds and the Fs, and now we've got the Es, the guys in the middle. We've got a crew from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3 of Christine Batemere, Jenny Wilson, Anders Batemere and Mark Conahan. From Endeavour in lane 4, Peter Bowman, Gerard Curran, Gillian Weatherall and Kim Stedman, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 5 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, Julie Lau, Charles Hamilton, Katrina Shanahan and Anthony Hayworth. In lane 6 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Katrina Whiteley, Owen Redhead, David Percival and Diana Trescott, coached by Peter Bond. And in lane 7 from Lake Macquarie, Shane Trotter, Greg Evans, Louise Termine and Marie Brown. Marie did a single scull race earlier on today, and she told me very proudly that she has bought her own single scull. That's how keen she's got on rowing and sculling recently. So always good to see people buying their own boats.
Absolutely. So a headwind just whipping up for this final race of this morning's program. We're going to move to the lunch break after this race. With plenty more action to follow this afternoon and of course tomorrow. So while we're waiting for race 42 just to come down to the business end of the regatta park, just a quick housekeeping announcement. We've had a set of car keys handed in on immobiliser, so please do come and see us in the finish tower if you've lost your car keys. Thank you. So in the final stages of race 42, the second division of the mixed DF quad scull, we've got a race in our hands between Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 5 and Lake Macquarie in lane 7. Both crews are having to battle against a slight head breeze, but I think Drummoyne Rowing Club has done enough just to seize this race in the final 5 strokes. Congratulations, it's a win for Drummoyne Rowing Club. Second place to Lake Macquarie in lane 7, third place to Mossman in lane 3, fourth place to Endeavour in lane 4, and fifth place, Endeavour in lane 6, I should say, and fifth place to Endeavour 2 in lane 4.
That's a really close race and a good standard of sculling there in our E-grade quads, so great to see. The unofficial time for the Drummoyne crew was 4 minutes 10.04. The margin between them and Lake Macquarie 1.13, so hardly anything in it. Then a further 4.35 back to Mossman, but they were ahead of the other Endeavour crew by only 1.18. So some great racing, and congratulations to our crews in the E age category quad scull, and we'd invite Drummoyne, Lake Macquarie and Mossman to come and receive their trophies. Meanwhile, down on the presentation dais, we have the crew.
Yeah.
The winners of our our Division 1 in this event, the D age category quad. So race 41, our state champions in the mixed D quad, Drummoyne and Manning River. Joanne McPhellamy from Manning River, Sally Wiebeck from Drummoyne, Nick Johnston from Manning River and Rhett Patterson from Manning River. Congratulations to our D age category quad scull champions. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of pots to the winners of Division 2 of the Mixed D to F Quad Scull. In the E age category are New South Wales State Champions, Drummoyne Rowing Club. Julie Lau. Charles Hamilton. Katrina Shanahan. And Anthony Hayworth. Please congratulate Drummoyne Rowing Club, our champions in the D8E age category quad scull. And that concludes the morning's session of racing. Racing will reconvene at 1:35 with 2 heats in the women's D double scull and then 2 heats in the men's E single scull. So we look forward to seeing you back here at 1:35.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to what we hope is going to be a great afternoon's racing. The wind has come up a bit on the course, but not so that it will hamper things too much. Mostly it looks to be a bit of a headwind, possibly I'd say a more to the west than the north. So slight crosswind, but basically blowing right down the course, something to really push into. First race for the afternoon is race 43, which will be the first heat of the women's D double scull. So the first 4 crews will go through to the finals. Over in lane 2 from Drummoyne, we have Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox. In lane 4 from Mossman, Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxton. In lane 5 from Endeavour, Natalie Williamson and Margaret Churton. In lane 6 from St George Composite with Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven and Amanda Berendt from St George. And in lane 7 from North Shore, Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong. We've had a Leichhardt crew scratched, so that leaves 5 boats in the heat, so the trick is to simply not come last and you'll be through to the final. And I'm joined now by Michael McRae, who is really looking forward to age in a couple of years when he too can become a Masters rower. Masters rowing's a lot of fun.
So race 43 is underway for this afternoon's proceedings. It's the first heat of the women's D double scull. The progression is 1, 2, 3, 4 to the final in race 64, and the remainder will be eliminated. We've just had Mark Tejan set the scene for this afternoon's progression. So in lane 2, representing Drummoyne is Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox, coached by Andrew Patterson. Scratching from lane 3, Leichhardt. In lane 4, representing Mossman Rowing Club, is Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxton. In lane 5, from Endeavour, Natalie Williamson and Margaret Churton, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 6, from St George Composite, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven and Amanda Berendt from St George, I should say, coached by Bruce Williams and Andrew Parry. And finally, in lane 7, representing North Shore Rowing Club, Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong, coached by Kim Rudder. Joined this afternoon by Rob Glendenning.
Good afternoon, Michael. And it looks like conditions have blown up a little bit out there.
Yeah, that's right. So just in that middle lane, we can see that St George composite crew. That's Shoalhaven and St George. Amanda Berent in the bow seat and Katrina Davis, I should say, in the stroke seat. Those distinctive gold, downward-facing chevrons of St George. We've got Drummoyne in lane 2. They look as though they're just a little bit back from St George. You can just see them coming through the halfway point on the live stream. But no doubt at this stage of the race, looks as though Davis and Berent command this race coming through the 500 metre mark. Race is a little bit tighter for third place, as you can see, between Drummoyne and North Shore. So that's McCoach and Tong have got a little bit of work to do to catch up on Panagopoulos and Cox of Drummoyne. Fourth place at this stage, Mossman's Tiffany Hutchison and Christine Foxon. And fifth place at this stage, Natalie Williamson and Margaret Churton from Endeavour.
So at this point, we've got Amanda Berent and Katrina Davis with a handy lead over the following crews. They're handling the conditions very well at the moment. A bit of a tight race between the next three crews, with the Drummoyne crew of Marcella Cox and Jodie Panagopoulos, the Mossman crew of Tiffany Hutchison and Kristen Foxton, and the North Shore crew of Louise McCrouch and Olivia Tung, battling out for those positions. Or having said that, it's the first four through to the final, so they're all fairly comfortable with the Endeavour crew just starting out as they come into the last 100 metres.
That's right, Rob, and of course that Leichhardt crew from lane 3 scratch, that was Diane Williams and Judith Eyes, did not start this race, so the first four crews across the line not doing so under much pressure, much duress, and that St George composite boat looking relatively comfortable as they do. So it'll be a win for St George and Shoalhaven Rowing Club in the first heat of the Women's D double scull. Second place is going to be a bit tighter between Mossman in lane 4 and Drummoyne in lane 2. It's going to go down to the line, couple of strokes. It's not going to matter because they'll both qualify. Just on the, I mean, that's really close indeed, but just on the surge, I would hazard a guess. Drummoyne second place ahead of Mossman in third. Fourth place is North Shore in lane 7. And fifth place to finalise this race will be Endeavour Rowing Club from lane 5.
Okay, the next race is underway. It's heat 2 of the Women's D double scull. Once again, the progression, first, second, third, fourth into the final, and the rest eliminated. In lane 3, we have the Leighton Quarry composite of Kate Wareham and Rayleigh Ison. The North Shore composite is in lane 4, Zita Briones and Ruth Gibson, coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 5, Newcastle Uni, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick. In lane 6, Black Mountain, Mary Quilty and Jane Clues. And in race 7, Endeavour 2, which is Fiona Webb and Sarah Barnes, and coached by Peter Bond.
Wind is looking a bit swirly, Rob. I can't quite tell if it's a head or a tail or whatever at this stage, looking a bit more protected over the far side of the course. Certainly up here at the grandstand end of things.
Yeah, certainly has picked up a little bit, although it just seems to just be holding at that. So it's probably a, you know, that slight crossed head is probably not too bad a condition to hold the boat up and keep it nice and level. So just going through the 500 metre mark, Black Mountain through just ahead of the North Shore crew of Zita Brownus and Ruth Gibson. Third through the 500 was the Lake Macquarie Glebe Composite. In fourth across the 500 was Newcastle Uni, and then Endeavour to going through the 500 metre mark. So it's the Black Mountain crew that's just got a handy lead at this point in time coming into that final 400 or so metres.
So it looks as though Black Mountain perhaps in the lead, but also North Shore looking pretty good as well. So couldn't quite say who are our race leaders with certainty at this stage, but Lake Macquarie and Glebe Rowing Club over the far side of the course, certainly in the mix. Newcastle Uni in lane 5, just a little bit back, and they're competing with Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 7. But certainly up the front of the field, it is Black Mountain going head-to-head with North Shore Rowing Club, and only one of these crews will miss out, so to a certain extent, it's the real race in this particular event is between Endeavour and Newcastle Uni for that all-important fourth and final qualifying spot. And the rate of striking is relatively low from our race leaders, Black Mountain in lane 6, and of course Zita Briones and Ruth Gibson of North Shore in lane 4. And it'll be that crew in lane 4 who snatches the lead off of Black Mountain. They're going to claim a win in the second heat of the women's D double. Second to Black Mountain. Third goes the way of Lake Macquarie. Fourth, by a narrow margin, is claimed by Newcastle Uni, which means that Endeavour will have to settle for 5th place and will be eliminated from the final at race 64 later on this afternoon. And so moving back to single sculling this afternoon, in race 45, the first heat of the men's E single scull is underway. The progression in a similar fashion, 1, 2, 3, 4 through to the final at race 65, and the remainder will be eliminated. Got a scratching from Kenneth Major of Glebe Rowing Club in lane 2. So in lane 3, representing Endeavour is Peter Bowman. He's coached by Peter Bond. In lane 4 from Lake Macquarie is Bill Schneider. In lane 5 from St George, from North Shore, Nick Johnson. In lane 6 from St George, Ayrton Grania Ramos, coached by Bruce Williams. And in lane 7 from Drummoyne is Gabriel Haythornthwaite, coached by Robin Mackney.
Yes, Michael, it looks like Gabriel might have had, Gabriel Haythornthwaite in lane 7 might have had a few problems. He looks to be rowing off the side of the course just rowing out of lane 9 on the side of the course. So obviously some problem in that.
Yeah, that's right. So certainly not up with the rest of the pack. So not sure what's happened there, but so it looks as though we've got race leaders in Ayrton Grania Ramos in lane 6, and also I think that's the Lake Macquarie sculler Bill Schneider in lane 4. Just had a quick look there. So those two scullers looking poised to claim 1 and 2 in this first heat of the men's E single. And rather academic at this stage as to the ordering, because they'll both qualify. They're just fighting for lanes at this stage, but the wind looks as though it's blowing relatively fairly across the course, Rob, so I'm not sure if that's going to make much difference. But Grania Ramos looking pretty tidy. Really good afternoon for sculling. And he's looking set to claim the first heat of the men's E-single scull. So it'll be a win for St George Rowing Club ahead of Lake Macquarie in lane 4. Third place is a little bit back, but it looks as though it'll go the way of Nick Johnson from North Shore Rowing Club in lane 5. Fourth place looking as though it'll go to Peter Bowman from Endeavour. And as you said, Rob, before, looks as though Haythornthwaite of Drummoyne Rowing Club likely experiencing some sort of mishap, equipment or otherwise, who's quite a bit back. And I know Gabriel's a pretty fierce trainer and competitor, so uncharacteristic.
Yeah, very uncharacteristic, but and he looks like he's going to get across the, continue down and get across the finish line to complete this race, hopefully in front of the next
And just
race.
floating with the boys, so hopefully he comes down without too many more dramas. So race 46 is bearing down upon us. It's the second heat of the men's E-single scull in lane 3 representing Shoalhaven, Mark Whittaker, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 4 from St George is Alan Robertson, coached by Bruce Williams. In lane 5 from Leichhardt, Richard Medway, coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith. And finally, Mark Partridge from Black Mountain Rowing Club in lane 7. Mark Partridge has scratched by the looks of things. So we'll have another 4-horse race, meaning that all 4 scullers should qualify for the final.
So it's fairly close racing at the front of this next heat coming down as Gabriel Haythornthwaite just cruises across the line. Clearly some issue, although not obvious to us here. He might look a little bit wet, so we're not sure about that. But the 4 scullers coming down in the next heat, it's a bit of a some of them are having a bit of a push, but it looks like Alan Robertson is taking it, just backed it off a little bit. We have a few of these scullers are in the state quad, so it's a good hit out for them and a little bit of rivalry.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. We were just saying that this morning with Lizzie that plenty of New South Wales representatives and of course ACT representatives up here for the state champs this weekend, having a couple of final hit-outs on the course before Nationals next week. And the racing course is going to be tight next week, and so is the case here in the dying stages of this second heat in the men's E-single scull. You could throw a blanket over the 3 of them, Richard Medway, Alan Robertson and Mark Whittaker. They really are going stroke for stroke, and it's anyone's race here. The bow balls are all surging in unison. I think Medway of Leichhardt is just going to put in a couple of big ones to claim the win, so it'll be 5, 4, 3 in that order, unless I'm corrected. But a tight race to finish that heat. Of course, they'll all qualify, so largely academic. Of course, is the order in which they finish. Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie pulling up in 4th. And so each of those scullers will qualify for the final in race 65.
Race 47 now on the course, and racing the women's E quad scull heat 1 progression once again, 1, 2, 3, 4 to the final, and the rest eliminated. So in lane 2 we have Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Sharon Farrell, Linda Eddington, Simone Jones, coached by David Eddington. In lane 3 we have Drummoyne with Esther Tucker, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman. In lane 4 Endeavour 2, Lindy Nisbet, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness, Diane McShane, coached by Peter Bond. Lane 5, North Shore, Vicky Grundy, Gail Donkin, Annalise Appleton, Elizabeth Buzo, and coached by John James. In lane 6, Leichhardt, Kim Lloyd-Jones, Carmel Taylor, Carolina Kosa, Susan Huggett, coached by David Ross. And in lane 7, the second Drummoyne crew, Julie Lau, in Bow, Bridget Austin, Anne Potter, Katrina Shanahan.
So it looks to be a bit of a tighter affair in this race, in race 47, at least in the first half. Perhaps the crews will stretch out a little bit in the second half, but this stage looks like it could be lane 3, Endeavour, who are in the lead, and yes, that's been confirmed by the numbers we're seeing. So that's the Endeavour crew of Lindy Nesbitt, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. Second through the 500 was Leichhardt Rowing Club, followed by Drummoyne, Shoalhaven, North Shore and the second Drummoyne crew.
Yes, Michael, the Endeavour crew is a very experienced crew. Lindy Nisbet has been rowing for a long time, and along with Chris Brennan, and a very powerful combination as far as technique and out and right power. So they're handling the conditions very well, and the experience is certainly showing at this point in time.
And a whisper of a head breeze just picking up relatively fairly across the course. Perhaps lanes 1 and 2 might be shielded somewhat, but it's not much of an advantage over that side. So all crews having to relatively equitably battle the conditions. You know, quad sculls, so many things happening with so many oars coming out of the water at the same time. It certainly pays dividends to dot the proverbial I's and cross the proverbial T's in a quad. Nice and neat and tidy sculling is certainly going to pay off, and that's precisely what's being demonstrated by that crew in the lead from Endeavour Rowing Club.
Yes, and Michael, steering in these conditions can be quite tricky, so all crews are doing particularly well handling that cross headwind.
In the stroke seat of a quad, there's plenty to think about, plenty to do. Of course, you're in charge of the rhythm of the boat, and you've got your own rowing to think about. Of course, floating with boys on either side of you, looking down, trying to keep both an equal distance away from the blades of your crewmates. It looks as though it's going to be a win for Endeavour in lane 4. In the first heat of the women's E quad scull, second place goes to Shoalhaven, third place to Leichhardt, fourth place to Drummoyne, fifth place to North Shore, and sixth place to Drummoyne in lane 7. That's Lau, Austin Potter and Shanahan. So progressing through to the final is Endeavour Rowing Club, Lindy Nesbitt, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. Shoalhaven, who came second, Mary Ambrose, Sharon Farrell, Linda Eddington and Simone Jones. Leichhardt Rowing Clubs, Kim Lloyd-Jones, Carmel Taylor, Carolina Kozer and Susan Huggett. And finally, that Drummoyne Rowing Club crew in lane 3, which was Esther Tucker, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith and Colleen Chapman. The remaining crews, North Shore in lane 5 and Drummoyne in lane 7, are eliminated from the event. So race 48 is now underway. It's the second heat of the women's E quad scull. The progression, of course, remains the same. 1, 2, 3 and 4 through to the final at race 66, which is later on this afternoon at 3:55 p.m. Just a quick roll call. In lane 3 is Manning River Composite. This crew is comprised of Manning River, St George and Drummoyne. So Sally Webeck from Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne, Joanne Ward from St George and Joanne McPhellamy from Manning River. In lane 4, it's a pure North Shore crew. Sarah Collane, Fiona Angelis, Joe Hodgkinson and Rhonda Decker, coached by David Kay. In lane 5 is a Sydney University Boat Club crew, Jodie Cathcart, Jane Boland, Emma Smith and Lisa Cotty, coached by Kirsten Lilliquist and Philip Titterton. In lane 6, representing Endeavour, Katrina Whiteley, Gillian Weatherall, Kim Stedman and Diana Trescott, coached by Peter Bond. And a composite crew in lane 7, Christine McCready from St George, Jenny Wilson from Mossman, Renata Eatmer from Balmain and Kath Axtell from Drummoyne. Looks to me, Rob, as though that's suspiciously looking like a state crew in lane 7.
Well, Michael, that's actually only one of these. Jenny Wilson is in one of the state crews this year, but all have been in the quad, and I think they have rowed this combination as a state crew in past years. So that combination is certainly showing out now with the with them doing it fairly comfortably at this point in time, as you'd probably expect. But you know, the other crews, the North Shore crew and the Manning Composite, which is certainly a scratch crew, talking to Sally Webick this morning. She jumped into these boats at short notice, so they're actually holding, doing pretty well there, keeping the rate nice and low and just getting through to make sure that they get that place in the final.
Yeah, Manning River looking as though they're trying to just snap at the heels of that Drummoyne Composite boat. But with, I think that's Kath Axtell in the stroke seat. She's setting a relatively calm rhythm into the final 150 metres of this race. Not under much pressure to progress through to the final.
Yes, I think, Michael, Lizzie mentioned earlier that Kathleen has gone from being an active member of the state crews to now being a selector, so quite a different side of it. But as they come up to the finish line, doing it quite comfortably, a very experienced crew, bringing it down now, just winding it down as they come across the line to take first place. The Composite Manning crew now rating at about 12, it looks like, coming across the line. So they're comfortably into second place, and North Shore taking third place. But still two crews pushing along here, but it looks like it will be the Endeavour 1 crew that will stay in front of the Sydney University crew and claim that important fourth spot to take them to the final in race 66. And Sydney Uni just coming across the line to complete this race.
So recapping the results, it was a win for Drummoyne Composite, Christine McCready, Jenny Wilson, Renata Eatmer and Kath Axtell. Second place was Manning River Composite, Sally Webeck, Rowena Stewart, Joanne Ward and Joanne McPhellamy. Third place, North Shore, Sarah Collane, Fiona Angelis, Joe Hodgkinson and Rhonda Decker. Fourth place, Endeavour, Katrina Whiteley, Gillian Weatherall, Kim Stedman and Diana Trescott. And fifth place, Sydney University Boat Club, Jodie Cathcart, Jane Boland, Emma Smith, and Lisa Cotty. So race 49 underway, probably approaching the 500 metre mark any moment. So in lane 2 from Mossman is Jem Lambert. This is the women's A single scull. So I suppose the youngest cohort of Masters scullers that you'll see out here at the Regatta Park. In lane 3 from North Shore is Peter Blundell. Lane 4 from Newcastle Uni, Chantel Lindsay. In lane 5 from Glebe is Louisa Zaininger. Lane 6 is Lake Macquarie's Emma Davis. And in lane 7, Glebe's Elizabeth Lester.
At this point, it looks like Elizabeth Lester has a handy lead going through the 500 metre mark with a bit of 4-second advantage over Chantel Lindsay, Louise Zaininger, Peter Blundell, Emma Davey and Jem Lambert in that progression. So coming into that last 400 or 500 metres, it looks like pretty tight across the field, Michael, for that 3rd, 4th and 5th position. So it will get a little bit tighter as we get to the finish, as they all have a go for that all-important 4th spot.
That's right. So some single scullers are notoriously fast finishers, and as you say, Rob, it's that all-important 4th qualifying spot. Only one to miss out, so it looks as though all the work is to do for Jem Lambert of Mossman Rowing Club, who is over there in lane 2. At least that was the way that the cards fell through the 500 metre mark, so she has everything to play for. And hopefully, well, the other scullers will just be trying to consolidate their lead and do things as easily as possible into the final 250 metres of this race. But Elizabeth Lester remains in pole position, out ahead of the pack, making the best of things at this stage. 2nd place, as you alluded to, Rob, it's harder to pick 2nd and 3rd. And just looking across the course, perhaps Jem Lambert over there in lane 2, having a late stab at Peter Blundell of North Shore in lane 3.
Yeah, it appears that way, and I think it's pretty close between, Peter Blundell from North Shore and over in the Lake Macquarie sculler of Emma Davey as well. So it's going to be a very, very tight finish all the way around, but certainly Elizabeth Lester really got this race under control and handling the conditions very well and looking very smooth as it comes into the last 40 or 50 metres.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. And very tidy sculling being exhibited by Elizabeth Lester from the Glebe Rowing Club in lane 7. She's looking poised to take out the first heat of the women's A single scull, I should say. And she does so relatively comfortably. 2nd place is going to be tight. It'll be between Newcastle Uni's Chantel Lindsay and Glebe Rowing Club's Louise Zaininger. Lindsay takes it by half a canvas. 4th place goes the way of Lake Macquarie, Emma Davis. So narrowly missing out on qualification now is Peter Blundell from North Shore, who claims 5th, and Jem Lambert from Mossman in 6th.
Currently underway is the women's A single heat 2. It's again the same progression, 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th places to the final at race 68. In lane 3, Glebe, we have Ella Barnard. In lane 4, Newcastle Uni, Christy Hinton. In lane 5, Leichhardt, Daniela Borgert. In lane 6, Glebe, Julia Vivkovskaya.
Looks like a scratching from Olivia Tong of North Shore Rowing Club in lane 7. Well, they're still quite far away, Rob, but looks to me as though Ella Barnard of the Glebe Rowing Club doing quite well at this stage. Perhaps a couple of boat lengths ahead of Christy Hinton of Newcastle Uni and Daniela Borgert of Leichhardt Rowing Club. Worth mentioning, Danny Borgert is a C age category sculler, playing upper proverbial grade, I should say, in with the youngsters in the A single scull.
Yes, and doing particularly well at this point in time. So we've got the glebe sculler in lane 3. Quite a handy lead now, probably 3 or 4 lengths. Ella Barnard back to, I think, Daniela Bourget in lane 5 is now just pushing up against Julia Vikovskaya in lane 6 from glebe as well. The Newcastle Uni sculler Christy Hinton just a little bit out the back.
Yeah, that's right. So all now to do for Julia Vichkovskaya to press back on that late charge coming from the ever-experienced Daniela Bourget. And she's regularly seen down on the Iron Cove training in her single scull and in cruise as well. And she's performed very well again at this year's State Masters Championships. But at the front of the pack, Ella Barnard from glebe, looking very calm indeed. And she will be the first qualifier from this second heat of the women's A single scull in lane 3. So congratulations to her. A late push coming from glebes. Julia Vishkovskaya, will she snatch second place off of Danny Bourget? I don't think so. I think Bourget on the surge claims the second position. Third to Vishkovskaya from glebe. Fourth place back to Christy Hinton from the Newcastle University Boat Club. So now just a little bit of a lull in proceedings. We've got a couple of races have been consolidated, and we'll resume this afternoon's activities at 2:30 p.m. for the para double scull in race 53 in about 15 minutes time.
So race 53, just having started at in lane 4, we have the community rowing club entry of Paul Grayson and James Johnson, coaches Anne Craig and Liam James, Barbara Ramjam, and in lane 5 the glebe crew of Robert Fendell and Mickey Kelly. I should have mentioned this is the para double scull, and it is a small field, but nevertheless these are you know, very competitive rowers. So at this stage, it looks like the glebe crew of Robert Fendell and Mickey Kelly is just out to a little bit of a lead over the community rowings, Paul Grayson and James Johnson. Running nice and neatly. They're these, of course, in the para double, they can they do have the opportunity to be a mixed double or a straight crew. So it's looks at this stage that they've got the rating up in the glebe crew, and they've just gone through the 500 with quite a handy lead over the community rowing crew. They're about 8 seconds in at the moment, so not a great deal. So there's still an opportunity over the last 500 metres for them to pull some of that advantage back. This is a final of the para double scull. So as we come down to the crews come down to the 250 metre mark to go, the glebe crew now just pulling out a little bit more of a lead, looking very quite polished as a crew. Certainly the timing looks good, maintaining their length, and largely staying in the middle of the lane, which will always help their cause.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. This glebe crew making the best of things. Probably about a full boat length ahead now of Community Rowing Club, Paul Grayson and James Johnson. Of course, this is a straight final, so this one's for the silverware.
So into the last 100 metres now as they just holding it together, looking for the line. Mickey Kelly having a good row this morning in the para single. So this is a great way to follow up from that row. And looks like they're going to maintain that lead, although the community crew is really pushing towards the line. So they're not just going to lay down and let them go ahead. So they're really pushing for it as they come across the line. The glebe crew of Robert Fendell and Mickey Kelly taking out first place. So there's been a little bit of a mishap in the community crew just before the line, but they've picked it up and crossing the line now to take second place.
So recapping the results in race 53, the para double scull. A win for Glebe Rowing Club, Robert Fendel and Mika Kelly, and second place to community rowing clubs Paul Grayson and James Johnson with a margin of 10.36. Another short break of about 20 minutes or so ahead of the Women's C8, one of the meatier events on this program in race 54. So we'll be back shortly to bring you that race. Presentation of medals now for race 53, the para double scull. Gold medalists and champions in 2023, Glebe Rowing Club. Glebe are represented by Robert Fendel and Mika Kelly. Congratulations, Glebe.
Okay, we have in the starting block at the moment, we have race 50 for the women's C8. This is a straight out final. In lane 2, we have North Shore, this crew of Sasha Tchaikovsky, Mary McCulley, Sarah Dennis, Emma Nicholas, Sharon Livingston, Bryony Short, Vicky Grundy, Elizabeth Buzeau, Jane Kavanagh, as coxswain, and coached by Justin Peters. In lane 3, the Leichhardt crew of Diane Williams, Rianne Sandow, Daniela Bourget, Susan Huggett, Nikki Lepresti, Jennifer Zonga, Taryn Innes and India Evans, with Ruth Kelly as coxswain and coached by Steve Sherry. In lane 4, the Drummoyne crew of Katrina Brangman, Marcella Cox, Helen Burton, Jodie Panagopoulos, Rebecca Giles, Ashley Lister, Sally Webbeck, Amy Greenlees and Bianca Riley Cox, and coached by Sarah Ellis. In lane 5, North Shore, Angela Hudson, Elizabeth Lowe, Peter Blundell, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Olivia Tung, Jennifer Pollock as coxswain and coached by Kim Rudder. In lane 6, the Mossman crew of Sarah Hill, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Alexandra Walding, Christina Larson, Kelly Ross, Amy Clay, Kim Laurie, Carissa Kleiman and Chloe Duretta as coxswain and coached by James Taylor. In lane 7, Debbie Berkovics, Jane, the Canberra crew of Jane, Debbie Berkovitz, Jane Bond, Jane Marburg, Felicity Antle, Sue Ann O'Rourke, Emily Kerslake, Jane Sutherland, Joanna Roy and John Cousins in coxswain.
Thank you, Rob. And we are underway in race 54 in the women's C8. One of the bigger events, very well attended, very well contested. The incumbent champions are a composite crew of North Shore Rowing Club and Leichhardt Rowing Club. Certainly too early to say who's in the lead, but Leichhardt Rowing Club over there in lane 3 on the right side of the Bont Rowing live stream, looking strong. They are certainly kind of in the leaders' camp, I would say, but looks as though Mossman in lane 6 are the ones with an earnest lead. About halfway done in this race. That's the crew of Sarah Hill, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Alexandra Walding, Christina Larson, Kelly Ross, Amy Clay, Kim Lowry, Carissa Kleiman, and of course their cox, Chloe Duretta, who I'm reliably informed is to be an Australian under-19 representative in the Junior World Championships later on this year. Stepping into cox in the New South Wales State Masters Championships. So Mossman making the best of things at the moment. Leichhardt Rowing Club, as I alluded to, still up in there in second place at this stage. North Shore chomping at their heels in third, followed by Drummoyne, North Shore, 2, and Canberra in that order. So that's how they were when they went through the 500 metre mark. So all to play for that third place between Leichhardt and North Shore. So we'll see how that plays out as the crews come into the final 250 metres any moment now. But Mossman are gathering together ahead of steam to assemble what you would call all but an unassailable lead ahead of Leichhardt. They're probably about, the parallax there is a bit strong from up here, but it's probably about a boat length that they've got ahead of Leichhardt. 4 seconds.
Yes, certainly.
It's pretty sufficient.
Yeah, certainly sufficient. And they look a very confident crew as they have got this jump over the rest of the crews in the field. But certainly the North Shore crew coming back and pushing Leichhardt hard for that third position. But this Mossman crew coming into the last 100 metres now, looking very, very strong, very confident, and doesn't appear to be anything that will stop them from taking that first place, while the race for second and third heats up as we come into the last 40 or 50 metres. But certainly this is a very strong performance by the Mossman C8, and crossing the line now to take a very good win. About a length over the Leichhardt crew, which will hold on for second place, and the North Shore crew coming across the line in just under about 3/4 of a length in third place. The Drummoyne crew pushing all the way. They've got about a couple more strokes to do to get them across the line. They'll take out 4th place in this race. The North Shore number 2 crew over there in lane 3 coming, line 2 coming across the line now, and just coming back through the Canberra crew now, taking their last stroke. They'll get across the line to take out that final place in the women's C8 final.
Thank you, Rob. So recapping the results of the women's C8, it was a win for Mossman Rowing Club, Hill, Stackpool Moore, Walding, Larson, Ross, Clay, Lowry, Kleiman and Coxed by Chloe Duretta. Second place and silver medal recipients will be Leichhardt Rowing Club, William, Sando, Borgett, Huggett, Lepresti, Zonga, Innes, Evans, Coxed by Ruth Kelly. Third place was North Shore, Hudson, Lowe, Blundell, Byrne, Boland, Lash, Kennedy, Tong, Coxed by Jennifer Pollock. Fourth place was Drummoyne, Brangwyn, Cox, Burton, Panagopoulos, Giles, Lister, Webeck, Greenlees, Cox by Banker Riley. Fifth place, North Shore, Tchaikovsky, McCulley, Dennis, Nicholas, Livingston, Short, Grundy, Buzo, and Jane Kavanagh their Cox. And finally, sixth place was Canberra Rowing Club, Berkovic, Spond, Marburg, Antill, O'Rourke, Kerslake, I should say, Sutherland, Roy, Cox by John Cousins. So that's how they went through the finish line. So we invite Mossman Rowing Club, Leichhardt Rowing Club, and North Shore in lane 5 to come to the medal presentation area to receive your medals.
And Michael, out on the course now and well into this race. We've gone through the first 250, 300 metres of the men's D Coxless 4, race 55. In lane 3, we have Mossman, Lewern, Doige, Parry and Graham. In lane 4, Sydney, Binner, Graham, Greenslade and McNeil. In lane 5, North Shore, O'Brien, Daly, Loiterton, Beer. In lane 6, Mossman, Evans, Surigola, Uruguay, Giblin and Hurigan. And in lane 7, University of New South Wales, Lazaro, John Briggs, Halliday and Lazaro.
Thanks, Rob. And it looks as though Mossman in lane 6 has stepped out to a relatively handsome lead. They're in lane 6, I should say. Lachlan Evans, Jose Maria Segurola Aguirre, Robert Giblin and Andrew Hurigan. So they're looking pretty strong at the front of the pack. 2 seconds, or some 2 seconds back, I should say, to Sydney Rowing Club, followed by Mossman in lane 3. That's Lewarn, Doige, Parry and Graham. As the wind just starts to whisk up a little bit, straight down the course, again, as we've said, not necessarily a disadvantaged side of the course. Wind affecting all lanes relatively equally, so should be a tight race coming into the final 250 metres. It looks as though, Rob, that Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4 are pressing back on that lead that was set early on in the race by Mossman Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club is represented by Mark Bindner, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade and Rob McNeil.
Yes, certainly, Michael. The Sydney crew really starting to hit their straps now, although the Mossman crew looks like they've just gone for a little bit of a rate increase, try to stave off Sydney, but Sydney certainly the crew moving at the moment, although we've got the New South Uni crew and the other Mossman crew over in lane 3 are also coming back into the picture, but it looks like the Mossman crew of Luan, Doige, Parry, of Evans, Saragoa, Uruguay, Giblin and Hurigan will hold on to this lead and come in on probably just under a length over the Sydney crew, followed closely by the second Mossman crew, just getting across the line in front of Uni of New South Wales, with the North Shore crew just a little way to go, about 100 metres, odd metres to go to the finish line. But that was a very impressive performance, Michael, by that Mossman crew.
That's right, a very mature row by that Mossman boat in lane 6. They, as you said, they warded off a late assault by that Sydney Rowing Club boat just to hold on to that victory, and very slick indeed. Just crossing the line now is North Shore Rowing Club in lane 5. Nick O'Brien, Joe Daly, George Loiterton and Jeffrey Beer. To finalise the men's D Coxless 4 race. So it was a win for Mossman Rowing Club in lane 6, second place to Sydney Rowing Club in lane 4, and third place was Mossman Rowing Club in lane 3. So congratulations, and we invite those 3 crews to join us over at the medal presentation pontoon. So ladies and gentlemen, we will move shortly to the presentation of medals for the women's C8. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the women's C8. So in third place and recipients of bronze medals, North Shore Rowing Club. North Shore are represented by Angela Hudson, Elizabeth Lowe, Peter Blundell, Helen Byrne, Catherine Boland, Rachel Lash, Nicola Kennedy, Olivia Tong. Their cox is Jennifer Pollock and their coach is Kim Rudder. Not in attendance at this presentation, but recipients of silver medals, Leichhardt Rowing Club. And in first place, recipients of gold medals, Mossman Rowing Club. Sarah Hill, Lucy Stackpool-Moore, Alexandra Walding, Christina Larson, Kelly Ross, Amy Clay, Kim Lowry, Carissa Kleiman. Their cox is Chloe Duretta. Their coach is James Taylor. Ladies and gentlemen, want you congratulate your champions and medalists in the women's C8.
And out on the course, we have the women's F pair, race 56, coming into the last 50 metres. And we have the North Shore crew of Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell, coached by Kim Ruddock, with a handy lead over the second North Shore crew of Virginia Fabro, Sally Edwards, also coached by Kim Rudder, and the ANU crew, so of Elaine Bisacker and Sue Donahue. So McBride and Blackwell crossing the line with a good win over there and retaining their title from last year. Across the line now, Virginia Fabro and Sally Edwards, and followed closely by Elaine Bisacker and Sue Donahue. At the on the start now, we have the women's H and I to M single. In lane 2, we have Mossman and Taylor, coached by Kieran Glynn. In lane 3, we have Manning River, Gay Pullen. In lane 4, North Shore, Janet Pendleton, coached by John Gouvenet. In lane 5, Abbotsford, Petra McCaskill, coached by Charles Lloyd-Jones. In lane 6, North Shore, Susan Walter. And in lane 7, Manning River, Kay Smythe. And they are just underway, but we'll go to the medal presentation for the men's D4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's D coxless 4. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Mossman Rowing Club. Mossman are represented by Mark Lewarne, Alexander Deutsch, Richard Parry, and Philip Graham. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Sydney Rowing Club. Mark Bindner, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade, and Robert McNeil. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Mossman Rowing Club. Lachlan Evans, Jose Maria Segurola Aragui, Robert Giblin, and Andrew Horrigan. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the men's D coxless 4.
So in the while we've been off of that medal presentation, Michael, the wind has certainly come up across course. It's straight down the course, which is a small mercy, but these scullers in the H and I divisions are really battling against the wind at the moment. And a few at the back of the field now struggling, and the courses are probably reflecting some changing wind conditions out on the course.
Certainly very challenging conditions for any scullers. Certainly causing some headaches for this cohort of Women's Masters H2 and M and I scullers. So just our boat race officials keeping a prudent eye on each of them, I'm sure.
So at this point, the Mossman sculler, Anne Taylor, the North Shore sculler in the middle of the field, Janet Pendleton, and Sue Walter from the other North Shore crew over in lane 6 are clearly handling the conditions better than the other three in the race, and it is very tough going for them. And as I said, they're doing all they can to stay in the boat and in the lane, let alone keep that boat speed up. But certainly Anne Taylor and Jeanette Pendleton, making it look probably a lot easier than what it is out there. So a very good rowing on their part. And we've got an interesting situation, Michael, where the race behind it looks like they could actually catch some of these scullers.
Yeah, that's right, Rob. So we'll just see what happens. Of course, our boat race officials having control of the safety of these events. And yeah, you can just see now really nasty gusts of wind making life difficult for our scullers on the course. But at the front of this field, it's Anne Taylor from Mossman Rowing Club in lane 2, who is in the lead, and Janet Pendleton of North Shore in lane 4. They're looking as though they'll be going through across the finish line in 1 and 2. And then in third position at this stage, Susan Walter from North Shore. But difficult conditions, Rob, for sculling, no doubt about it.
Yes, and Anne Taylor just crossing the line there, and I think would be very happy that this race is over. Janet Pendleton just holding a form, getting to that finish line, and will cross now in second place, followed by over here in Susan Walter in third place. It's a little bit of a step back to the Manning River sculler Gay Pullen, and clearly this A quad scull has really just come through the middle, making for some interesting conditions here. So hopefully the Manning River scull Gay Pullen has been made aware of them coming through. So yeah, the conditions really blowing up now. So very nasty.
So this quad coming through, Rob, is the Nepean Composite crew. Chris Hislop, Rowan Hislop, Odin McIntosh and Jason Waddell. So the first three scullers are hailing from Newcastle University Boat Club, but they'll be the ones to take out this men's A-grade quad scull. Second place, it's going to be claimed by the looks of things by Glebe Rowing Club, Kenneth Major, Andrew Perrick, Andy Wigan and Ben Nagappa. In second place, ahead of the University of New South Wales, Chris Burns, Oliver Harradine, Charlie McKenzie and Michael Pickford. So that's 1, 2 and 3 as, of course, Gay Pullen from the previous race crosses the line in fourth place, that's right. Still waiting on two scullers to finish in the Women's Masters H and IM categories.
So we've got Petra McCaskill from Abbotsford coming through in lane 5 to come home in 5th place in the women's H2I and to M single, followed by Kay Smythe just coming down to the line. I think showing some serious wear and tear from a long race and heavy conditions. Coming down to the line now, about another 7 or 8 strokes to go. We'll get her across the line and in 6th position. So on the so Katie Smythe just coming across the line now to complete race 57. Out on the course now we have race 59, the men's H quad scull. We have the lane 4, the Manning River Composite of Ray Beaton, Mark Tejan, Murray Doust and Roy Halliday. In lane 5, we have the Abbotsford crew of Terry Barella, Charles McCaskill, Neil McCormick and Michael Hayes. And in lane 6, we have the other Manning River composite of Bruce Sharp, Robert Wallace, Peter Armstrong and Colin Bruce. And I'd say by the current title holder being Manning River, I suggest that a few of these in that second crew were in that crew of last year.
Well, I don't think that's an unfair assumption, Rob. And you can just see on the course now, it's that Manning River composite crew. I think in lane 6 that commands the lead. That's Bruce Sharp, Robert Wallace, Peter Armstrong and Colin Bruce. So it looks as though that winning crew from last year has at least diversified by the looks of things. But looking up on the live stream from the boat race official launch, yeah, conditions that really are turning quite nasty down at the halfway point at least. Whitecaps just peaking there a little bit, Rob.
Yeah, certainly a lot of water coming up off their blades now. Just trying to get, trying their best to get clear of the water. And obviously, the cleaner you row, the faster you'll row. But the conditions are making that pretty tough going. As the Manning River crew goes, Manning River Glebe crew goes across the line in the 500 metre mark in first place, with the second composite crew with the Lake Macquarie coming across about a length behind. A little bit of a gap back to the Abbotsford crew, who haven't just coming up to the 500 metre mark in the next 5 or 7 strokes. But certainly the crew of the Ray Beaton, Mark Tejan, Murray Doust and Roy Halliday have really got a jump on the second Manning River composite. You know, coming into that as we come up to the last 300 odd metres of this race. But yeah, there's a lot of water, Michael, coming up off those blades. But you know, doing pretty well, these crews, considering these conditions. So we have the Manning River composite crew with the Glebe with Mark Tejan in the 2-seat. Now we've just got a bit of the look over the crew in second place, the crew of Bruce Sharp, Robert Wallace, Peter Armstrong and Colin Bruce. But the crew of Ray Beaton, Mark Tejan, Murray Doust and Roy Halliday, looks like they'll come across the line and take out the men's H quad scull. So crossing the line now, and to take a good win in that race with the second Manning River composite crew crossing the line now. Bruce Sharp stroking that boat to a good second place. So a little bit back to the Abbotsford crew of Terry Barella, Charles McCaskill, Neil McCormick and Michael Hayes. So the Abbotsford crew coming across the line to take third place in the men's H quad.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's Masters H and I single scull. Winner in the I category, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Anne Taylor. My apologies, that was Kay Smythe in the I category from Manning River Rowing Club. In the H category, Anne Taylor from Mossman Rowing Club. Won't you congratulate our medalists?
So we have race 60, the next race on the starting blocks, the men's C pair. We have one scratching out of lane 3. The Leichhardt crew of Martin Emery and Nicholas Fletcher has scratched. In lane 4, Black Mountain, Paul Williams and Steve McGlynn. In lane 5, Leichhardt, Charles Buzzacott and David Raymond. And in lane 6, the University of New South Wales, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe. And for any of you that can see the live stream at the moment, you'll see that conditions on the start are really extremely challenging at the moment. But they look like they've got some sort of line and will be underway very soon.
There's no doubt about it, Rob. Some perilous conditions, particularly in the pair. I wouldn't want to be sitting there holding the blade square in the water for too long. And they are underway in race 60. So scratching from Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 3. And lane 4, 5 and 6 on the course. Black Mountain represented by Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. Lane 5, Leichhardt's Charles Buzzacott and David Raymond. University of New South Wales in lane 6, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe. So this event was not contested last year, so we have no incumbent champions. So new titleists will be confirmed at the end of this race. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's A-grade quadruple scull. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Glebe Rowing Club. Glebe are represented by Kenneth Major, Andrew Perrick, Andy Wigan, and Ben Nagappa. The crew is coached by Kim Mackney. In first place, gold medalists and champions in 2023, Nepean Rowing Club and Newcastle University Boat Club. Christopher Hislop, Rowan Hislop, Odin McIntosh, and Jason Waddell. Please congratulate your champions and medalists in the men's A quad scull. So coming into the final 150 metres or so of this race is the men's C pair in lane 6. The University of New South Wales crew, Ben Whalen and Andrew McEnroe, are in the ascendancy at this stage, and they are looking relatively clean and calm in what are otherwise relatively trying conditions, with the wind swirling all around the place. And they are enjoying a healthy lead ahead of Black Mountain Rowing Club's Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. And back a little bit of a distance now is Charles Buzzacott and David Arraignment from the Leichhardt Rowing Club. And so they're now going to row across the line relatively unchallenged. The University of New South Wales will claim the win in the men's C pair. They'll be champions in 2023. Second place looks to go the way of Black Mountain. That's Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. And to finalise this race, Charles Buzzacott and David Arraignment from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So I'm rejoined up in the tower by Lizzie Chapman, just in time for the start of race 61, which is the men's B quadruple scull.
And in lane 2, we have Glebe Rowing Club with Hadley Anderson, Callum Steele, Balats Hansel and Nicholas Galea. They are a B age category crew. In lane 3, Newcastle Rowing Club, Gareth Salkield, Bill Todd, Gus Eves and John Olsen. They are an average age that makes them C age category. In lane 4, also C category, a composite of Black Mountain and Melbourne University, Michael Simmons, Henry Bridgewater, Al Isherwood and Ian Mongan. In lane 5, a composite of Glebe and Lake Macquarie rowing clubs, Luke Walker, Bo Fleming, Andy Wigan and Brad Smith, and that's a B age category quad. Also B, the lane 6 crew from North Shore of Kwan Nguyen, Kieran Shekhar, Samuel Hay and Andy Jeffries, coached by John James. And completing our lineup in this men's B quad scull in lane 7 from Endeavour Rowing Club, Alex Bruton, Christopher Bonomini, David Percival and Tony Chadwick, coached by Peter Bond. That's a C average age.
So we should have a start in race 61 before too long. And hopefully the crews are not having to manage the choppy water down at the starting blocks for too long, and we'll be underway shortly.
Isn't it? It definitely looks a lot choppier at the 1,000 metre mark than it does here at the 2,000 metre mark. So some challenging conditions for them just as they get off the blocks. And we can see there how the boats are pulled into or out of the block to allow the aligner to get the bow balls level. And of course, when they cross the finish line, they are judged by the time that their bow ball crosses the finish line. So Rowing New South Wales team has been working very hard indeed to get those starting blocks set up, and I bet they're glad they did that now that we've got wind. And they're off to a start there now in the men's B age category quad. And quick out of the blocks, that composite between Glebe and Lake Macquarie rowing clubs of Luke Walker, Bo Fleming, Andy Wigan and Brad Smith. Andy's definitely in the men's quad. And Jeremy Smith as well. I know Jeremy's not in that one. He's in another Lake Macquarie crew. Great footage there as the umpire's boat follows the crews down towards the finish line, seeing the flags in the distance and the foothills of the Blue Mountains behind. Would look even better if we had completely flat water, but it's rowing, right?
Certainly, I think the wind's actually dropped just a little bit. But we'll move to a presentation now. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's C pair. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Black Mountain Rowing Club, who are represented by Paul Williams and Stephen McGlynn. Please congratulate our medalists in the men's C pair.
And hurtling down towards the finishing line now, we have our crews in the men's B quad scull. The North Shore crew there in lane 6, currently in the lead, being challenged by the Black Mountain composite in lane 4 and the Glebe composite in... No, that is the Glebe composite leading, is it not? It is the Glebe composite leading. So Black Mountain and Newcastle across in lane 3.
It is the Glebe composite in lane 5 who are making the best of things, and they look all but certain now to take out this men's B grade quad scull. So it's going to be a win for Glebe. Second closest is going to be very tight indeed, but it's going to go the way of Newcastle Rowing Club. Black Mountain composite will have to settle for third place, and fourth place is going to be tight again. It's going to be between Endeavour Rowing Club and Glebe Rowing Club in lane 2, but Endeavour just pressing out ahead of Glebe to claim fourth place. Glebe in lane 2 will have to settle for 5th, and North Shore in lane 6 will be 6th.
So just waiting for the judges now to have a look at the video, because we've called it... Oh yeah, nope, it's been adjusted. So yep, Glebe Lake Macquarie composite taking out the win there in the men's B age category quad. Newcastle second, Black Mountain third. We invite them to come and get their medals. In 4th, Endeavour, in 5th, Glebe, and in 6th, North Shore. Winning time, 3 minutes, 33.97. The margins, 1.77 and 0.77. Fantastic end of the race there. So, moving on to race number 62, we have the men's I through to M age category coxless pair. The current title holders are John Struick and John May from Mossman Rowing Club, and I reckon they've held that title for quite a while. They're racing in lane 3 today, John Struick and John May, coached by Steve Rocky Gordon, and they are an I age category pair. Next to them in lane 4, also from Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Phil Titterton, and they of course were the other half of the 4 earlier on in that age category. In lane 5, representing North Shore and J age category, David Kay and Len Walter, coached by Susan Walter. And in lane 6 from St George Rowing Club, Les Higgins and Ian Toll, a K age category crew coached by Jackie Peel. So the J crew in lane 6 will go off first. K age category. The J age category crew from North Shore will wait for 16 seconds and then go. And our final 2 crews, the youngsters from Mossman, will wait a further 16 seconds before they go. That race is underway, but we will draw our attention to the medal rostrum. Have we got any other crews coming in? So we will present the medals to our new state champions in the men's B quad scull. Oh no, we've got some more coming. So we're just waiting for our final crew to come in from the B quad scull for our medal presentation. And in the meantime, the men's I, J and K pairs are battling it down the course. They've reached the point now where those that started after the go are catching up our crew of Les Higgins and Ian Toll from St George Rowing Club. So they're at the halfway mark now. Now it's a question of whether Les and Ian can hang on ahead of North Shore and the 2 Mossman crews or not. So current title holders John Struick and John May, and it looks to me as though they want that title again. Certainly going pretty well there. At the moment, St George Rowing Club are still in the lead, but only 0.44 of a second over that crew of John Struick and John May.
That's right, Lizzie, and you have to say that lead is being eaten away at, I think, by these Mossman crews, by the youngsters.
Yeah, John Struick, age 78, and John May, age 75, in their prime. That wind's come right around, hasn't it? It was a crosswind in one direction, and now it's a crosshead in a different direction, which must mean rain's coming. So looking at the clouds building. So Mossman Rowing Club now coming up to the 250 metre mark, defending their title in the men's coxless pair, our crew of John Struick and John May. St George now sitting in 2nd place. The Mossman Rowing Club crew in lane 4 of John Hardy and Philip Titterton have now just eased their way past David Kay and Len Walter.
And I think Hardy and Titterton are just putting some pressure now on St George's Higgins and Toll. I dare say that they are eating away at that advantage. So it might be, we might be looking at a Mossman 1-2 here. But still some distance to travel yet. But can be no doubt about the race leaders, John Struick and John May from Mossman Rowing Club.
That's the amazing thing about a coxless pair, isn't it? When you find a pair that really works, it's hard to give it up. And these 2 have been rowing in this pair for a while now. Moving that boat nicely. Inching towards the finish line, and now here we go. The battle is on between Mossman Rowing Club and St George Rowing Club. They're inside the last 100 metres now. We've got Les Higgins and Ian Toll in the lane closest to the grandstand, ages 87 and 82, coached by young Jackie Peel.
So I think it will be a Mossman 1-2. John Hardy and Philip Titterton have leapfrogged that St George crew, who will have to settle for probably 3rd by the looks of things. And in the final 25 metres of this race or so, 2nd place to Mossman's Hardy and Titterton. And 4th place will go to David Kay and Len Walter from North Shore.
We now move to the presentation of medals for the men's B quad scull. Third and bronze medalists, Black Mountain and Melbourne University composite. Michael Simmons, Henry Bridgewater, Alistair Isherwood, Ian Mongan. Second and silver medalists, Newcastle Rowing Club. Gareth Sulkield, Bill Todd, Gus Eves, and John Olson. Gold medalists and state champions for 2023, Glebe and Lake Macquarie Rowing Clubs. Luke Walker from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Bo Fleming from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Andy Wigan from Glebe, and Brad Smith from Glebe. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the men's B quad scull.
Thank you, Lizzie. And race 63 is on the course. It's the men's G double scull. The incumbent champions are Lake Macquarie, who have not returned to defend their title this year. So a new champions to be appointed this year. So in lane 2, it's a Mossman composite crew. Tim Jusufowicz from Essendon Rowing Club and Mark Williams from Mossman. In lane 3 from Drummoyne Rowing Club is Stephen Schneigel and Richard Jones. In lane 4 from Black Mountain, David Nash and Stephen Trowell. In lane 5 from Shoalhaven is David Eddington and Rick McAllister. In lane 6 from Essendon is Stuart Allsop and Bill Nugent. In lane 7 from Drummoyne is Douglas Stewart and Jeffrey Canning. And in lane 8, it's an ANU composite crew, Rodney Stewart from Melbourne University and Peter McCartney from ANU.
ANU leading. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Through the 500 metre mark, it's Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney from Melbourne and ANU, who have a very slight lead over the Mossman Essendon crew of Tim Jusufowicz and Mark Williams. The crew from Essendon of Stuart Allsop and Bill Nugent sitting in third. And then it's a little way back to the crew from Drummoyne, Doug Stewart and Jeff Canning, Black Mountain, Drummoyne, Schneigel and Jones, and Shoalhaven. Coming into the 250 metre mark, it's Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney who continue to lead over Tim Jusufowicz and Mark Williams. Good battle going on actually between those two crews. And then absolutely determined to stay with them, the Essendon crew of Allsop and Nugent. Great rhythm here for Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney in that lane closest to the grandstand. So just looking at them there, they're coping really well with these rather choppy conditions. I must say the crew on the far side looks to have slightly flatter water. And now we're into the last 100 metres and the pace is fast and furious, raising the rate of striking now. Rod Stewart in the bow seat, following Peter McCartney from ANU in the stroke seat. Really sprinting now, they're rating 38. Getting that rate up and running across on the far side, trying to hang on to them. Mark Williams in the stroke seat. Rate is 37. Tim Jusufowicz trying to follow him. It will be Stewart and McCartney from ANU and Melbourne who will just take out the title over Mossman and Essendon. And third across the line, the Essendon crew of Allsop and Nugent.
Fourth place will go the way of Black Mountain's David Nash and Stephen Trowell. Got a narrow advantage ahead of Drummoyne's Douglas Stewart and Jeffrey Canning, who claim fifth. Sixth place goes to Drummoyne's Stephen Schneigel and Richard Jones. And to finalise this race will be Shoalhaven's David Eddington and Rick McAllister.
Provisional time for that final in the men's G double scull. Oops, it's all disappeared off the screen, but it was 4:07.78 provisionally. The presentation of medals for the men's I to M pair. Second and silver medalists representing Mossman Rowing Club, John Hardy and Phil Titterton. First and state champions, gold medalists, also representing Mossman Rowing Club, John Struick and John May. The crew is coached by Steve Rocky Gordon. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Mossman Rowing Club, gold and silver in the men's I coxless pair. On the course now, we have the final of the women's D age category double scull. Currently in the lead from lane 5, the crew of Katrina Davis and Amanda Berrant of St George and Shoalhaven, coached by Bruce Williams and Parry. Sitting in second from the lane 1 position, Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong, who are coached by Kim Rudder. And in Black Mountain, and in third position at the moment, the crew from lane 6 from Black Mountain of Mary Quilty and Jane Clues. Then it's Drummoyne's Panagopoulos and Cox in 4th, North Shore's Briones and Gibson in 5th, Lake Macquarie and Glebe's crew of Wareham and Dyson in 6th, Mossman's Hutchison and Foxton in 7th, and in 8th at the moment, Bosco and Chadwick from Newcastle University.
So it might be that wind's just whisking up a little bit again to make things difficult for our double scullers this afternoon.
It does look as though Zena Briones and it's actually Louise McCoach and, Zeta Briones and Ruth Gibson are in the middle of the field. The other North Shore crew of McCoach and Tong across on the far side having a really good second half of this race. Still sitting in second position though, and we've noticed this double before of Amanda Berrans in the bow seat representing St George, Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven in the stroke seat. Both of them were very strong contenders for the Interstate Masters Women's Quad Scull. A very strong double indeed, and they've got a really healthy lead over the remainder of the field in this Women's D double scull. Look as though they are yet again going to take out this event. Very strong indeed. So yes, across on the far side, we've got McCoach and Tong from North Shore, look fairly certain for the silver medal, and then it's back to the Black Mountain crew of Quilty and Clues. They've been third pretty much the whole way down the course, and look to me as though they're going to secure that bronze medal. So congratulations to Katrina Davis and Amanda Berrand on their win in the Women's D double scull.
Second place going to North Shore's Louise McCoach and Olivia Tong, and as you alluded to, Lizzie, Black Mountain's Mary Quilty and Jane Clues claiming the third and final medal. So it ended up being a relatively stretched out race. Bit closer for the minor placing. So in fourth place, coming across the line now, is Jodie Panagopoulos and Marcella Cox from Drummoyne. Fifth place is going to be pretty tight between North Shore and Mossman. I can't quite tell who won that. We'll wait for an official result. Seventh place goes the way of Lake Macquarie and Glebe. And eighth place goes to Newcastle University, Jules Bosco and Teresa Chadwick.
And whilst we were watching those finalists come across the line, it looks to me as though medals have been presented to our podium position finishers in the men's G double scull. So just recapping the bronze medalists, representing Essendon Rowing Club with the lane 6 on their bows now as they're pushed off from the pontoon, Stuart Alsop and Bill Nugent. The silver medalists from lane 2, representing Mossman Rowing Club, Mark Williams, and Essendon, Tim Józefowicz. And our gold medalists and state champions, representing ANU and Melbourne, Rod Stewart in the bow seat and Peter McCartney in the stroke seat. Congratulations to our medalists in the men's G double scull.
So on the course now, race 65, it's the final of the men's E single scull. And the incumbent champion is Richard Medway from Leichhardt Rowing Club, who has indeed returned to defend his title this year. So just to run through the roll call, in lane 1 from Endeavour Rowing Club is Peter Bowman, coached by Peter Bond. In lane 2 from Shoalhaven is Mark Whittaker, coached by Andrew Parry. In lane 3 from Lake Macquarie, Bill Schneider. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Richard Medway. In lane 5 from St George's, Ayrton Grania Ramos. In lane 6, also from St George's, Alan Robertson. In lane 7 from North Shore, Nick Johnston. In lane 8 from Lake Macquarie, Jeremy Smith. And in lane 9 from Drummoyne is Gabriel Haythornthwaite. So competition heating up, Lizzie, as we come into the final stages of the men's E single scull. I couldn't quite tell you who's in the lead. I think it might be Ayrton Grania Ramos. Oh no, Alan Robertson, perhaps, in lane 6. Who I think has a very narrow lead ahead of Richard Medway, the defending champion. And he is lifting his rate of striking in an attempt to snatch the lead off of Robertson from St George. Question is whether he's going to run out of order. Richard Medway coming back really, really hard on Alan Robertson from St George. Can Robertson hang on? Probably 50 metres to go. A couple of dirty strokes from Robertson gives Medway a chance to just respond, and I think he's snatched the lead off, and we're going to go down to the wire in this one. Richard Medway from Leichhardt in lane 4, and I think Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie is going to come through to snatch the silver. Well, what drama in the final stages of that race. It was Richard Medway from Leichhardt who defends his title successfully. Jeremy Smith from Lake Macquarie in second. Third place was Alan Robertson. He led most of the race. Fourth place to Ayrton Grania Ramos from St George. Fifth place was Mark Whittaker from Shoalhaven. Sixth place, Bill Schneider from Lake Macquarie in lane 3. And followed across the line now by Gabriel Haythornthwaite from Drummoyne. Eighth place now to North Shore's Nick Johnson. And to finalise this race, Peter Bowman from Endeavour in lane 1. Well, we can take a breath now. Wow.
So the winning time for Richard Medway of Leichhardt in the men's E single scull was 4:27.75. The margin between him and the fast finishing Jeremy Smith of Lake Macquarie was 0.82, and a further 0.94 back to our bronze medalist Alan Robertson, in a cruel, cruel twist of fate right on the finish line. Excellent race. We move now to the presentation of medals for the women's D age category double scull. Third and bronze medalists, Black Mountain Rowing Club. Mary Quilty and Jane Clues. Second and silver medalists, North Shore Rowing Club. Louise McCoach, Olivia Tong. Gold medalists and state champions in the Women's D double scull, St George Rowing Club and Shoalhaven Rowing Club. Katrina Davis from Shoalhaven and Amanda Berrand from St George Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's D double scull. Very cruel. We have the Women's E quad scull final on the course right now. In lane 1, Des Moines. In lane 2, North Shore. In lane 3, Shoalhaven. In lane 4, a composite of Des Moines, Balmain, Mossman and St George. In lane 5, Endeavour. In lane 6, Manning River, St George, Des Moines composite. In lane 7, Leichhardt Rowing Club. The Des Moines crew on the far side, Esther Tucker, Yasmin Finnegan, Sky Smith, Colleen Chapman. Lane 2's North Shore, Sarah Culhane, Fiona Angelis, Joe Hodgkinson, Rhonda Decker. Lane 3, Shoalhaven, Mary Ambrose, Sharon Farrell, Linda Eddington and Simone Jones. The Des Moines composite, Chris McCready, Jenny Wilson, Renata Ipma and Kathleen Hextall. The Endeavour crew, Lindy Nisbet, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness and Diane McShane. The Manning River, St George, Des Moines, Sally Wiebeck, Rowena Stewart, both Des Moines, Joanne Ward, St George and Joe McPhellamy from Manning River. And Leichhardt, Kim Lloyd-Jones, Carmel Taylor, Anna Paula Guimeres and Susan Huggett. And unsurprisingly, it is our composite, the very experienced Chris McCready from St George in the bow seat, Jenny Wilson in the 2 seat, Renata Ipma in the 3 seat, Kathleen Hextall in the stroke seat. They have clear water in this final of the Women's E quad scull.
Well, I've lost count of how many times this crew or various iterations of it have come down the course today, but putting on another exemplary
Classy.
performance
Yes.
is this Des Moines composite crew, and they are all but certain now to take out the Women's E quad scull. As you said, Lizzie, not many surprises there. Second place will be Endeavour Rowing Club in lane 5, followed by a fast finishing Manning River St George Des Moines composite boat in lane 6. So those are your medalists. For the minor placings now, it is lane 1 Des Moines. That's Tucker, Finnegan, Smith and Chapman who claim 4th. 5th place is tight, but it goes to North Shore ahead of Shoalhaven, who claims 6th, and Leichhardt Rowing Club has to settle for 7th.
So Des Moines composite in a provisional time of 4 minutes 10.17. That's a provisional result as well, so obviously the judges are checking something. But a fine row there for our Des Moines composite. Endeavour, a very neat looking crew from Endeavour with Lindy Nisbet in the bow seat. And then in 3rd position, our Manning River St George Des Moines composite of Wiebeck, Stewart, Ward and McPhellamy. Right, we have got men's 8s backing up onto the start now, so let's run through who we've got in this race. It's F age category. The current title holders are North Shore. We have a North Shore crew in lane 8 and a North Shore composite with University of New South Wales in lane 6. And who else? Well, we have Sydney Rowing Club in lane 2, Ken Ambler in the bow seat, Jeff Raymond, Ken Rickard Bell, Carl Quitzow, Stuart Cowap, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade and Rob McNeil with Dhruv Kumar coxing. A composite in lane 3 of Roy Halliday, Colin Bruce, Murray Doust, Nick Johnston, Rhett Patterson, all from Manning River, Stephen Harrison from captain of St George, Sean Ryan from Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, Steve Hill from Penrith and their cox Jackie Peel from St George. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, Craig Dooley, Norrie Cannon, Stephen Duff, Dean Patterson, Andrew McCallum, Tim Clare, Rob Tiley and Timothy Tyndale, coxed by Ruth Kelly. In lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, James Aroni, Harry Fine, Pedro Brandeo Tixera, John Newcomb, Michael Rees-Evans, Lawrence Nethery and Michael Diamond, with Mark Conahan in the stroke seat and Sally Maspero coxing. The North Shore Composite with University of New South Wales is the crew of Peter Richards in the bow seat, John Fabro, Maximilian Ott, Matthew Bayfield, Timothy Sargent, Mel Gillespie, Mark Elliott, Nick Stevens and their cox Sasha Graham. In lane 7 from Glebe Rowing Club, Mark Tejan, Kim Mackney, Rob Fendel, Stephen Caldwell, Timothy Bland, Charles Huxtable, Richard Robilliard, Stephen Irons and their cox Christopher Iredale. And the North Shore crew defending their title in the men's F8 is Kimberly Ballingal, Stefan Kerr, Eric Luck, Chris Walsh, Richard Lawson, Alasdair Smith, Justin Peters and Jeffrey Franklin, with Jennifer Pollock coxing.
Well, what a mouth-watering contest that will be, and pretty much a full field in that men's F8. So we'll look forward to that getting underway in a few short moments.
The presentation of medals for the men's E single scull. The presentation of medals for the men's E single scull. Third and bronze medalist representing St George Rowing Club, Alan Robertson. Alan is coached by Bruce Williams. Our silver medalist representing Lake Macquarie was Jeremy Smith, who's had to rush off for another race. And our gold medalist and state champion for 2023 representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Richard Medway. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our men's E single scullers. It was a fantastic race. So hurtling down towards the finishing line now, we have the men's F8s that we just did the roll call for, and it's all neck and neck. They've just reached the halfway mark, and it is the Sydney Rowing Club crew who have a very slight lead over the Penrith Composite, so that's lanes 2 and 3 across on the far side. Sitting in third position, trying to defend their title, the crew from North Shore in lane 8. In fourth position, Leichhardt Rowing Club. In fifth, Glebe. In sixth, Mossman. And the North Shore University of New South Wales Composite currently sitting in seventh.
Well, you'd have to say, Lizzie, it looks as though Sydney Penrith Composite looking pretty good over that side. North Shore in lane 8 are in the mix and the hunt for that bronze medal, but they've got some work to do if they are to defend their title and snatch the lead off of both Penrith and Sydney. But they are hurtling down towards the finish line. Sydney Rowing Club looking pretty strong out the front. But fast finishing a Penrith Composite crew. This is a veritable Frankenstein boat. We've got Penrith, Lake Macquarie, St George, Manning River in this boat. So Technicolor Zooties. But Sydney Rowing Club making the best of things at the moment, and can they ward off this fast-finishing Penrith Composite boat?
Looking very controlled whilst under attack, aren't they? Ken Ambler in the bow seat there, keeping it all neat and really sharp.
Here come that Penrith Composite crew. Have Sydney Rowing Club done enough? They've taken their final 5 strokes or so. I think they have. just a little bit too little, too late for that composite crew. Sydney Rowing Club take the title in 2023. Second place to Penrith Composite. Third place will go to Leichhardt Rowing Club in lane 4. Narrowly ahead of North Shore in lane 4, last year's champions. Fifth place will go to Glebe Rowing Club in lane 7. And the race for sixth place is very, very close indeed. It's that North Shore Composite boat in lane 6, going head-to-head with Mossman in lane 5. North Shore look all but certain now to claim the win by about a seat. So very tight competition in the end there, but a really great race. Love 8s rowing on a Saturday afternoon.
Absolutely fantastic. And similarly fantastic, let's turn to the presentation of medals for the Women's E Quad Scull. In our Women's E Quad Scull, third and bronze medalists, the composite from Manning River, St George and Drummoyne. Sally Wiebeck from Drummoyne, Rowena Stewart from Drummoyne, Jo Ward from St George and Joanne McPhellamy from Manning River. Second and silver medalists, Endeavour Rowing Club. Lindy Nisbet, Chris Brennan, Rosalie Furness, and Diane McShane. The crew is coached by Peter Bond. Gold medalists and state champions for 2023, Drummoyne, Balmain, Mossman and St George Rowing Clubs. Chris McCready from St George Rowing Club. Jenny Wilson from Mossman Rowing Club. Renata Ipmer from Balmain Rowing Club. And Kathleen Hextall from Drummoyne Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's E Quad Scull.
Thank you, Lizzie. So the Women's A Single Scull is now on the course. It's race 68 on your programs. It is the final. The current title holder is Ella Barnard from Glebe Rowing Club, who returns to defend her title. So a quick roll call. The cruiser coming down towards the grandstand already. In lane 1 from Newcastle Uni is Christy Hinton. Lane 2 from Glebe is Louisa Zaininger. In lane 3 from Leichhardt Rowing Club is Daniela Borgert. In lane 4 from Glebe is Elizabeth Lester. In lane 5 from Glebe, Ella Barnard. In lane 6 from Newcastle Uni is Chantel Lindsay. In lane 7 from Glebe is Julia Vishkovskaya. And in lane 8, Lake Macquarie's Emma Davey. So this is shaping up to be a pretty tight race indeed. It's Elizabeth Lester from Glebe Rowing Club, who I think has a very narrow advantage ahead of Zaininger, her fellow club mate, in lane 2, and also Daniela Borgert from Leichhardt, who we all know to be a fierce competitor out here at the Regatta Centre. And so those three, I would suggest, are in looking good for the medals at this stage, but Daniela Borgert looking to raise her rate of striking and just push ahead into that silver medal position ahead of Louisa Zaininger from Glebe Rowing Club. Looks as though Elizabeth Lester has done enough, barring a disaster, to claim this race. And yet the placings are just materialising a little bit now. So it will be Liz Lester from Glebe Rowing Club who takes the win in the Women's A Single Scull. Second place is going to go the way of Leichhardt Rowing Club's Daniela Borgert. The third place is going to go to Louisa Zaininger from Glebe Rowing Club, who narrowly pipped Ella Barnard, last year's champion, for fourth. Fifth place to Glebe's Julia Vishkovskaya. Sixth place went to Newcastle Uni's Christy Hinton, that's right, thank you. Seventh place to Chantel Lindsay from Newcastle Uni, and eighth to Emma Davey from Lake Macquarie.
That's amazing, isn't it? So Elizabeth Lester, the winner. Second place, Daniela Borgert, who is some 17 years older than her. And third place to Louisa Zaininger, who's quite a difference in ages across the, and congratulations to Daniela Bourget there, still racing in the A age category,
That's
even though
right. Still
she's
got
C.
it, and the beauty of masters rowing, isn't it?
Absolutely right. You can race, what do you call it, up or down? You can race a different age category as long as it's younger than your actual age. Some great racing here in this session. This is the final race of this session. One more session to go this afternoon. Race number 69 on our programme, and it's the final of the Women's B single scull. The current title holder is Glebe's Heidi Lindell. In lane 1, we have Zoe Lynham from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding. In lane 2, Jackie Harris from Glebe Rowing Club, coached by Heidi Lindell. In lane 3, Wendy Miller from Leichhardt. In lane 4, Heidi Lindell from Glebe Rowing Club, allegedly coached by Jackie Harris. In lane 5 from Abbotsford, Yvonne Konchek. In lane 6 from Drummoyne Rowing Club, our para-rower Julia Story, coached by Kathleen Hepskill and Rob Glendenning. In lane 7, Belindy Rowe from Glebe Rowing Club. And in lane 8, Anne Skilton from Glebe Rowing Club, coached by Robin Mackney. And in lane 9 from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti, coached by Steve Sherry.
A couple of coach captains in this race by the looks of things. Heidi Lindell and Jacqueline Harris, of course, very strong scullers. But at this stage, I think it's Zoe Lynham over the far side of the course who's making the best of things, and she's got a significant lead ahead of the rest of the field. She's coached by Nigel Harding, hailing from the Australian National University in lane 1, and she looks now all but poised to seize the championship in the Women's B single scull. Might well be the case that she's enjoyed some calmer water over the far side of the course, and she's looking very calm indeed, and a very fine stroke. Congratulations must go to Zoe Lynham from the ANU. Winner in the Women's B single scull. Chuffed about that, I'm sure. Second place over the far side of the course, closest to the grandstand, it'll be Nikki Lepresti from Leichhardt Rowing Club. She claims the silver medal in the Women's B single scull. Third place is going to go the way of Jacqueline Harris from Glebe by the looks of things, who claims third, who's going to be followed across by her coach, allegedly, Heidi Lindell, in lane 4, who claims fourth place. Fifth place goes to Belindy Rowe from Glebe Rowing Club. She's just about to cross the line. Sixth place goes to Leichhardt's Wendy Miller, followed by, oh gee, that was close, but I think it was Julia Story from Drummoyne Rowing Club. And seventh and eighth place to Anne Skilton from Glebe. And finalising the field is Abbotsford, Yvonne Konchek, just a little bit back. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the men's F8. In third place and recipients of bronze medals, Leichhardt Rowing Club, Craig Julie, Norrie Cannon, Stephen Duff, Dean Patterson, Andrew McCallum, Tim Clare, Robert Tiley, and Tim Tyndale. The crew is coxed by Ruth Kelly. In second place and recipients of silver medals, Penrith, Lake Macquarie, St George, Manning River Composite. Roy Halliday. Colin Bruce. Murray Doust. Nick Johnston. Rhett Patterson. Stephen Harrison. Sean Ryan. Steve Hill. And their cox is Jackie Peel. In first place, recipients of gold medals and champions in 2023, Sydney Rowing Club. Sydney are represented by Ken Ambler, Jeffrey Raymond, Ken Rickard Bell, Carl Quitzow, Stuart Cowop, Stephen Graham, David Greenslade, Robert McNeil, and their cox, Dhruv Kumar. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate your champions and medalists in the men's F8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's A Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. Third and bronze medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club, Louisa Zaininja. Second and silver medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Daniela Borgert, coached by Steve Sherry. And our gold medalist and champion representing Glebe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Lester. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate our medalists in the Women's A Single Scull. Ladies and gentlemen, the presentation of medals for the Women's B age category Single Scull Championship of New South Wales. Third and bronze medalist representing Glebe Rowing Club, Jackie Harris. Jackie is coached by Heidi Lindell. Second and silver medalist representing Leichhardt Rowing Club, Nikki Lepresti. Nikki is coached by Steve Sherry. Gold medalist and state champion for 2023 representing ANU, Zoe Lynham. Zoe is coached by Nigel Harding. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all our medalists in the Women's B category Single Scull. So we're into our final session of today, our first day at the New South Wales State Masters Rowing Championships. And we have 3 crews now racing in the mixed coxless 4. 2 of them are the average age, making the D age category, and 1 F age category. In lane 4, we have Glebe Rowing Club. In lane 5, Lake Macquarie Rowing Club. And in lane 6, a composite of St George and North Shore Rowing Clubs. The Glebe Rowing Club crew in lane 4 is Emma Hutchinson, Cecile Fair, Anthony Colley and Kenny Major. The Lake Macquarie crew in lane 5 is Kirsten Berry, Trudy MacDonald, Stuart Boyd and Jeremy Smith. Both of these are D age category crews and they had to wait for 10 seconds with the St George North Shore composite going off first. That's Peggy McBride and Nikki Blackwell from North Shore Rowing Club, with Stephen Harrison and Alan Robertson from St George Rowing Club.
So a pretty tight race materialising between the St George North Shore composite boat and Glebe over the far side, with Lake Macquarie caught in the middle. You've seen these oarsmen and women in the St George composite boat come down the track a couple of times already today. Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Stephen Harrison and Alan Robertson. And they are looking well poised to take out the mixed DF coxless 4.
Yes, and Alan certainly trying to get a bit of comeback from that, that bit of a crab that cost him the singles race. So
Yeah, very tight race, that one.
yes, he's looking much more in control of this race.
Very determined stroke indeed from that composite crew. St George and North Shore. They're going to take out the mixed DF Coxless 4 Championship of New South Wales. Second place is going to be very tight indeed. A late surge from Lake Macquarie. Have they done enough to hang on? Have Glebe? It's going to be really close. I think lane 4 in Glebe just hang on by a very narrow margin indeed, but a fantastic, fantastic push from Lake Macquarie. Pushed them right to the line. It's pretty close, that one, Rob.
That certainly was, and yeah, they're looking worse for wear out there at the moment. That was a great finish from the Lake Macquarie crew, but the St George Composite crew much too strong. They've held out the other two crews for a great win.
And as the sun dips behind the horizon, the water has just calmed down nicely as we come into the final race of the afternoon. It's race 71, the mixed GM quadruple scull, which is, as you can see on the live stream, just assembling down at the starting blocks now. It's race 71. So I'll run through the crews quickly. In lane 1, representing Manor River Rowing Club, is Amanda Cavill, Phil Mulkenton, Kay Smythe and Murray Doust. In lane 2 from Drummoyne, Lydia Mladenovic, Morris Sizzy, Alex Warner and Michael Wong. In lane 3 is an ANU, Melbourne and Exeter composite crew, Sue Donoghue, Julia Wood, Rodney Stewart and Peter McCartney. In lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club is Tony Wilkes, Judith Dahl-Taylor, Nerida Carter and Daryl Ninham. In lane 5 from Shell Harbour City, Magda Peters, Heather Gavin, Howard Hilton and John DeFonte. In lane 6 from Lake Macquarie. Now these are H crews, the next two boats. Bruce Sharp, Nerida Clinton, Anne Campbell and Peter Armstrong. In lane 7, Lyndon Ely Smith, David Laird, Richard Gonanen and Sue Brown. An I crew from North Shore, Susan Walter, Jeff Wannon, Len Walter and Susan Wannon. And finally representing the Canberra Rowing Club, a J crew, Janie Corrie, Gillian College, Michael College and John Simpson.
And Michael, the quite significant handicap. So the Canberra J crew will go off go. The North Shore crew off 17 seconds. The Newcastle and Lake Macquarie H crews off 32 seconds. And the remaining G crews off 42 seconds. So they've got a bit of a wait at the start after the Canberra crew sets off down the course.
Well, that's right, and mercifully the wind does drop, so hopefully it makes things a bit easier for several crews to sit at attention for 30 to 42 seconds.
Yes, it would have been rather daunting with the wind that we had not so long ago, half an hour ago, watching that the seconds tick over and knowing it was going to be a long race. So much more merciful conditions, as you say, Michael.
So we hope to have a start any moment now where the Canberra Rowing Club crew will take off. They're in lane 9, closest to the grandstand. The presentation of medals for race 70, the mixed DF Coxless 4. Winners and champions in 2023, St George and North Shore Composite. Peggy McBride, Nikki Blackwell, Stephen Harrison and Alan Robertson. Please congratulate our winners in the mixed DF coxless 4.
Back out on the course, we have all our crews underway in the mixed G to M quad scull. The Canberra crew, as we said, had a 17-second start over the North Shore crew, with Newcastle and Lake Macquarie over in lane 6 and 7, 32 seconds behind, and then the remainder crews at 42 seconds. So it's a fair handicap to run down. But the way the handicaps are set, it should have them finishing quite close at the finish line.
Well, that's right. It's a bit of a game of cat and mouse now. Canberra Rowing Club in lane 9 on your screens at the moment, just hoping to evade their competitors in lanes 1 through 8, who are bearing down upon them, I'm sure. So, matter for Canberra Rowing Club to remain within themselves and row well and row long to hold off their competitors for as long as possible. North Shore, 7 seconds is now the deficit. They're in lane 8. That's Walter, Wannon, Walter and Wannon. Lake Macquarie are currently running third, followed by ANU Composite. And these are the crews. Lake Macquarie, I should say, is an H crew, and the ANU Composite a G crew. So, yes, Michael, they've really brought that handicap down. They've taken big chunks out of it, the crews from Lake Macquarie and North Shore. So it looks like the crew over on the ANU Composite on the other side, of course, in lane 3, looks to have had a bit of a run at the moment. That's right, so they are being chased down, this Canberra Rowing Club crew. How long can they hold out is the question as we come into the final 250 metres of this race. That ANU Composite looking pretty schmick over the far side of the course. We've seen those scullers do very well in their individual and other crew boat events today. Sue Donahoe, Julia Wood, Rod Stewart and Peter McCartney. And now just in front of the grandstand, we are seeing North Shore in lane 8, almost leapfrogging this Canberra Rowing Club crew. How long can they hang on? And also bearing down upon them is Lake Macquarie in lane 6. So things are heating up in the final 100 metres of this race, the final race of this afternoon's program. ANU Composite in lane 3 have now stretched out a lead, and I dare say, I would suggest that they've overtaken both of North Shore, Lake Macquarie and Canberra, and they're going to claim a win in the mixed G to M quad scull, and the conditions turning very nice indeed for their final couple of strokes. It'll be a win for ANU, Melbourne University Boat Club, Melbourne Rowing Club I should say, and Exeter. Second, it's going to be pretty tight, but North Shore eventually got there and they've overtaken Canberra, who settled for third. Fourth place, Lake Macquarie in lane 6, just letting it drift over the line. Fifth place is going to go the way of, I think that's Drummoyne Rowing Club in lane 2. Yes, that's right. Sixth place to Manning River in lane 1. Seventh place to Shell Harbour City in lane 5. Eighth place to Canberra Rowing Club in lane 4, and finally Newcastle Rowing Club in lane 7. So recapping the results of the mixed GM quad scull, a win for ANU Composite. Second place to North Shore, third place to Canberra Rowing Club, fourth place to Lake Macquarie, fifth place to Drummoyne, sixth Manning River, seventh Shell Harbour City, eighth Canberra Rowing Club, and ninth Newcastle Rowing Club. Ladies and gentlemen, the final presentation of this afternoon's program for the mixed GM quad scull. Your winners and champions in 2023, Australian National University, Melbourne and Exeter Rowing Club Composite. Sue Donahoe, Julia Wood, Rodney Stewart, and Peter McCartney. Please congratulate our winners in 2023 in the mixed GM quad scull.